Hey, Theo Turgoose. Theo Turgoose, did I get your tweet about eugenics? I did not. Blair Blah, hi, enjoyer. Hello, Dee Dee. Okay, cool. Dog, you need to leave me alone now. What are we in for today? We got. Oh no, I know about eugenics. I've heard about eugenics, but also I have the PS2 project I'm working on. Did I ever play Binding of Isaac? I did. I played a little bit of it. Hey, everybody. I've been so busy with other stuff. Same. Awesome, Stella. Um, yeah, give me 1 second. I will be right back. Alrighty, chat. How is everybody doing today? So really quick, mods and everybody, if you could post the Ko-Fi link one more time. I have $1 in my checking account. That is literally $1 to last Koa and I through the weekend. So if anybody is able to donate to the Ko-Fi so it goes right into PayPal right away, that would be appreciated. The last couple months were pretty rough for me, but now that I will be able to actually be paid for the work I've done this year, this month and January were actually really good, and we have been on a definite upswing, so I'm not worried about having to do this in perpetuity. But yeah, any help is very much appreciated as always. Been an uneventful day. Same. Waiting for my dull needle to break the skin so I can do my shot. Allensmark, do you think people will think my daughter's middle name Joanne will be mistaken for J.K. Rowling thing? No. And thank you very much for that, Carno. Hello, Big Jerry. Looks like we've got cool. So I'm seeing people both on Twitch and YouTube. Oh, thank you, Awesome Stella, for pinning both of those. Yeah, it's been, I don't know, so if you haven't paid attention to it's been a weird up and down couple of days for me too. Because I'm actually gonna, give me 1 second, because I keep doing this and then I'm gonna move my camera slightly. Hopefully that fixes my issues. What's the goal at the moment for what? Oh, just having more than $1 in my account is the goal. I don't. It is mostly so I don't overdraft and get charged additional. And being able to fucking. Have I watched the Pendragon cycle? No, not yet. I have the first 5 episodes, I think. I just need to sit down and watch them. So, quick project update. because yeah, the floating rock video is not doing great, which is, that's not really on anybody per se. I think it comes down to the fact that like my more popular videos, while pop culture focused, are usually, tearing stuff down rather than building stuff up. So I think it is something that my audience is already predisposed to not necessarily being ready to jump on. And that has it's one of the worst performing videos I've had in a minute, which stings. Because I want, and I still am going to keep doing stuff like it. Stuff that is slightly more conceptual, stuff that is more kind of out there and weird, because that is what I find fulfilling. That's what I find interesting in work, in being able to do these kind of video essays. Is my fucking camera on the fritz again too? God damn it. I know. I thought the Floating Rocks video was quite good too. But it's only been up for a day. Well, Pinkworks Interactive, the first day is the most important. Like, there are different echelons where if it doesn't break a certain amount of views, I know it's not going to get picked up by the algorithm at all. And that's what happened with the Floating Rocks video. What will happen now is it gets buried, and then every now and then somebody will go through and watch all my video essays or all my video content because they find some other video that draws them towards that, and they go, oh my gosh, I didn't know you had this video, and it gets a brief uptick. And on the rare occasion somebody else finds it and enjoys it, and they're a content creator that can point their audience towards it. And this is what happened with Matt McMuscles and the documentaries I did on Silent Hill Homecoming and Condemned 2. They're able to be like, oh, go check out this channel. But that is such a rare occurrence that like it's basically dead in the water as it is. Which sucks. I doubt I will make $5 on it if we're being real. So I kind of had a very small, very brief depression crash out over that, but I am back at it today. Yeah, so project update on other things. The Yellowstone project, I started writing that today. Well, I continued writing that. I've already started writing that. I am going to be looking more into that kind of. I think it would be really fun and interesting to do a real history behind certain video games and certain pieces of media thing. So I'm starting with Call of Duty Black Ops because I just finished reading the Jakarta Method and a lot of stuff about like Cold War espionage warfare, and I think it would actually be really interesting to tie those two things together. And what else do I have going on? Trying to think of the other things that aren't channel related, but nobody cares about that. I will be doing, more stream highlights to kind of supplement that. I still have the Blair White highlight that I need to put out. We will be doing more themed streams coming up. We will be doing a stream on, I've been cooking for a long time, a new video watching conservative comedians, a new stream that we can cut down into highlights. Because those two I did a while ago did really good. And I've wanted to do another one for a while, and so I've been keeping and stockpiling conservative comedy clips for over a year. And then there's the MAGA rapper tier list, which I also did. I've been doing a lot of research on, regrettably, doing a lot of research on MAGA rappers. There are so many more than you might think, so many more than people know about, and it's kind of fucking crazy, honestly. Wild. Thank you very much, Pack 1996. Well, the Floating Rocks bid made $5 at least. Thank you. Um, yeah, it's been a day. It's been a couple of days, and um, Nathan Yu 1899. I feel like the pacing was a little off. To me, the game design reasons for using floating imagery were more obvious than the psychological ones. Well, it wouldn't be much of an essay talking about interpretation and personal meaning if I just came out and said, "Oh, this is what they mean." Like that's what I mean when it was more conceptual. Um, yeah. uh, Misanthropic wasn't Cold War, was Modern Warfare, but yes, I do remember. Um, and that's kind of a lot of the problem with Call of Duty, like, and a lot of just kind of military media is the way that they will intentionally reference things that actually happened, but instead of laying the blame at like U.S. intervention or soldiers or lack of oversight, they will say, "Oh, the Russians did this. The Russians or the Soviets or the Afghanis or whoever did this horrible thing," or nobody knows it. Like they will displace it to give this illusion of being morally gray when it's not. Alrighty, let us. That's a little better. Poi. Boy. How are we? How is everybody else feeling? Oh shit, I've got to talk about the fucking tariffs. God damn it. Yeah. So actually, let's start with the. Oh, thank you, Canadian Goose. Holy shit, thank you so much. Um. Oh, fuzzy numbers. Thank you. That's infuriating because the floating rocks video is my favorite video I've made, and I was really looking forward to more videos like it. I mean, I'm still doing more videos like it. It's just it's hard because my channel is not known for video essays because I do not, and I've talked about this, I do not make enough money for reasons like the floating rocks video. When I do a video essay, it is usually something that is not like in the zeitgeist. Uh, it's something that is my personal interest, and that means it's going to be niche by its nature. Hey, Kat, can you shut up, please? Yeah, let's do. Sorry, I'm looking at stuff. Canadian Goose, but thank you. Hi, you're doing okay, DD. Hope you're doing okay, DD. Here's a 20. Thank you very much. I'll try to watch your Floating Rocks video. Any advice for trying out names for name change? I'm looking to change mine to a more gender neutral game. Uh, I'm the wrong person to ask about that because it took me years to. I really decided on Vesper. Um, like 5 6 years ago, and it took 5 or 6 years for me to be like, you know what, yes, let's just do this. If you hear a miss, I just fed her, so she's totally fine. Then, oh, thank you, Maxis Animates, for another 10. Is it fair to say Trump's pissy fit about the tariffs is because he alone is pocketing the money that we're all paying for his idiocy? Am I mistaken? I I mean, like, he is pocketing money in various ways. At least, shit is coming back to him, and like through other companies, and like there's all sorts of shit. Do I think that that's no, the tariffs are here's the thing. The tariffs are Trump's, like, one of the things that he wants to be his legacy, like his brilliant economic strategy. It has to do with the tariffs. And the fact that they are not brilliant at all, and that they are universally failing and fucking up, drives him fucking insane. I know my name on Patreon and Ko-Fi is still the old one. I should have changed it on Ko-Fi, but on Patreon, but I think Ko-Fi. And not much I can do about the Patreon one because it's part of the actual web page, I believe. Made a sound design video. It was amazing, but it did terribly in the algorithm. Yeah. The algorithm is my biggest op. I hate the fucking algorithm. I hate that, like, while I am happy when videos take off, I hate that I can, do a funny segment. Like, here's a perfect example, right? Dude, what? You are fine. No, I don't want you on me. I have makeup on, and you get your hair all over me. So there we go. Okay. I turned up just a little bit for you. Hopefully that helps. What was I saying? The video I did, like, looking at Andy Pants Gaming's shitty, weird game. That was a stream highlight. That was kind of impromptu. I believe I decided to do it that day. I cut it up, put it out. It's like an hour long. That thing is in my top 10, maybe in my top 5 most viewed videos. It has over 400K views. Like, it's big for my fucking channel. And that's great, but then when I spend, weeks and reach out to, like, legendary game developers and interview them and, like, really sit down and try and like do research on these subjects that is more than just fact checking and citing statistics, and delves into things that are more interesting to me personally, like the philosophical, it's just frustrating. I don't know. I won't keep bitching about it. Thank you very much for seeing your thief for €5. I think you sadly got double whammied by it being niche, and most of the algorithm being dominated with political insanity worldwide. Yeah. Niche. Okay, yeah. It's... What do I like doing more? Bala, I like doing... I want to do video essays. That's what the channel started as. People don't... I don't think people understand that my channel started originally as, like, video game essays specifically. Oh, also, another thing I do want to talk about briefly, along with the new video, I did reorganize the channel. So if there are probably videos that you haven't seen of mine, so if you go to my channel, if you go down, there is now video essays up top. I have added a new section for deep dive. So those are specifically the ones I will do on people and organizations. So, Destiny, the Jesse Waters one. And so hopefully by tying these kind of categories together, it will draw more views, is what I'm hoping. I have one for all the film reviews, gaming content, political content, and interview pieces that I've done. So there are... and I put together one that is basically a compendium of all of the work I've done with the NIFB Hate Church, which woof, we're gonna have my best performing video type is dangerous as fuck. It's not though. Here's the thing. The videos where I go and do undercover stuff. So the first video, 700K, great, phenomenal for me. But then you look at like other things I've done like it. Like, hey lady, can you not please? Jesus, dog. These animals are driving me crazy today. Oh my god, cat. The other one is where the hell is my the one where I went to LA and got tear gassed and shot at? Not even fucking 100K yet. Like, so I can't. The other thing is that you have, you know, like my deep dives usually do really well. Okay, so the Destiny one, I know what happened with the Destiny one. What that little shit probably did was, well, I almost certainly know that what that shit did was told a bunch of his fucking orbiters to go react to and watch it on their channel, which took the wind out of the fucking sails. Absolutely blows. I mean, your most popular type is your most dangerous. Just that it is dangerous, yeah. Oh, thank you very much, Chapik Carell. Undercover work successful or not, establish your incredible bona fides for me. Thank you. Yeah, so the Destiny one, like, that was frustrating because that should have probably been closer to 125K if it wasn't for the fact that so many fucking people watched it elsewhere. Oh shit, Invalid Snips, holy shit, thank you very much for tipping $50 for dope shit. I appreciate that. Yeti Spaghetti, would there be any way to mix the two kinds of videos? I do. I have videos that are both political and like pop culture related. That's what a lot of my video essays are. Oh yeah, here it is. It's not even 70K for the documentary I did, feature-length documentary I did when I was in LA. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, the Synthetic Man video is my second highest view. It's fucking crazy. What? See, y'all hear that? I know y'all can hear it in the mic because I can see it getting picked up where she goes, meow, 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 like she's actually in pain. And then I look over and I'm like, what do you want? And she goes, yeah, like, you hear this? You hear this? And then you can't hear her because when I actually look at her, she goes, worst cat. I make a video about treats, all cats are communists. She is literally starving to death. She is absolutely not. Ethan the Lycan, I think the first video of yours I watched was the woke spotting essay, and that was around the time my political views were shifting more left. Oh yeah. I enjoyed that one. I don't know. I'm hoping by putting video essays up at the top, it will shift people to watching them some more. Like, there's stuff I put weeks of work into the Spider-Man video. I put weeks of work into the nostalgia video, and like, I shouldn't complain because, you know, 49K views, 56K views, that's not nothing. But at the same time, it's not enough to justify like what I would like to do, which is focusing on that kind of deep dive work. Like, I would like to, oh God, it would be amazing if I could be closer to like Abigail or Natalie or Harris and like actually just fucking focus on these more intense niche topics. But that's not what my channel is known for. So like, when people sign up, they're signing up for political content generally. And especially when I try and like make videos that have to be advertised with like a level of like, there's a level of opaqueness to I'm aware of. Your nostalgia is not your own. You can't really tell necessarily what it's about, but I try and make it at least interesting. That hopefully gets people to click on those. Um, Trans person infiltration hatred, still one of my biggest. That's at like what, 700,000. Yeah. And I don't know. I've been trying to. I have an idea for the next. No, I'm done doing. Well, I'm not done doing ads, but I'm done for now. I'm gonna go grab a water really quick. Yeah, Alexis Vandam. I saw that. I fucking the alien shit is so fucking stupid. Anybody buying into that at this point, come on, come on. Having heard from other YouTubers, video essays more often rely on Patreon than views. I mean, but my Patreon does okay. I mean, it pays my rent, but it is not like my primary source of income is from YouTube. I am going to go turn my cat into a hat really quick. I'm joking. I'm gonna go get water really quick. I will be right back, and then we can dig into the fucking Trump trade shit. Are you serious, cat? Oh, have fun finishing Fallout Season 2. I still haven't watched Fallout. I haven't finished Fallout. I need to do that. Yeah. I don't know. It happens. I've gotten into the kind of up and down of spending weeks on a video. It doesn't do well. I go into a depression and then decide to make another video. And so, such is life. Yeah. Alrighty. Let's. I don't even want to talk about the Trump shit. I'm just like, additionally, the hat on a hat here is that I am the video failing to really catch on just has made me kind of irate and not snippy. It's made me like frustrated for the last day to the point where I have unfortunately been picking fights online, which is I've deleted Twitter. Well, no, I haven't deleted Twitter off my phone. I need to delete Twitter off my phone, but I'm talking to some people. Oh, other thing, I might be able to have, we're still working out a timetable, but next week, Taylor Lorenz will probably be joining me on a stream to talk about internet security. So, lady, I give you food, and this is how you treat it, cat. I can't believe you. There. Miss keeps knocking down her food. Yeah, Taylor Lorenz not tomorrow, next week sometime. I'm also talking to Alyssa Mercante about an interview about everything with Smash JT a little bit. So that'll be a fun if we can sit down and just chat about that, because I've been waiting for it to kind of wrap up, and it seems like it's circling the drain a little bit. But the Smash JT situation, for those who don't know, um, Jeff Tarzia, I believe his name is, sued or is being sued by Alyssa Mercante, former Kotaku writer, game journalist, because he has been launching a nonstop harassment campaign through his video content. And would you believe it, like when every one of these assholes goes through actual litigation and discovery, it goes incredibly poorly for them. So we'll be talking about that as well today. So if you don't know today, the Supreme Court ruled that, and this is kind of interesting, but I think it shows a break in the conservative line with Trump. Kavanaugh is still on his side, but a lot of the other people who people assume are more conservative justices still struck down his tariffs as being illegal. In response, he said, okay, well, we're doing a 10% global tariff, just flat rate. So, and this is, by the way, as, here we go. Fuck. New levies can take effect for a maximum of 150 days, barring congressional approval. President signaled a protracted legal battle over whether his administration now has to pay companies billions of dollars in tariff refunds. So that is big companies and small companies, because they've had to shell out their own fucking money for this bullshit. And it's art of the deal, baby. Just the dumbest motherfucker in the world. I didn't. Let's watch some of the. All right. We're going to watch a little. Oh, Nehemia, thank you for $10. I don't know if this will make you feel any better, but that last video helped me get out of a block in my writing project. Oh, thank you. Your work is amazing, and I know there are so many out there who agree. I appreciate it, and it does mean a lot. The amount of people who have left really thoughtful, and that's the thing that honestly, it's this weird imbalance, right? Because the thing that gets me through and the thing that keeps me making videos that I know aren't going to do well, the extent to which they're not going to do as well as I need varies. Some of them do better than I expect, but generally speaking, when I make a video like the Floating Rocks one, I kind of know it's not going to be great, or it's not going to do great in the algorithm. And the thing for me that kind of keeps me going is that every time I do one, I get really good, thoughtful feedback from people, or people will come back to a video of mine having watched it multiple times. And that's the case, or the people who say like, oh, this video made me cry. This video like really connected with me. I've gotten comments like that on the Spider-Man video I did, the Wolfenstein video I did, a couple other videos that people really connected with. People connected with the nostalgia one. Yeah, a lot. And so being able to go back to that and kind of hold on to it is, it's nice. It's nice. Oh, thank you very much, Tarkelson. If it makes you feel better, I watched the dream video just because you made it. I know you make excellent content. I wasn't let down. Thank you. I appreciate that. Anyway, let us move on from that to the press conference today. If you haven't seen any of it, well, here's the guest of honor, everybody. Kakumi's reply. Who's Kakumi? Oh. Oh, thank you very much, Kakami. I like the floating rocks one. I use it to help me cope with my partner's death. It was very interesting. I'm sorry you're going through that. But I'm glad I was able to at least help a little bit. No, you have to stay down. If you want pets, you have to stay in the lap. I'm not doing face rubs today. Okay. Where was the streamed 5 hours ago? Here it was.
Longer than our you out of here.
So this is, and I need to stress, in a long line of unhinged, rambling bullshit, Trump's latest couple of addresses, I believe, have shown adequately just how fragile his mental state is right now. Nahem, you think for another... Oh, sorry. I already read that one. And this guy is... he's fucking gone. And you can tell because it... Just if you've ever had a family member or somebody that you've known who went through dementia, who went through Alzheimer's, who just had that rambling, unaware aloofness that comes with old age and mental deterioration, you need to, like, think about that. I imagine it will be hard not to think about that. Rosa, thank you very much for $5. Kitty Cat, also I like you in your videos. Thank you, Rosa. No, baby. No, my love. I know. I will give you scritches. I will keep giving you scritches. Hello.
Ears are ecstatic. They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long. That I can assure you. The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are a...
And I additionally need you to think about, as he's talking, the propaganda is I believe it's wearing off for at least a lot of the Trump camp. I think a lot of that comes from Epstein, also ICE, the way that he has continually pretended that these things are not happening. And that's all that you hear, is the idea that, like, everybody can obviously see how great America's doing. Just look at how awesome it all is doing. And, like, just, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to watch the whole thing, because I watched it earlier, and it's fucking rough, dude.
Frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no matter how good a case you have. It's a no. But you can't knock their loyalty. It's one thing you can do with some of our people. Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often with certain members of this court, and it's happened so often with this court. What a shame. Having to do with voting in particular, when in fact they're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that they should have anything at all to do with it. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution. It's my opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think. It's a small movement. I won by millions of votes. We won in election.
It's a cabal, one could say. The idea, by the way, this is within the same, like, 24-hour period that he did the fucking was that bullshit, the peace thing, and they're talking about, like, oh no, it'll be a couple billion to Gaza, and we're looking at rebuilding, and they want to talk about our foreign fucking interests taking over shit. Like, we're about to go to war with Iran, very likely on behalf of Israel, and they want to talk about foreign interests controlling tariffs that are affecting us, that have been nothing but negative for Americans. Okay.
Landslide. With all the cheating that went on, there was a lot of it. We still won in a landslide. Too big to rig. But these people are obnoxious, ignorant, and loud. They're very loud.
Is it me or is he talking more normally than usual? I have it sped up by 1.5. So like, watch this. If we go back down, you'll see it differently.
And I think certain justices are afraid of that. They don't want to do the right thing. They're afraid of it. This was an important case to me, more as a symbol of economic national security.
Jesus Christ, I didn't notice it before just how much he's slurring his words. Like literally listen to more than this security.
And also, I would say, just for our country itself, so important, because we're doing so well as a country. We've never done so well. The good news is that there are methods, practices, statutes, and authorities, as recognized by the entire court in this terrible decision, and also as recognized by Congress, which they refer to, that are even stronger than the IEEPA tariffs available to me as President of the United States.
So here's, this all comes back to, and you can tell because there is a bunch of times, there are several times throughout this speech where he talks about what he's able to do and his power as president. And it's all referencing shit that I guarantee Stephen Miller and like think tank, American Heritage Foundation think tank dipshits came up with, like, oh yeah, no, actually we could use this as justification for this. And what he talks, the way he talks about it is though he's the one in the archives finding these like legal precedents for his bullshit. And it's very funny.
States. And in actuality, I was very modest in my ask of other countries and businesses because I wanted to do, and it's very important, I wanted to be very well behaved because I wanted to do anything, I didn't want to do anything that would affect the decision of the court, because I understand the court. I understand how they're very easily swayed. I want to be a good boy. I have very effectively utilized tariffs over the past year to make America great again. Our stock market has just recently broken 50,000 on the Dow.
The stock market is not doing well, by the way. Just in general, it continues to not gain. The job report that just came out, by the way, another thing. Okay, Kevin. Okay, I gotta put you down. There we go. January. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Here we go. U.S. had almost no job growth, which is bad. That's really fucking bad for an economy, by the way. U.S. employers added 181,000 jobs, far fewer than the 1.46 million that were added in 2024. Ugh. Well, people saying that AI companies are making money. Here's the thing. They're not. Like, AI is the reason why people keep talking about the AI bubble and why it keeps getting bigger is because AI is just a void of investments right now. Like, it is nothing but a bottomless pit of people going, oh yeah, no, get in on the ground floor of AI. Oh no, we need to invest in this. Oh no, you need to do this. As of yet, there has not been, and we've been, god damn it, now I have cat hair all over me. Monster. She's sitting on her chair now right next to me. There is not yet actual use cases for AI. The most that people have been able to, oh, look at what it is. It's those dipshit Twitter posters you see where they're like, Hollywood won't be able to handle this. And it's fucking like SpongeBob fighting Wolverine and Batman or some bullshit. And it looks like ass. Like that is thus far, the use case for AI. Overwhelmingly, by and large. And more people are broadly against AI, not even for the economic or environmental, ecological impacts, but just because it's slopping literally everything up. It is creating a community, a constant feeling of distrust. There was this fucking Claude commercial that I saw the full, that was the other thing. So this weekend I had planned to put out a new Christian movie review for I Can Only Imagine 2, which hit theaters yesterday. And I had tickets, went to see it. it wasn't bad. And it, like, in one way, it was worse than movies like Disciples in the Moonlight, but in another way, it wasn't bad enough to, like, point and laugh at it, you know? So I walked out of it. But there was a commercial before the movie started that was for Claude, which I guess is another fucking AI. And it was one of the most insidious, evil commercials I've ever seen, because it's this, like, just a regular white dude who is like, hey, can you help me get a workout schedule? And it's this black buff dude who is a stand-in for the AI saying, yes, of course, we can do that. And then eventually it gets around to the black buff dude starts giving, you know, as a surrogate for AI, starts sending ads being like, you might want this to help you height max. And it was just the most tacit admission I've ever seen, because the tagline was, ads are coming to AI. And it's one of those things where it's like, oh, they really just want you to passively accept that it's all coming. There's no stopping it. It's an inevitable force. But nobody fucking wants to use it. The reason why companies want to use it, ostensibly, is to replace a workforce. But nobody's using it for that. Like, I can't fucking, in a more civil, normal society, I would say I can't wait for it to crash and take everything with it, but I do not think that's going to happen. I think there are so far too many people at high echelons of power who are invested in AI. And you have, like, people like Peter Thiel, that fucking vampire ghoul, who I will probably actually, that's another person I think I'm going to do. I'm not going to do like a full, I think I'm going to do a Peter Thiel deep dive, but not like, you know, on the level of Destiny. Because what a psychotic piece of shit. Do we have any realistic impact projections about AI's effect on the economy? I mean, not right now. I'm willing to bet, like, negative statistics and stuff would be, like, could honestly be suppressed by the government at this point. Like, that's what they're doing with fucking, like, health scares and outbreaks all across the country. Why wouldn't they do that with AI? Oh, no, Cyborg Grizzly. That's what I'm sorry. I meant to finish the rest of that. The tagline was, ads are coming to AI, but not to Claude. So it was this bizarre ad thing where it's like, don't you just hate ads in your AI? Not with Claude. And it's like, that fucking sucks. Oh, I'm aware of what it's done to RAM prices. Yeah, no, like, it has been so wildly devastating. Like, the game industry, the game industry is in a scary fucking place. Like, genuinely. It is so hard. There are countless talented game developers who are fucking out of a job and haven't been able to find jobs for, like, some of them for years. Meanwhile, you have so many companies slopping their games up continually. All anybody wants to actually make or invest in, if they aren't the most billion-dollar, big, shiny, movie-ass games, are open-world Hoyoverse dog shit. And then you have the PlayStation stuff that just happened, where they just shut down Blue Point Games. And now people are fucking talking about, here's the thing, because people are talking about, like, oh damn, the PS6 is on the way. People are talking about a PlayStation 6. I feel like the PS5 just came out. That is because, well, first off, the idea that, like, oh, the PlayStation 5 has no games is actually, and I need you to understand this, is stupid console war bullshit. The problem is that Every game from a AAA developer or from a first party, not even AAA, just a first party represented game has to become a fucking culture war inflection point at this point. So it's not that PlayStation 5 doesn't have any games. It's that every game the PS5 has, you either hear something about because it's valuable to be weaponized in the mainstream, where they can go like, oh, look at Concord, oh, look at Highguard, oh, look at all these games with a black woman in it. Or if it's just the kind of mid 7 out of 10 game, 6 out of 10 game that people generations before would have been like, oh yeah, you should check this out. Oh, you know, this might be worth it to rent. Nobody fucking talks about it because all of the gamers are too busy getting pissed off that a game has a black person in it. Like, the PlayStation 5 has a ton of fucking games. So many games. And they're constantly adding more. And nobody fucking notices. Which means that nobody is playing them. And so it's led to this horrendous feedback loop now where you have developers like Bluepoint who are legitimately, everything they've done has been at least good. And they get shut down? That's no different than Tango Gameworks and Microsoft. Where it's like, it is no longer enough to make games that are good. You need to make games that are billion sellers. And it's heartbreaking to see. And it makes me even more mad having been playing only PS2 era games so far this year. Because it's just, like, I sit down and I played early today, because I play games for, like, it's kind of my, hey, I'm waking up, kicking off the sleep, getting focused on the day's work, because it helps me, my pills kick in, and it helps me, like, kind of sort what I'm going to do with the day. So usually I play, like, half hour, 45 minutes, maybe an hour, and I played Grand Theft Auto 3 today. Just played GTA 3. The other day, I played a bunch of Resident Evil 4. I played Resident Evil 4 before. Still a great game. You know what there's not? A shit ton of fucking unlockable gacha characters? No, miss. And it is so... Inherited a real gaming PC and immediately decided to ban the use of it. I mean, I could play PS2 games on here. DMF, thank you for subscribing. Hey, Coda Anthony. Arcane Sunset. Yeah, 90% of games don't even attract me. I see their name, their trailers, their features. I scroll over. Yeah, it's just like... And so the really fucking frustrating part, loot boxes... Well, loot boxes are, like, not even the problem anymore. Like, loot boxes were a highway to hell that everybody kind of, like... I don't know, if you want to go way back... A lot of this shit started with, like, online passes and EA. And a lot of this shit started in the 360 generation when things became digital and companies found out how much they can nickel and dime literally everything. 2027, you gonna play Legends EA? Yeah, hopefully. One of these days. One of these days. Well, and it's then you see games like and I just, every time I see fucking footage of it, because, you know, I'm still in the industry and I still have, like, a lot of friends who are in the industry, and you see games that will come across my timeline like fucking Crimson Desert. And people will, I've seen a lot of people be like, what the fuck is this? Lady, knock it off. What the fuck is this game? What is it about? And I just look at it and I'm like, oh, it doesn't matter. It's just everything. They just threw everything in there. Like that, the design philosophy for big open world games now is not creating a unique skill set or a unique experience. It is, how can we do everything? How can we be all things to all people? And it's so fucking boring because of that. It's just like, I look at Crimson Desert footage and I'm like, I don't need this, like, shiny, generic looking fucking open world. Look, you can fly like in Legend of Zelda, and look, you can drive a plane and fucking catch a dinosaur, and there's crafting and there's spells, and it's like, okay, what's the story? What's the world? What's the artistic hook? Because I can do all of that shit elsewhere. Yeah, no, Coda Anthony, Corporals like cookie cutters and demographics. I talk about this in the Floating Rocks video. Is that like I don't think it's an accident that so many games that deal with these kind of themes of dreams and these things that are slightly more harder to grasp or slightly harder to identify with, I don't think it's an accident that they're mostly cult classics because of that friction. Because like people don't, especially companies, don't look at something when something is successful in the game industry. Companies don't look at, okay, perfect example of this, because I've been playing a little bit of Guitar Hero on PS2. When Guitar Hero came out and it broke big, if you weren't around in the game industry at the time, if you weren't in middle school or high school, it's hard to overstate how fucking big Guitar Hero was. Because it was the kind of product that had such massive appeal because of musical lines that, much like the Wii right before it, it got parents, it got grandparents, it got people who don't usually play or interact with games at all into it in varying degrees. But instead of looking at Guitar Hero as a cultural inflection point, instead of looking at Guitar Hero as like, okay, how can we use music, art, film, these other ideas to draw people more into gaming? Every fucking company went, make one just like that. Make it just like I want them, and you press the button and they go blah. And that was it. Like there's so many fucking. Do you remember? Nobody remembers these. But there was a Rock Revolution game from fucking Konami that was dog shit. There were 1,000 Guitar Hero and Rock Band games. There was fucking Rock of the Dead, where somebody tried to make basically Typing of the Dead with I don't even think it was T. I think it was E10 and up. E10 and up rating Typing of the Dead on Xbox 360 with like Rob Zombie B-sides, duct tape, and a prayer. Like, it is. Did I play Control? Yeah, I love Control. I have an essay about Control. And it's just that there are so few games and game developers now who have that balance of breaking away from the pack enough to realize a unique vision. And that's the thing that really sucks, is because there are so many, it's not unlike the YouTube algorithm, right? It's not unlike when I'm struggling to put out more creative content and people are like, no, I more slot, please. Where you have, I would say, like, for that reason, Remedy and like Hideo Kojima, and then, some of the stuff that Capcom's putting out have been so, the reason that they do so well is they stand so far out from the pack. To me. Cartoon 49, thank you for $2. Fave Bethesda game. Fave Bethesda game. That's a good question. I don't know. Like, we're talking Bethesda Studios? Because like Bethesda is one of those studios that I've liked almost all the stuff I've played from them. Now, maybe Fallout 4, which I realize is a fucking insane answer, but I look at so many of their games and I'm like, okay, objectively, I think this is a 7 or an 8. And at that point, it just be, oh, you know what? Well, Dishonored would be number 1 with a bullet, but that's Arcane to me. Like if we're talking Bethesda Studios, right? But if you're talking as a publisher, probably Doom 2016. If I'm being real, like Doom, God, I don't know. Like if you expand it to the publisher umbrella, there's some fucking bangers. Like, you've got fucking Evil Within 2, you've got Wolfenstein The New Order, Prey fucking whips. I know it's an insane answer. I know, I agree. I just like building shit. Was Diablo a Bethesda game? No, Diablo is Activision Blizzard. Yeah, I mean, like, Fallout 4 is I like the building. It scratches such a ADHD like twinge for me to just look at like this empty area, clear it all out, go through, gather all the materials, and then like think, okay, what can I build? Can I build a bridge from there to there? Can I make it this big? Can I do this? And then actually doing it. Oh, so good. Rest of it, with the exception of Curie, who was my favorite companion, and Far Harbor, which was great. Nuka World was all right too. I like a lot of that game in theory. Yeah. Anyway, Nahamia, thank you for another 10. This world needs some real heartfelt art. Go make it. You don't have to be great at it. Hell, I'm no Tolkien, but I still write because I enjoy it. Parenthetical. Also, this project is my baby, and I will not let AI near it. Yeah, I was interacting with my friend Mia Moore on Twitter the other day, where she was sharing something about how, you know, some screenwriter dipshit was like, oh yeah, there are so many screenwriters in Hollywood right now using AI to fill out their scripts. And I'm like, fucking not me. Granted, I'm not in Hollywood, but also I actually just passed a rough draft that isn't it's outline complete but not like scene complete to Mia for her to check out. And I was actually thinking last night, because I saw that tweet, and I was like, genuinely, I don't think AI would be able to parse my script. Like not that it is so intensely crazy, convoluted, and confusing. It is a little bit, but I think because of how it deals with like multiple realities and different perceptions and like split fragmentary personalities and shit like that, like I think AI would not know what to do with that. And so it kind of had an interesting, there's this moment where it's like, oh, you know what, I'm the writer is still good. Xenagrel's Mia is really cool. I love Mia as a friend. Yeah, Mia's wonderful. I miss hanging out with Mia in LA. Anyway, I feel, you know what? I think I'm done with this chat. Matt Rife. Oh, gross. Finding weird furry content has been my coping mechanism. Let's go. If you think American slavery was worst, think again. Is that your real fucking history, dog? Full documentary, The Real History of Slavery. Oh no, that's just a our schools are broken. Okay, dude. Oh, stop it, use. Catching up with Brett Cooper. Oh yeah, I'm sure people loved that. The history of white slaves in America. Oh. Hey, did y'all know that white people were slaves too? Oh, crazy, dog. Who could have, like, yeah, dude, everybody knows that. Bruce Magnuson, Doom Eternal is an almost perfect game. The only things I changed is being able to find weapons in different places / orders, stronger melee attack, and heavy cannons, regular fire, also doing comp damage. Oh man. Doom Eternal. There are some games, I haven't had a game in years where I like locked the fuck in. Well, There's been a really steady drip of really good horror games that I will lock in until they're beaten, and then maybe play them again. Like Silent Hill F was last year, Silent Hill 2, Alan Wake 2. But those are still wonderful to consume as kind of like a. I compare those to like a whiskey, like a good whiskey where you don't necessarily want to make a cocktail with it. You don't want to do anything fancy. If a whiskey is good, you want to sip it. You want to take your time with it. You want to kind of take it in, enjoy the flavor of it. The same way some people do with wine. Which I like a red every now and again. But I haven't had an action game, where I like locked in on the level of Doom Eternal. Before that, I think Devil May Cry 5 was the one where I was like, I beat Devil May Cry 5 forwards, backwards, up, down, every difficulty, every character, every single thing I could unlock, I did it. I fucking love that game so much. And like I put like a couple hundred hours into DMC5, which is, that's on par with like Devil May Cry 4 for me. Devil May Cry 3, DMC, Devil May Cry. I wonder if I've probably got, no. I was going to say, I've probably got 100 hours on the first DMC, but it's a short game and I just know it too well. Like I'll pick up Devil May Cry 1. Those are games that I go back to all the fucking time, by the way. And I'll pick up Devil May Cry 1 and then play through like most of it in an afternoon if I'm feeling it. Because it's not that long. TTB and chat are watching me right now. Oh, why are they watching me? Sign Your Thief, thank you very much for €5. I honestly find the creative process what keeps me sane. My nan collapsed on me in hospital with organ failure, and I have coped by writing music. I'm sorry to hear that, but I do agree. I think everybody should have creative outlets because, yeah, they do help you recalibrate. They do help you as a outlet. Rye Leve, strongly disagree. Nice whiskey makes the best cocktails. You gotta go with something spirit forward, like an old fashioned. Okay. What I meant when I said that, because my go-to order, I should clarify that. My go-to order when I go to any bar is an old fashioned. Like just straight up. I ask, hey, do you have a specific old fashioned? Or do you have like, because a lot of bars will have their own unique old fashioned. So it's not that I don't like them in cocktails, but the cocktails need to be whiskey forward in the way that like vodka and gin cocktails generally aren't, at least from what I've seen, where they are usually the alcohol that goes with the flavor of the other stuff. Anyway. Delru Madden, I love how DSM-1 still has some of the Resident Evil DNA in it. It's so bizarre. It's one of those games that every time I play it, I'm like, man, what a fucking weird game. What a fucking weird game. Like, what you go through this game and it plays so much like Resident Evil, but far more linear, because you are still finding keys, you are still solving these puzzles, but it's way more simplified and stripped down than the Resident Evil games they were making at the time. And then like you have just randomly, here's this ghost pirate ship, and then they're gonna have like a first person underwater sequences. Holy shit. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Who did that? Who did that? Nehemia, thank you for gifting 5 memberships to Celestial Warzone, King Kerplunk, Effing Swan, Actually Really, and that's more than 5. Seeing Your Thief and Chantalda. Thank you so much. Do I remember that B Parker? Do I remember the time they tried to do a Hellboy Resident Evil knockoff? Here's some deep Vesper lore for you. I had what was that game called? Hellboy. It wasn't Science of Evil. That was the PS3 one. Hellboy wasn't Web of Weird. That's the one that is on consoles right now. Infernal something. Anyway, I had a copy of the Hellboy PS1 game unopened, pristine, mint condition. And the fascinating part, I sold it long ago. It was part of my like horror game collection. And the fascinating part about that game is that it originally, I believe, came out on PC in like 1999. And they re-released it on the PlayStation 1 in like 2004. No, it wasn't 2000. Yeah, there it is. 2003. There we go. Asylum Seeker. That's what it was. Yeah, never played it. Had it, but it was unopened, so I never played it. Shawnee P, thank you for 9 months in a row. Whoop. Okay, bye. Yeah, it was a really good new side-scrolling Castlevanias. I have not. I've been playing some of the older well, a couple weeks ago. I go through Castlevania phases where I'll be like, oh, okay, I want to play, I don't think I've beaten any of them, but I have the Game Boy Advanced and DS collections, and I just play like a couple hours, fight a demon, beat a boss, and then I'm like, I'm good for a while. Just because they're such good vibe games. The GBA, like if you love Symphony of the Night and you haven't played the Soma Cruz games and the DS games, like those, look, Konami doesn't do a lot right, but they done those Castlevania collections, done them up real nice. But then, Jacob Geller gets to put out a 40-minute video about games about Jews and gets 120,000 views. I don't know. I try not to get jealous because other people's success is usually deserved on their own merits. But it is frustrating to not lock yourself in one quadrant, to not stay on one beat or one niche, means that like almost every video I put out is a roulette wheel to some extent. TTBN is in chat. TTBN hangs out in chat sometimes. Sukiru, Circle of the Moon, Harmony of Dissonance, or Ebb, Aria of Sorrow is good. Aria is the one, because again, I didn't play them as they came out, so I'm always confused about which way they go. Aria is the one with Soma, right? Because that's my favorite on the GBA. The Soma Cruz one is mwah. Circle of the Moon was the first one, and Harmony of Dissonance I remember thinking was okay. Oh yeah, Amphibet, like don't get me wrong. It's Jacob Geller. I'm sure it's good. Like I'm not saying anything against Jacob. It's not a yeah, don't take me whinging about my own popularity as like putting another queen down. Like I'm not. I don't need to put somebody else down to try and raise myself up. It's just it's the way of the algorithm. Like that's what it is. It has nothing to do with him or any of his work or the quality of it, because Jacob does really good work. Jacob does really good video essays. I just wish that I wish people recognized me for video essays a little bit more. And to do that, I just need to keep working at them, even if they don't always catch on. No, nothing. I don't believe Jacob did anything wrong. Alrighty, chat. Let's get into this. Let me read these really quick. Gay Ghost Prince, thank you for 13 months in a row. Lucky number. Thanks for streaming, even though you torture us with Matt Walsh videos. Thank you for being here for the torture. Fight Now, but thank you for 25 bits. My signature take on the old fashioned is the handlebar mustache. Taylor 4 grain with muddled blackberries, and grapefruit and a dash of honey. Yeah, no, you're talking my fucking language. You're talking my fucking language. I fucking love. One of the things that pisses me off. Look. Old fashions are supposed to, there are parts of the social contract that necessitate the old fashioned needs to have certain things. If it does not have orange shavings or an orange peel and black cherry, like it can be a cherry, but it should be a black cherry. 2 black cherries, that's what I asked for. I want 2 black cherries because I like to muddle them and I like to swish them around in there. It's a very faint taste, very good. Somebody's saying I've never had an old fashioned. Maybe I will try one. If you don't like whiskey, you might not like it. It's not. I don't want to say it's not a drink for everyone, but if you don't regularly drink whiskey, it is an acquired taste. Like whiskey is a very. I'm not gonna lie. It's a very acquired taste. Is TTVN in the chat? Drink whiskey shots sometimes. That's not the same. That's not the same. That Gay Ghost Prince. That's not. Shots are not a proper drink. So this is something that Koa does, and it drives me up a fucking wall. Where Koa doesn't care about like the flavor. So I have one partner who is a bartender, and Koa, my other partner, is like me, is more of a drinker than a bartender, which is fine. But having a partner as a bartender who knows like really good spots in town, who like every time I go out with her, not Koa, my other partner, every time I go out with her, I just have her like order for me because she kind of knows what I like, and she'll always get something that's like, no, maybe it's a little bit floral, maybe it's a little bit fruity. But she knows the broad flavor profile, and I'm willing to take a chance. I trust her with that. And the difference between her and Koa is that every time, because we've gone out for drinks all together at some points, and Koa just, I don't want to say drinks to get drunk because that's not the right verbiage, but Koa drinks like it's just a beverage, like alcohol cocktails and stuff, as though they are like Coca-Cola or lemonade. And that's, again, Koa doesn't drink that much, so it's not like an alcoholic thing. It is just not savoring the things that are meant to be savored. Drives me crazy. I don't know. I think everybody needs to just take a minute, you know? Take time and enjoy things a little bit more. Coda Anthony, I'm glad I quit drinking though. I need to get there. But if you're not drinking something for the flavor or its effects, then what are you drinking it for? I do it because I need to have a fruity little drink. That's mostly why I drink Celsius. Well, also on streams they help me lock in. I had a sip of whiskey that almost made me throw up immediately once. Look, that'll fucking happen. There's thoughts on absinthe. I like absinthe. I like absinthe in a cocktail. I mean, absinthe you need to treat properly. If you're talking like, oh yeah, here's straight absinthe, gross. That straight absinthe is fucking rough shit. But like, if somebody has acid, if somebody has absinthe and sugar cubes and like maybe a little bit of watering down, like that's pretty good. They're you need to have somebody who knows how to treat and present absinthe if you're gonna be like serving it at parties with stuff. But it's good. Thoughts on White Claw? If I need to get drunk and the only option is something that tastes like batteries, that's my thoughts on White Claw. Oh, Troll at Graham, I was presented absinthe and Coca-Cola. Ugh, that That's bad. That's gnarly. That's real rough. Ugh. What does absinthe taste like? Licorice. Ah, yeah, like licorice broadly. It depends on the absinthe and it depends on how you treat it. Anyway, sorry. Now y'all got me on a kick. Do I get IP? Oh God, yeah, we get IPAs. I'm not a beer person really. Um, I don't. Every now and again, a beer sounds good, but it's usually in like a social setting where it would be good with like, it's the same way where I don't drink Coca Cola a lot. Hey, hey, you're fine. Alrighty. What was I saying? I was just saying something. What was it? Beers. Yeah. Um, like I don't drink Coca Cola a lot, but sometimes I don't know what it is because it's not a nostalgia thing. Maybe it's just really effective marketing. But sometimes Coke from the bottle on a hot summer day, that's good shit. That's pretty good shit. And that's kind of the same way I feel about some beers, but it's not anything expensive. It's like a Blue Moon or a Modelo with a lime or something at a barbecue. Usually, it's like, yeah, you know what? I'll fuck with that. Like that's a good solid, like hanging out with the homies summertime drink. And I like ciders. I do. I don't like anything too sweet. That's kind of my dividing line on ciders, but if something has a good balance. Anyway, Diet Coke addicts like a fridge cigarette. That's me with my fucking energy drinks. I blame Tony, by the way, if Tony's still in the chat, I 100% blame Bailey entirely for my crippling um energy drink addiction. All right, fine now, but thank you for 25 bits. Generally a teetotaler because of my family history, but I have an academic culinary appreciation for alcohol. Exactly. So when I want to drink, I want it to be gourmet. See? I fuck with that. I fuck with that. Sky Sinners also, thank you for following. Have you ever had a Coke Jack Daniels? Yes. Well, okay, are you talking about the ones they make in a can or just like a Jack and Coke? All right, we've put it off enough. Let's get into Matt Walsh, somebody who we've had plenty of run-ins with, studied plenty on, has been hyping up. So they've been trying at the Daily Wire to make Matt Walsh a thing, much like Fetch. And that started, we watched the ill-fated last year, I believe it was last year, the fake like Judge Judy court series they had Matt Walsh doing, which I don't see getting renewed even by the Daily Wire because he's boring. He's not funny. He is not really insightful. He's just kind of a ball of angst and anger, slowly simmering over. So giving him somebody who, by the way, Matt Walsh did not go to college, by all accounts, is pretty averse to reading and learning in academia. So giving him a history show is it's a choice. It's a choice the Daily Wire has made, which is what you can kind of say about a lot of the other shit they've done. So let's dig into Matt Walsh's take on slavery. And I'm willing to bet it's going to be a lot of whitewashing, so to speak, in favor of simply saying, like, well, these things were bad. What white people did wasn't nearly as bad. as though that removes culpability, but it doesn't. That's just what I'm predicting. I have not seen this yet. So I will be, if he actually has cogent points that he can back up with actual evidence, I will be shocked. But we'll be going through and fact checking as we go through. Sorry, let me take that again. We will be fact checking his work as we go through. So I'm willing to bet probably not. Nehemia, thank you for another 5. Cat Walsh, Maddie's persona, Catboy alter ego. Don't. Oh, I did make that. That's still one of my favorite covers I've ever done for a video, by the way. The one where I put Matt Walsh's face on 3 cats. Very funny to me. Jay Kung, thank you for $2. Matt Walsh looks like his breath smells like onion. I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about Matt Walsh's breath. That's bad. That's terrible for me. I want to be so real. That's bad for me. Real bad. Oh my gosh. Jonah Fide, thank you so much for 4,000 biddies for the Matt Walsh College Fund. Oh, thank you. Did I see that the Canada school shooter told ChatGPT about the shooting per Wall Street Journal? No. God, man.
For more than half a century, anti-American...
Oh, wait. I got it. God, he's getting fat. Sorry, that was rude. That was mean. It's just he's getting dad bod hard. He was hitting the gym like a couple years ago, but it looks like somebody's like inflating him. Sorry, that was so mean. I haven't seen him not leaning over a desk, so when he moved back, he's like he has a real uncle at Thanksgiving sitting down to watch football after eating the turkey, and like, you know, everybody has those family members that you're like, yeah, I do what you got to do, but they just unzip their pants and just like had their belts open because they're like, oh, too much turkey. Like that's the vibe he's giving off right now. All right, I'll be right back.
Propagandists have waged a demoralization campaign.
Okay, we got it. There we go. Let's take it to 125, bucko.
Against us. Generations of Americans have been force-fed lies designed to beat us into a state of submission and self-loathing. We've been taught to hate ourselves, to hate the West, and to hate the figures, mostly white, mostly male, who built America. We're all familiar with their narrative. America is uniquely evil because of racism, slavery, colonialism, imperialism.
Well, I mean, it's not you. First off, it's not uniquely evil because of those things. It's just built upon those things. See, this is the thing that really bugs me about Matt, that he just does all the time, where he takes something that people do say. We're like, yeah, America is founded based on imperialism, racism, all of these things that are verifiably true. But then he will take it to the most ridiculous conclusion. This is just something conservatives do, where they'll be like, obviously, it's because they think America is uniquely that bad. And it's like, well, no, dude. Like America is the only country that's ever done that. It's like, no. Now you're just arguing like we're not even a minute in, and you're arguing entirely. Your entire thesis statement is in bad faith. Christ, man.
And so on. They've waged intellectual warfare against our founding fathers and national heroes.
The problem is having national heroes, dude. Yeah, those people were racist. Do we need to look up? Tell you what, I'm gonna look up. Let's have this on hand. I cannot type with this ring on. There we go. Fuck you. Here we go. Well, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that.
They desecrated their reputations, tore down their statues. Their rewriting of history is such flagrant propaganda that it would make Pravda blush. That doesn't mean that it's not pervasive or successful. One professor from the University of Wisconsin spent 11 years administering historical literacy tests to his students. He discovered that they overwhelmingly believed that slavery began in the U.S., was almost exclusively an American phenomenon.
Okay, well, that's less of a indoctrination, and probably more the fact that overall, kids are just fucking stupid coming out of American schools. Like, how many kids don't think the Holocaust happened, or don't know what the Holocaust is. A lot. Like major, I was just talking about the other day, kids making jokes about 9/11, but not knowing what 9/11 actually was. It's not because they're being indoctrinated to hate America. Like, no teacher is telling their kids, yes, America invented slavery. Because if America invented slavery, how can people teach about the slave trade? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Again, just this entirely disingenuous, this is going to be great. This is going to be like Matt Walsh does a PragerU episode. Nehemia, thank you very much. Oh, Uniball. Sorry. I saw $10 and I was like, Nehemia. Uniball 5667. At one point, he purposely tries to denigrate African men by saying they were captured by African women. Not that getting captured by women is somehow worse, just that's fascinating. I can't wait. Oh no, Nehemia. Nehemia did give $5 to say Matt Walsh inflation yowie when. That's I'm not gonna lie, it's bad for me.
Shared, by the way, with at least one United States senator who attended Harvard Law.
The United States didn't inherit slavery from anybody. We created it.
Despite almost total ignorance on the topic, one Washington...
Dude, do you want to play the rest of that? Tim Kaine, June 16th. Read the transcript here. We need to ban racial religious profiling, blah, 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 blah. Madam President. When was this? More criminal justice system. A little bit about this. First African Americans came to Point Comfort, Virginia, in 1619. There were slaves had been captured against their will, but they landed in colonies that didn't have slavery. There were no laws about slavery in the colonies at the time. The United States didn't inherit slavery from anybody. We created it. It got created by the Virginia General Assembly and the legislatures of other states. So, would you believe that in the context of the quote, it's not saying definitively that America was the first to ever create slavery. It was saying that the infrastructure for slavery did not exist when the colonists came over. We created it to facilitate growth. That's what they're saying. So, again, are we even a minute in? Full documentary. Oh, buddy. We're a minute 12 in. This is going to be a bumpy ride. Jesus Christ, dude. Just lying, right? Just lying through your fucking bizarre fish-lipped teeth. Thank you, Archangel, for $5. I stand by my last statement that Matt is a conquistador. I've never heard the term conquistador. That's so accurate, though. Gushing over Spaniards too cowardly to fight the Ottomans at their peak strength. You're absolute. God damn. Conquistador is so fucking funny. That's so accurate because if Matt Walsh shills and stands for conquistadors and imperialist murdering psychopaths and lunatics like fucking Columbus, like in the exact same way that like a 16-year-old weeaboo does for Japanese culture. That's so accurate. Damn.
Post poll found that a 67% majority of the public says the legacy of slavery affects American society today.
That question every black person gets, which is slavery was a long time ago. Why don't you get over it? How do you get over something that is as foundational?
Now, I do also want to say that this subject kind of lays bare his original, like the thesis of the Am I Racist movie, where he walked away patting himself on the shoulder for not being racist. The fact that he continues to go over these narratives and continues to try and disprove how literally African Americans have been disenfranchised systemically for hundreds of years in America. Like, does he think that measures like Jim Crow, the 3/5 compromise, didn't affect people institutionally or generationally? Does he think that the second Abraham Lincoln freed all the slaves, that everybody was just, totally chill and not racist at all? Like, what? Come on now.
To your society is anything can be foundational.
We've been told that the history of slavery is straightforward and uncontroversial. We've been told that
Dog, I don't think anybody would call the American history of slavery uncontroversial. See, here's the other thing, is that they can't actually talk about, and I'm curious how much he's actually going to get into what really happened in slavery, the true horror of it, because we've talked about it before, how high school classes, the same institutions that he says are indoctrinating our kids to hate America. We've talked about it before, but how they shirk and shy away from the actual graphic abuse that went on. We talked about it a couple weeks ago. But the idea of somebody who found photos, I believe, I could be misremembering it, but it was a discussion of what happened to a lynching victim in the 1900s, in the early 1900s, who were, the thing I remember is that they were cut open, their baby was removed, and their dead body was sewn back up with, I don't remember what it was, either rats or cats or something, as people sat and watched to see what would tear its way out first. That is a small fraction of the dehumanization and violence that Black people in America have been consistently preyed on for. In recent history, 2 cats, if I recall. I think that's what it was. A small, tiny fraction. And do you know why more people aren't aware of that, Matt? Because it is controversial to talk about how fucked up slavery and racism and this country's history of it actually is. The real controversy is not saying, actually white people didn't do this, or actually Black people were the ones who sold Africans into slavery to begin with. That's not the real controversy. The real controversy is accurately talking about how savage, dehumanizing, degenerate the treatment of slaves, which weren't only Black people, by the way. Slaves were taken, like, there were white slaves. I am low-key looking forward to the section on white slaves, because I want to see if he talks about people like Irish being taken into slaves. There is one of my favorite things that people have talked about. I talked about this with Jesse Gender a little bit. When we talked about, I don't remember when it was, we talked sometimes. We talked about Sinners. And one of the most artful touches I found in Sinners was Remick being Irish and connecting to Black people in a post-Civil War South through music. Because those are two people who have been, two kinds of people who have been disenfranchised in various ways. One due to skin color, one not really, just through heritage and background. Came here from Taylor's stream. Aw. Anonymous, thank you for $10. Oh my gosh. Weren't the Irish people taking over indentured servants, not slaves? Not slaves, that's a common misconception. Okay, indentured servants. I'm going to be so real. I don't think there's too big of a difference back in the day. I mean, I guess they could technically buy their freedom, right? Like that's the difference with indentured servitude, is that there is a end point. Oh yeah. G. Don't get me wrong. The slavery Irish were subjected to is nowhere near the kind of slavery non-white people were subjected to. Yeah, I don't want to draw. I think in drawing that parallel, I made it sound like I was equivocating the two. They're not equivalent. But there is also I bring that up to say that like it was not limited to just black people, because there was no shortage of Native Americans, no shortage of indigenous people in South America, no shortage of especially Chinese workers that were essentially in a lot of ways slaves. Damn. Chapik Carell, that's actually a really good point. Their children were an immediate property too. Yeah. Fuck. Dory the Slutman. There's an old political cartoon with the scale equaled out with Irish people and black people saying the North and South both have an N-word problem. It's fucking crazy. I more said it to I more brought up the Irish example to illustrate that like the country has been founded on subjugation and racism. Like that's it. It is a undeniable, immutable fact of history. Oh yeah, Queer Devil 666. Chinese immigrants built most of the transatlantic railroad. Yeah. And like another thing people don't really talk about is things like the Chinese and like the Chinese Exclusion Act and shit like that. Another reason why I felt that like Asians being in Sinners, being I don't remember what the character's name is, but having these shopkeepers who are Asian in this multicolor community depicted in the early 1900s, because I think they went off to World War I. Early 1900s. It is showing a side of history that is accurate, but that we don't often think of. Because America has always been a melting pot. It's just that white people were at the top of the food chain. And so white people got to decide who got remembered. When we look at media, when we look at books, when we look at comics or pulp novels, people don't talk about all of the Mexicans, all of the Hispanic people, all of the black people who were rustlers and cowboys and wranglers. Anyway, I could go on about that too long. Yeah, Shrimpy, I should probably watch Sinners, but I don't like horror. If it's like a gross out thing, I can't do much for you there. But I would say it's a horror movie, but it is not like overly gory or even I'm a really bad judge of if horror's scary or not. I will say that. NBTNC Sinners is more like a thriller. Yeah, it is just, even as somebody who loves horror, Sinners is a movie you could show anybody because it's just a fucking good movie. You know, it's like what's another example of like people would say, "Oh, I don't like this," but you have to be like, "No, you don't get it. It's just good." Like I had this recently with my partner in Terminator, where Koa was like, "No, I don't really want to watch this. I don't really like action movies like that." And I'm like, "No, baby, you don't understand. We're not talking about like Fast and Furious. We're talking about Terminator motherfucking 2. Like it's just a good movie. Like irregardless, you know, like there's a lot of movies like that where it's another one I'll recommend now because my friend Mia, I was just talking about Mia, recommended it when I was in LA, and I finally watched the Linklater Before Sunrise trilogy. And those are movies I will not shut up about for the rest of my life because I have never been somebody really drawn towards romance as a genre. But fuck, man, those are just good ass movies. Like I could sit down and watch that entire trilogy back to back to back. Like it's just that fucking good. Like there are those kind of movies that really, while they do fit into a genre, they kind of defy genres, honestly. Senior Perito Caliente, thank you for subscribing. Nehemia, thank you for another 5. Mateo Walsh saw the Spanish Inquisition scene from Mel Brooks' History of the World Part 1 and enjoyed it in the worst way possible. I wouldn't be surprised. Nux Taku made a response to the Nick Andros movie. Is Mulholland Drive one of those? So I think David Lynch is in a special camp where your mileage is going to vary depending on your patience. Like The Thing, I would put David Lynch in a similar vein as Solaris, Stalker. Who the fuck am I thinking of? Russian name, Russian guy. What's the name? Tarkovsky. I think Tarkovsky. Tarkovsky. There you go. Where it's like part of the appeal alone is the style, right? But if you're not down for that, you're not going to be down for that. And I think that's like kind of what you need to go into Lynch with, is that Lynch is not something that you can force somebody to like. Even if it is a really great film. Like Tarkovsky's a fucking phenomenal example. I love Stalker, but it's so boring. Yeah, well, it's kind of like that, where it's like, I saw Stalker relatively recently for the first time, and I was entranced. I was transfixed, and my partner could not have been less interested. Could not have given 2 fucks less. Could not have cared less. And so it's kind of that thing where it's like, that's the kind of movie where you have to be interested in it, versus something like Sinners. Or I just talked about this recently. Jodorowsky. Jodorowsky's another one I would put up there with Lynch, where it is like, you're there for the style. You're there for not just the style, because there's a lot of substance to those movies, but you're there for the unique perspective and point of view, and not necessarily to be constantly riveted or constantly engaged. And like recently I was talking, I think Mr. Chow had a tweet about it, talking about how what movie was it? Where it's just like a movie that you can, it was The Mummy. Because the Brendan Fraser Mummy just hit its 25th, 30th anniversary, I think. Fuck. And that's a movie that I've shown people before, and they've, like, I had a partner that loved The Mummy because she loved pulp stuff and loved like pulp adventure novels. And I was like, how have you not seen The Mummy? She's like, oh, it looks stupid. And she fucking loved it. She fucking loved it, because that is like a movie that I'm like, I don't know if it's perfect, right? Like, objectively, I don't think a piece of art can be like perfect. But there are movies that are so masterfully crafted that even if you've seen it 100 times, and this is the same thing, I put it in the category of like The Mummy. I would put in the category of the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie, the first Jurassic Park. I would kind of even put Sinners there, where it is so meticulously and well made that even if you know every line of dialogue, I would put the first fucking Ghostbusters there, honestly. You know every line of dialogue, you know everything that's going to happen, there's still something to appreciate. There's so much craft on the screen, like moment to moment, that you're never bored watching it again, because you can go and see like, oh, well, actually, I didn't notice that they did that with this scene, and I didn't know. RoboCop's another one. I would put Terminator 2 up there. Yeah, like there are a bunch of movies like that, and I'm like, yeah, it's just that fucking good. Just to be here, by the way, thank you for recommending Tubi. I watched Shrek for the first time in years and had a great time. Hell yeah. Not Shrek. Tubi is they just got like the full. I don't know if it's up yet, but they got like the full Cartoon Network catalog. So, that'll be fun to put in the background. Evil Dead 2. Evil Dead 2 is like that for me, but I don't know if that has that universal appeal. I think Evil Dead 2 is a little bit too, like, Sam Raimi, and especially the gorier side of Sam Raimi. They are not, they aren't films that are going to hit for everybody. Back to the Future, yes. Back to the Future is one of the. I literally, what was I watching? Oh, I was watching a full moon movie called Arcade the other day, which unexpectedly I thought was a fucking great. Like, usually if I see Charles Band and Full Moon pop up in a movie from like 1993, I think I'm like, oh, okay, this is gonna be some bullshit. But no, Arcade is like if you made Nightmare on Elm Street meets Tron with a $1.50 and a dream, and it's so fucking good. It has a young Seth Green, written by, I can only imagine, a young David S. Goyer. Hell of a film. But like my partner, I don't remember what we were talking about. I think I made a Back to the Future reference, and I literally stopped the movie and was about to be like, "You've never seen Back to the Future," and I was like, "No, no, 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 no. We have to go fucking watch Back to the Future now." Yeah. Anyway. Cat Franklin, thank you for $10. Happy Friday, Vest. Don't usually tune to socio-political streams. Feel both irate as society and swoon at the same time. But your look totally slays tonight. Oh, thank you. Thank you, as always, for all you do. Thank you. I appreciate that. I need that. Jake GB, thank you for another 5. I just got here. Let me guess. Matt's main argument in defense of American slavery is that other empires did it too. We're getting to that. Sorry, we got distracted with Terminator and pirates and stuff. So.
Black slaves were mostly captured by whites.
There's that word again. Heavy. God, what a fucking movie. Future boy. Who's the president? Where you come from? Ronald Reagan. The actor? Oh, what a fucking God. I need to lock down. I need to fucking lock in and watch Back to the Future with Koa. It's just like, what a fucking film. What a well, and people, so I think there's this weird criticism that like Back to the Future is pro incest. It's not. What it is it's a realization for Marty McFly as a teenager, who, as you see at the beginning, that he's a teenager. He's sexually active. He is macking on his girlfriend at the beginning. He is incredibly materialistic. He wants that truck. He has fights with people. Like, he is a teenager. But then you look at his parents, and they're these kind of like, his dad is this meek fucking pushover. His mom is this like kind of resigned alcoholic. And so the entire point of those depictions of his parents when he goes back in time is to show that, like, oh, his parents used to be like him. Like, his parents used to be like horny and weird and had fights at school, and kind of they wanted more for themselves, and they never really got that. And so part of the kind of course correction that he helps out with, that also enables him to do that, is going back and helping his parents to realize that. And so that's like why that people mistake it for being, it's not really a pro incest thing. There is a weird bit of comedy there, but it's, Sorry, I'm just reading through here. Do we add another to the movie tangent square? Stop it. All right, no more. 2 hours off topic has been great. I'm so sorry, Bala. Thank you for 1,000 bits. All right, we're going in. We got to do this. I know I can lock in.
That white colonists in the Americas routinely enslaved free black men, and that more black people were enslaved than whites. And we've been told.
Well, first off, yes, they were. Second off, I don't think a lot of, Okay, I'm supposing he'll make these arguments, so we'll go through it.
That we're not allowed to question any of that.
That literally nobody says you can't question this.
Well, enough is enough. We're launching a monthly series setting the record straight on various historical topics. We'll give you the facts that the propagandists and idiot school teachers.
He is so mad. By the way, I talk about how Matt isn't genuine in a lot of things, but when he is, you can tell because it comes through. One consistency, and I noted this years ago when I did my piece on Matt Walsh, my deep dive, he has a legitimate, real chip on his shoulder about high school, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's still defining his mental state by his experiences in elementary school. Now, what I think happened is Matt Walsh, somebody who is clearly, to me, and I'm gonna say something as controversial as it is brave. Matt Walsh is neurodivergent. I don't know what streak that is. I don't know if he's ADHD. I don't know if he's autistic. He denies any and all labels. But what I think happened is he had a hard time in high school, as a lot of neurodivergent people do, as I did. And instead of trying to understand himself better, blamed the teachers, blamed the system around him for being stupid and dumb and not knowing as good as him. And never worked to better himself, all the while also denying that things like ADHD even exist. Right? So yeah, well, I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet that's where it comes from. Also, again, Matt, you did not go to college. To call teachers dumb, liars, and propagandists, you don't have a lot of bona fides to speak of, my man.
Have left out of the mainstream curriculum. And we'll start today by taking on one of the central claims of modern anti-American mythology. This is the real history of slavery.
Oh.
Historians and political pundits spend a lot of time talking about the transatlantic slave trade, the 350-year period in which an estimated 12.5 million slaves were brought to the Americas. But what we don't learn in school is where those slaves actually went. Just under half of them, an estimated 5.4 million, went only to Brazil, and many more went to the Caribbean. 1.2 million went to Jamaica, more than 900,000 to St. Dominique, and 889,000 to Cuba. The grand total of slaves brought to the future United States was about half the number brought only to Cuba. 472,372, or 3% of the total. The ones who came to the 13 colonies were the lucky ones. In the context of global slavery, getting...
Jesus Christ. Fucking wild to say, the V number, sorry. Wild to say that any slaves were lucky. Number of slaves. Map of the 13 colonies in 1770. Number of slaves in each colony. Percentage of colonies' total population held as slaves. Jesus fucking Christ. Under 60%. 40 to 60% were slaves. Jesus Christ, dude. Here we go. Main target for indentured service by British American colonists. So this would have been before the 1650s. African-based industrial slavery had not developed in the colonies. So he is saying, when was that? He was saying early 17s. 1650s, several were enslaving local Native Americans and African Americans for work on industrial plantations. As indigenous peoples suffered massive population losses due to imported diseases, Europeans turned to the importation of African slaves, initially from the West Indies. Oh, that's crazy. So all the people who were brought to the place where they were making and harvesting things like sugarcane in the Caribbean, Cuba, all of those areas, tobacco is another, tobacco, indigo, sugarcane, they started just bringing them up. So there's more. It's not just as simple as where people ended up, because people can move, Matt, over time. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. The way he dressed up in tweed for that intro, like he so wants to command respect. He's literally just an armchair historian. Yeah, no, you heard right. He said that they were lucky, which I don't know. Treatment of slaves in the U.S. Let's see. Legal regulations, living conditions, punishment, and abuse. Jesus Christ. A metal collar would be put on a slave. Such collars were thick and heavy, often had protruding spikes that impeded work as well as rest. Jesus Christ. Shocked by the way the slaves were treated by overseers. Doctor working for several sugar plantations in St. Kitts. Essay on the treatment and conversion of African slaves in the British sugar colonies, 1784. So this is around the time of what Matt's saying. Quote, the ordinary punishment of slaves for the common crimes of neglect, absence from work, eating the sugarcane, theft, are cart whipping, beating with a stick, sometimes to the breaking of bones, the chain, an iron crook around the neck, a ring around the ankle, and confinement in the dungeon. There have been instances of slitting of ears, breaking of limbs, so as to make amputation necessary. Beating... Fuck. Christ. Beating out of the eye. God. Beating out of the eyes and castration. In short, in the place of decency, sympathy, morality, and religion, slavery produces cruelty and oppression. It is true that the unfeeling application of the ordinary punishment ruins the constitutions and shortens the life of many a poor wretch. The law provided slaves with virtually no protection from their masters. On large plantations, this power was delegated to overseers. The men were under considerable pressure from the plantation owners to maximize profit. They did this by bullying the slaves into increasing productivity. Punishments used against slaves judged to be underperforming include the use of the whip. Jesus Christ. What do you mean? Some punishments were associated with certain areas. William Wells Brown argues that slave owners in Virginia smoked slaves. Quote, in his fits of anger, he would take up a chair and throw it at a servant, and in the more rational moments, when he wished to chastise one, he would tie them up in the smokehouse and whip them, after which he would cause a fire to be made out of tobacco stems and smoke them. Moses Roper claimed that in South Carolina they used to, quote, drive nails into a hogshead so as to leave the point of the nail just protruding in the inside of the cask. Into this he used to put his slaves for punishment and roll them down a very long and steep hill. So, and I need you to understand this. That's what Matt Walsh is going to try and argue was the lucky outcome. Just scratching the surface.
Being put on a ship to New Orleans was really a best case scenario. If you think American slavery was bad, wait until you see what happened to the ones who didn't make it here. And we'll show you that over the course of this video. First,
do you need to... What do you mean the ones that didn't make it here? Yeah, because people were stacked like fucking Tetris blocks in impossibly cramped corridors for weeks to months at a time with nothing but the smell of other people's shit and piss and rotting corpses as company on the journey over. Like that. How do you think they were then treated afterwards? How does that make somebody lucky? God, what a fucking vile piece of shit.
we start with a West African country you've likely never heard of, the Kingdom of Dahomey. Now, Dahomey was not a peripheral player in the Atlantic slave trade. It was central to it. The kingdom's wealth, its military power, and its cultural splendor were built entirely on the systematic capture, sale, and export of human beings. By the end of the kingdom, an estimated 1.9 million slaves came from West African coastline controlled by the Dahomey. The kingdom obtained its slaves by waging perpetual warfare upon its neighbors. In the 19th century, a Dahomean king named Gezo described the slave trade.
There's a 0% fucking chance. There is a 0% chance he knew any of this shit before somebody else researched it. Gezo. Let's go fact check. They fucking misspelled the name. Jesus Christ. Also spelled Gezo, I guess. Was king of Dahomey from 1818 until 1858.
As the ruling principle of my people, it is the source of their glory and health. Their songs celebrate their victories, and the mother lulls the child to sleep with notes of triumph over an enemy reduced to slavery.
So that was, if he was in the 1800s, replaced his brother from, so that's not even the same time period that Matt was talking about. Ended Dahomey's tributary status to the Oyo Empire. He dealt with significant domestic dissent as well as pressure from the British Empire to end the slave trade. Promised to end the slave trade in 1852, but resumed slave efforts in 1857. There we go. Fawn people. European visitors extensively documented the kingdom, became one of the most familiar African nations known to Europeans. Wow, really? An important regional power, domestic economy built on conquest and slave labor, significant international... Oh, wow, weird. So you mean to tell me that the slave trade was driven by Europeans still? That's, Had an organized domestic economy built on conquest and slave labor, significant international trade, diplomatic relations with Europeans, a centralized administration, taxation, and organized military. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, all-female military unit called the Dahomey Amazons by European observers, and the elaborate religious practices of Vodun. Thank you very much, Pact. 1996. I want to add that European powers were selling weapons to West Africa in exchange for slaves. It was a European machine all the way down. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. It is going to be Matt Walsh. Like, Matt Walsh is going to want to just sell it as, well, the Africans were doing it, as though they were just trading with nobody, as though it was spurred on by nobody else. Also, this goes against one of Matt's main narratives, which is that Africans never had any real culture or kingdoms, or like they never built anything. And Matt's one of these dipshits who's like, well, they've always been in like mud huts and shit. So I genuinely surprised he's even giving this credence. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. Babe, wake up. New ideas for how we should treat billionaires just dropped. True.
Now, in many cases, the Kingdom of Dahomey obtained these slaves by deploying an all-female military unit called the Dahomey Amazons. They were the chief slave catchers of the empire. The Amazons would raid nearby towns and return.
Which, by the way, he should be all in favor of this shit. He is one of these might makes right, like history values the conquerors. There's nothing wrong with this shit. His constant refrain when talking about any matters of indigenous people or taking back land or giving back land, any of those movements, his constant refrain will be to simply say, America won. So he better not have a crossword to say about this if he wants to stay fucking consistent.
With large contingents of slaves, along with the heads of anyone who resisted. One missionary who visited the country in 1861 described some of Dahomey's soldiers as equipped with 3-foot-long straight razors, which they held two-handed, and which were supposedly capable of splitting a man into two halves. According to one historian, quote, when the Amazons walked out of the palace, they were preceded by a slave girl carrying a bell. Sound told every male to get out of their path, retire a certain distance, and look the other way.
Also, kind of shocked that this warrior woman force he's showing, I think they can only literally, I think it's like Do you know those things in like old Transformers or G.I. Joe cartoons where they can't show like the bad guy winning or they can't show a good guy dying or anything? I think that's what's happening here is like they can only show strong women if they're also evil. They can only admit that women can fight if they're also monstrous slave drivers.
If the men didn't get out of the way,
by
they stood
their
a very good
logic.
chance of being split in half. The Dahomey Amazons ran roughshod over the region. An American missionary named Jacob Bauer discovered 18 depopulated towns over 60 miles near the territory of Dahomey. The death toll was massive. Gezo, the king we mentioned earlier, built a palace called the Singboji.
Again, he's kind of saying, missing the part that this was the Gezo thing we just read was over 100 years after the Atlantic slave trade moments he was just talking about. So by not mentioning that, he is intentionally aligning these two things as though they're equivalent or as though they were happening at the same time or one led to the other. But they didn't. Like he's just listing Snapple facts about this place now.
Which used human skulls for bricks and human blood as mortar. His throne sat on the skulls of 4 enemy chiefs. Assuming you survived a Dahomey raid, which wasn't likely, and were taken captive, it was far preferable to be sold to Europeans than to remain in Dahomey. Slaves they couldn't...
What was it? Was it, Matt? Please tell me about how good,
sell or that they didn't want anymore were subjected to torture and public executions. That's because the Dahomeyans believed that they could communicate with the gods through human sacrifice. On average, they dispatched...
That's literally... You're a Catholic, dude. You're a Catholic. What do you mean? Communicate with the gods through human sacrifice. You think a wafer becomes the body of Christ? Catholics literally believe in transubstantiation. What the okay. Thank you, Jake, for $20. Please cover convict leasing, which is where they threw folks in prison for extremely minor misdemeanors and put them back into slavery for years on end. It was only banned in 1941, so Japan couldn't point in their World War II propaganda. I hope he covered. Well, I doubt he'll cover that. He's not going to talk about any of that shit. But I will look that up.
Just about 500 people a year. Roughly 10% were killed at the annual custom, a yearly mass slaughter. In 1893, the Sacramento Daily Union reported, quote, hundreds are annually put to death with the most savage tortures. They are dismembered limb by limb. They're tied to posts, and hounds are set to worry them to death. They are securely fastened to the ground near the nests of the ferocious ants of the country.
So we're going into all of this gratuity. I can kind of see where this is going, with the hope that Matt is going to double back and say, no, this is obviously not nearly as bad as what we did. Problem was, yeah, it was. Like, America did shit just as bad. It turns out that slavery is evil and subjugating another human being is bad, no matter who does it or where. There really isn't a fucking equivalency here. Like, it's just all bad.
That attack them and tear their flesh bit by bit away, the spectacle of a still living man with his body half eaten by the ants being not infrequently seen. Near the royal palace, there are long avenues, and when the king desires to receive an embassy with unusual pomp, gibbets are erected, and on these are hung head downward dozens of hapless slaves, there to remain, guarded by the king's soldiers.
Now, again, you might ask, why are they going so in-depth into this brutality and torture? I'm sure they will do it for the shit white people did. I don't think they will. I haven't seen this. I know some people in the chat have, but I kind of doubt it. I kind of fucking doubt it.
Until death puts an end to their sufferings. Even before the breath has left the body, however, the vulture, in Dahomey a sacred bird, begins his work, and the screams of the sufferers torn to pieces by the greedy birds render the vicinity of the palace hideous. Such gruesome accounts were an ironic outcome of European powers ending the slave trade decades earlier. Unsellable slaves were only useful as human sacrifices.
Well, who are then, okay, if Europeans ended the slave trade decades earlier, who was buying them before Europeans ended the slave trade? European nations abolished the transatlantic slave trade primarily in the early 19th century, led by Denmark in 1803 and Great Britain in 1807. National Museum. Oh, let's go that one. 1807. UK Parliament, right from the Jolio governor. Tally-o, gents. Brutal trade network. European colonies and Caribbean to work as slaves, mostly on plantations. In 1787, campaigners against slavery, such as Thomas Clarkson and Granville Sharp, founded the Society for the Abolition of the Slave Trade, believing that ending the trade was the first step towards eradicating slavery completely. They raised awareness about conditions, including with publications from foreigner slaves such as Oluda Equano, boycotted slave-produced goods, and petitioned Parliament. Campaign was led by William Wilberforce. It was only after many failed attempts in 1807 the slave trade in the British Empire was abolished. However, slaves in the colonies, excluding areas ruled by the East India Company, were not freed until 1838, and only after slave owners rather than the slaves themselves received compensation. Interesting. So before that, I kind of feel like again, he is trying to, the way it's framed is as though to say that, look, the Europeans were obviously against all of this, but they were the ones who kept it going. They were the ones who were making those African nations go out and seek more slaves to then traffic to more Europeans. Like, they were the ones perpetuating it. Sorry, I don't fucking care that a bunch of white people decided to grow a conscience. That doesn't absolve Europe suddenly from being the ones who perpetuated it, who made it worse, who benefited from it for generations, who then built up entire colonies on the practice. Like, because common sense, which, by the fucking way, you can bet, you can take it to the bank that Matt Walsh would have been an anti-abolitionist. Abso-fucking-lutely would have. Please give a trigger warning prior to the British accent in the future.
But the annual mass execution festivals weren't even the most brutal event in Dahomey. According to the Sacramento Daily Union, they were, quote, far surpassed by the scenes which take place when the new monarch is crowned. 500 to 1,000 men are put to death in order to provide the deceased king with a suitable retinue in the other world. Then, blood flows in streams. On the accession of a present ruler, so great was the number of those wantonly slain that a large trench was made in the ground in which a canoe was placed. The blood of the murdered men was conducted by conduits into the trench until its quantity was sufficient to float the boat.
Archangel, thank you for $10. Funny how Matt ignored Portugal's Feitoria trading post network in Africa and their tendency to betray native slaving partners when small tribes ran out, like Queen Nzinga of modern-day Angola. Let me look that up really quick. We got Portugal's Feitoria. Interesting. Launching the Portuguese slave trade in Africa. 1668. So again, the original time Matt was talking about. Till the late medieval era, Southern Europe constituted an important, market for North African merchants who bought gold and other commodities and small numbers of slaves in caravans across the Sahara. During the early 15th century, advances in nautical technology, especially the Carvel with its aerodynamic hull and triangular latined sails, enabled Portuguese mariners to travel south along Africa's Atlantic coast in search of a direct maritime route to gold-producing regions in sub-Saharan West Africa. Founded in 1482 near the town of Elmina in present-day Ghana, the Feitoria São Jorge de Mina was of special importance in that it gave the Portuguese far better access to sources of West African gold. Wow. In addition to trading posts, they established colonies on previously uninhabited Atlantic African islands that would later serve as collection points for captives and commodities to be shipped to Iberia and eventually to the Americas. Crazy. Portuguese colonization of the Cape Verde Islands, some 350 miles west of the Upper Guinean mainland, was underway by the 1460s. Fuck. Sao Tome and Principe around 1470. Huh. Whoa. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, sorry. Okay, give me 1 second. I will be right back. I just had like a twinge in my back. I'm gonna get something really quick. Oh, yeah, give me 1 second. Be right back. I will leave Matt Walsh on to keep you all company.
This was the level of barbarism that defined the intra-African slave trade. The Dahomey literally sailed canoes in the blood of their slaves. They butchered thousands of slaves as an offering to their king. Slavery and barbarism were a fundamental part of their culture. Now, it's worth noting here that although black Africans themselves did have slaves and routinely sold slaves, they weren't big players in the transoceanic transportation of slaves. They also didn't participate in the raids on the coast of Europe that we'll address later in this episode. That's because, quite frankly, they just didn't have the technology to do that. But that's never
incredible. Like, he can't. God damn, dude.
Addressed by mainstream historians, nor are the details on the enslavers in Dahomey. Consider, for example, Ken Burns' recent PBS documentary on the American Revolution, where he uses passive voice to creatively skirt the question of who exactly did the enslaving.
Tens of thousands were from West Africa, captured from what is now Senegal, Gambia, and Gabon, Angola, Congo, and the Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Cameroon, and Ghana.
It would be inconvenient for propagandists like
I can't even fucking trust. I don't want to go and look it up. But as we know from the very obviously out of context quote he bitch clipped earlier, like I'm willing to bet, based on what we've seen so far, I'm willing to bet there's already some context that he's intentionally misrepresenting here.
Like Burns to point out that the slaves were already enslaved by other Africans, mostly women, by the way. That reality makes the white guilt narrative a little less straightforward.
It really does. Like, no. Like, we just looked up, for hundreds of years, Portugal was creating a network. Like, I'm willing to bet other countries were too. We just went over how Europeans were the reason that the slave trade was transatlantic, dude. They profited and proliferated it. What do you mean? It kind of... Do you think that just because black people sold other black people to white people, that means that white people had no culpability in essentially creating the demand and benefiting from it? What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, demand has no effect on supply. This is like, he is like that god, those dipshits in what was the Operation Underground Railroad, the Tim Ballard thing, where these fucking asshole tourist cowboys will go to places where they think kids are being sex trafficked, and instead of like doing anything fucking useful, they'll try and go undercover and will go and create pocket markets of sex tourism. They will go and try and find people and be like, hey, can you get anybody younger? Which doesn't actually help any victims. It just create like... It's crazy. Oh, Nehemiah, thank you for $5. Funny how Matt Walsh turns up his nose at this, but idolizes the Romans whose torture/execution involved crucifixion and gladiator fights. Yeah, like the idea that he's trying to, again, say that there was a unique brutality. And of course, he is trying to fucking make it sound as though that there is a savagery unique to these indigenous people and like they're so uncivilized and shit. But we just briefly glanced at the way slaves were treated in America. We have talked about the inhumane treatment. And again, I cannot stress enough. We have only ever scratched the surface, barely grazed it when it comes to the accuracy of how fucking brutal, dehumanizing, and morally abhorrent the treatment, not just of slaves, because it lasted for hundreds of years, even after slavery was abolished, towards black people, towards people of color in America, towards anybody who wasn't seen as a white ideal. So to act like this is like it's such literally whitewashing history.
And if they did mention it, they'd also be obliged to point out another inconvenient fact, that the horrors of Dahomey ended in 1894 because French colonizers invaded the country and burned the royal palaces. The French, who freed their slaves in 1848, built hospitals, schools, instituted social services, mostly through Catholic missionaries. In other words, they brought civilization to some of the most savage people in human history.
They brought civilization. Who was benefiting from that before the transatlantic slave trade? Was just nobody. What was that? Just total barbarism? Nobody benefited from that. They weren't bringing civilization to somewhere else. Like, fucking crazy, dude. Yeah, as if they did that out of the good of their hearts. No. Oh, you're right, misanthropic. I should change my verbiage on that. Slavery was not abolished in the U.S. It still exists because the 13th Amendment said slavery can be used as a punishment, which is why the American prison system exists. Yes. Has he heard of Haiti? Oh, I doubt we'll get to Haiti. I doubt we'll get to, like, the slave rebellions. No, it is. He is literally... This dude is doing late 1800 racism. He is literally doing white man's burden shit. Crazy, dude.
This year, our sponsor, Pure Talk, is celebrating President's Day by giving you great out, no below price, and a packed out the talk. And that the Indians were. For decades, you've been told that you live on stolen land.
We do.
We are right now on stolen land.
That the Indians were peaceful.
Native Americans, we massacred them.
Your ancestors committed.
We did.
Genocide. And guess what? None of it is true.
Oh, okay. He's gonna. All right. Whitey McFucking mayonnaise over here is gonna talk about Tell me about, is he going to talk about the blankets? I doubt he's going to talk about the blankets. Is he going to talk about, like, biological warfare intentionally waged against indigenous people? I doubt it. Is he going to talk about the rape and the slavery? I doubt it. Like, it must be nice going through life thinking that, like, actually, the only thing indigenous people ever did with America was just they helped us how to make maize. They taught us how to plant corn. And we, like, everything was just happy, hunky-dory, and kumbaya. Nehemiah, thank you for $5. Also, on Roman execution methods, take these $5 and look up Rabbi Akiva. Better not be anything too gross. Fine now, but thank you for 25 bits. Friendly remember that Matt Walsh, the paunchy four-eyed Catholic, isn't the ideal by those standards either. Exactly. Leading contributor to the Mishnah and Midrash. Executed by Romans in the aftermath. How was he executed, though? Death. There we go. Redacted form of 3 separate versions. Jesus. Defies Roman prohibition on teaching Torah. The consul Turnus Rufus. God, fuck. Of all the cool-ass Roman names, imagine being saddled with the historical name of Rufus. Oh, that's so funny. Teaching Torah on pain of death, called in Jewish sources, ordered the execution. I am no sorcerer. I have rejoiced the opportunity now given to me to love my God with all my life. Board the body by night to Caesarea. Night, however, arrived Elijah and Joshua. Jesus. Huh. Finally, until his life expired with that word. Heavenly voice went out. Blessed are you, Rabbi Akiva, that your life expired with Echad. Damn. That's Elijah shit, isn't it? Elijah was the one who just went up to heaven. Flayed alive sounds like a bummer. You could say that. Yeah, Max Danger, you could probably... I'm willing to bet the people who were flayed alive, like, when they heard about, like, hey, we're flaying you, they were probably like, beans, dang. What a bummer.
The Native Americans were some of the most savage fighters ever known to man. Raiding, scalping, torturing.
Again, it needs to be underlined that the entire reason he's going into the savagery of this is to simply whitewash the savagery with which these people were treated. That was normalized. That was seen as white people's right. That is what Manifest Destiny is all about. The point is he was flayed alive? Yeah. One solid bummer. Aw, shucks.
Eating enemies. It was better to lose a battle to the U.S. Army than to get wiped out by...
Was it? What? All right. Because it was so... First off, not every indigenous group was the same. What he's doing is he is taking... There were warring tribes, for sure. There were also hundreds of different tribes. Some of them were far more peaceful. Some of them were far more agrarian. Some of them were hunters and gatherers. Some of them were warriors, as it has been all over the world through all of fucking history. Sometimes people are dicks. Sometimes people, they are just leaving everybody alone. They're not all the same, Matt. And I'm willing to bet captives in American Indian Wars. Oh, wow, crazy. When Native Americans were slaughtered in the name of civilization, but close to the Indian Wars in the late 19th century, fewer than 238,000 indigenous people remained of the estimated 5 million plus living in North America. But it wasn't a genocide, Matt. No, no, no. Mary Campbell was among the, in 1758, some of the first of some 200 known cases of white captives, many of whom became pawns in an ongoing power struggle that included European powers. American colonists and indigenous people started to maintain their population, their land, and way of life. Straining. While she was ultimately returned to her family, and some evidence points to her having lived happily with her adopted Indian tribe. Wow, crazy. That doesn't sound like the barbarism and just wanton savagery Matt's talking about. Stories such as hers became a cautionary tale among white settlers, stoking fear of savage Indians, creating a paranoia that escalated into all-out Indian hating. Imagine being so fucking stupid as Matt to buy into propaganda from hundreds of years ago. Edge territory, white became a shared, vast... led the U.S. government to authorize over 1,500 wars, attacks, and raids on Indians, the most of any country in the world against its indigenous people. By the close of the Indian Wars in the late 19th, fewer than we just read this, 238,000 indigenous people remained, a sharp decline from the estimated 5 to 15 million living in North America when Columbus arrived in 1492. The reason for this racial genocide were multi-layered. Settlers, most of whom, sniffly, been barred from inheriting property in Europe, arrived on American shores hungry for Indian land and the abundant natural resources. Wow. Indigenous people were just too different. Their skin was dark, languages foreign. Their worldviews and spiritual beliefs were beyond most white men's comprehension. Settlers fearful that a loved one might become the next Mary Campbell, all this stoked racial hatred and paranoia, making it easy to paint Indigenous people as pagan savages who must be killed in the name of civilization and Christianity. Like, just legitimately the same fucking shit that Matt Walsh believes hundreds of years later. Crazy. Canadian Goose, thank you for 5. Not stupid to have bought into propaganda from 100 years ago. He's so racist he brought into propaganda. Yeah, I suppose. I guess. Old Moon 83, thank you for following. Below, some of the most aggressive acts of genocide taken against Indigenous Americans. And by the way, the reason I didn't watch this beforehand and get sources is because I was relatively sure I would be able to just do what we're doing now. And anytime Matt asserts something, a really quick Google search and a little bit of reading proves him wrong. Usually when I go into something like this and I want to disprove something, I do my research beforehand. But I kind of figured, just knowing Matt's content, I would be able to do it on the fly. And wouldn't you know it? Kind of right. Archangel, thank you for $5. Look up the 5 noble tribes that did try to civilize and assimilate with American expansion and still got the shitty end of the stick. Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, and Seminole. Hey, I have a little bit of Creek. No, not Creek. Cree. Very little. I'm not doing it. By the way, I'm not doing a Elizabeth Warren thing. My Indigenous heritage is incredibly negligible. All right, 5 civilized tribes. All right, let's go over this first, then we'll talk about the 5 civilized tribes. Nadhutan massacre, 1782. Like right as soon as these motherfuckers landed, they were doing this shit. Militiamen from Pennsylvania killed 96 Christianized Delaware Indians, illustrating the growing contempt for Native people. Captain David Williamson ordered the converted Delawares, who had been blamed for attacks on white settlements, to go to the copper shop 2 at a time, where militiamen beat them to death with wooden mallets and hatchets. Fuck. Oh yeah, JB is it isn't just Native people hundreds of years ago the great Satan and its capitalist disciples brutalized. We are familiar with Abu Ghraib, right? Yeah, we've talked extensively. We've talked multiple times about Abu Ghraib. Delawares were the first Native Americans to capture a white settler, first to sign a treaty. One that set the precedent for 374 treaties, often employing the common phrase peace and friendship. 229 of these agreements led to tribal lands being ceded to a rapidly expanding U.S. Many treaties negotiated U.S. Indian trade relations, establishing a trade system to oust the British and their goods, especially the guns they put in Indian hands. Tippecanoe. I remember this one. This is the Tecumseh. Convinced Indians of various tribes it was in their interest to stop tribal infighting and band together to protect their mutual interests. The decision by Indiana Territorial Governor William Henry Harrison to attack and burn Prophetstown, the Indian capital on the Tippecanoe River, while Tecumseh was away campaigning the Choctaws for more warriors, incited the Shawnee leader to attack again. This time he persuaded the British that it's all right, incited by the white people. He persuaded the British to fight alongside his warriors against the Americans. Tecumseh's death and defeat at the Battle of the Thames in 1813 made the Ohio frontier safe for settlers. The Creek War. The Red Stick War, an intertribal conflict among Creek Indian factions. The war also engaged U.S. militias, along with the British and Spanish, who backed the Indians to help keep Americans from encroaching on their interests. Early Creek victories inspired Andrew Jackson to retaliate with 2,500 men, mostly Tennessee militia. To avenge the Creek-led massacre at Fort Mims, Jackson and his men slaughtered 186 Creeks at Tallahatchie. I'm assuming that eventually became Tallahassee. Quote, "We shot them like dogs," said Davy Crockett. That's, by the way, the kind of people that Matt is like, oh, they've tried to make it sound like all of our national heroes are horrible racists. And then you have Davy Crockett out here being like, yeah, we fucking murdered the shit out of all of them for being less human than us. All you gotta do is just look up what they say and see how they are lying to you. It's information. It's free. It's floating all around you. Canadian Goose, thank you for 5. Not sure if you all had a similar system to Canada, but try searching Canadians' residential school system. We did not. Whoa, 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 stop it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop it. Jesus Christ, this list does go on. Fuck, man. Oh, here we go. So this is talking about the way in which our government would intentionally fuck them over, which is another thing. Like, the amount of treaties that Americans lied about, backhanded, used to double deal and backstab, endless, unknowable. The country wasn't just founded on the subjugation of other people. It was founded by liars and con men. And when you really look at the whole of American history, it kind of does seem like America's always been heading to this point, where we're at now. Who wrote these resources? This is on history.com. Annuities and provisions promised to Indians through government treaties were slow in being delivered, leading Dakota Sioux, who were restricted to reservation lands on the Minnesota frontier, starving and desperate. After a raid of nearby white farms for food turned into a deadly encounter, Dakotas continued raiding, leading to the Little Crow War of 1862, in which 490 settlers, mostly women and children, were killed. Lincoln sent soldiers who defeated the Dakota, and after a series of mass trial, more than 300 Dakota men were sentenced to death. While Lincoln commuted most of the sentences on the day after Christmas in Mankato, military officials hung 38 Dakotas at once, the largest mass execution in American history. More than 4,000 people gathered to watch, many bringing picnic baskets. The 38 were buried in shallow graves, but physicians dug most of the bodies up to use as medical cadavers. Jesus fucking Christ. And here's that good old boy American Christianity coming back. Indians fighting back to defend their people and protect their homelands provided ample justifications for American forces to kill any Indians, even peaceful ones. And this is, again, is Matt going to talk about the peaceful ones? Matt going to talk about the Christianized, the people who bought into the white people's bullshit and still ended up getting shafted? Probably not. Former Methodist minister John Shivington led a surprise attack on peaceful Cheyennes and Arapahos on their reservation at Sand Creek in Colorado. His force consisted of 700 men, mainly volunteers. Plied with too much liquor the night before, Chivington and his men boasted they were going to kill Indians. Once a missionary to Wyandotte Indians in Kansas, Chivington declared, quote, "Damn any man who sympathizes with Indians. I have come to kill Indians. I believe it is right and honorable to use any means under God's heaven to kill Indians." Do you think he's going to talk about that guy? Dragon Cat Overlord, thank you for $4.99. Knowing Better made a really good comprehensive video about this subject. Obviously, we can't watch it now, but I highly recommend it. I'll check it out. I always find the history we don't learn about fascinating. Jesus Christ. Cheyenne chief Black Kettle had tied an American flag to his lodge pole as he was instructed to indicate his village was at peace. When Chivington ordered the attack, Black Kettle tied a white flag beneath the American flag, calling to his people that the soldiers would not kill them. As many as 160 were massacred, mostly women and children. And it just fucking keeps going. Wounded Knee, Bighorn. Jesus Christ. So let's go to the 5 civilized tribes. Mid-19th century to refer to the Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, and Seminole. Although these Indian tribes had various cultural, political, and economic connections before removal in the 1820s and 30s, the phrase was most widely used in Indian Territory in Oklahoma. they appeared to be assimilating to Anglo-American norms. The term indicates the adoption of horticulture and other European cultural patterns and institutions, including widespread Christianity, written constitutions, centralized governments, intermarriage with white Americans, market participation, literacy, animal husbandry, patrilineal descent, and even slaveholding. None of these attributes characterized all of the nations or all of the citizens that they encompass. The term was also used to distinguish these 5 nations from other so-called wild Indians who continued to rely on hunting for survival. Jesus. So that was the Oklahoma Historical Society. The significance, here's historyInCharts.com. Significance of the so-called 5 civilized tribes lies in how the U.S. treated these nations despite their assimilation into American culture. Wow. We just read all that. Assimilated in a variety of ways, adopted Christianity, allowed Western education. Many even adopted the practice of owning black slaves to work their large plantations growing cotton, made possible by the invention of the cotton gin. Thank you, Eli Whitney. Isn't it fucking, like, how fucked up is it that we all remember Eli Whitney and the motherfucking cotton gin, but didn't learn about any of this shit? Despite their adoption and assimilation into white culture, the 5 civilized tribes found the U.S. government would once again renege on its promises. Congress' passage of the Indian Removal Act in 1830 eventually forced all nations to vacate their lands and move west. The horrific treatment of the 5 civilized tribes during the Jacksonian era is known as the Trail of Tears. Again, these are the things that Matt is intentionally under and downplaying. I wonder if he will even bring it up at all, to justify the wholesale genocide and slaughter of by white people, of indigenous Americans. Oh yeah, Jesus Christ. Bug, I live on the Oklahoma Choctaw lands. Our school mascot is the Savages. Also, the U.S. did do the residential schools, and I've heard horror stories from friends' grandparents. Oh, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. I'm just not as aware of it. Yeah, I went to a high school where our mascot was the Indian. Just the NC Indians was us. Cool. All right, let's get back to this. We have so much to go through. Oh, we're only a quarter of the way through.
Rival tribe. And why did the story completely change in the 1960s? It turns out there's a lot more to the American Indians than Hollywood directors and school teachers want you to know. This month, we blow up the biggest myths about the American Indians and reclaim the real history that was stolen from us.
Oh, no, this isn't... Okay, this is an advertisement for the next real history. Huh.
This is the real history of the American Indian.
New episodes monthly. Wow, dude.
Slavery's roots go back at least to ancient times in Babylonia, Egypt, Greece, and Rome, as well as the Amerindian empires in Mexico and South America. One of the earliest references to slavery comes from this clay tablet from a Middle Eastern city called Uruk, dated back to around 3300 BC, which gives us a look into...
Now, again, what he tried to present at the beginning of this video was that because there were some dumbass kids in America who, for whatever reason, thought America invented slavery, that everybody thinks America invented slavery. This is very obviously not true. In fact, I would say most people are probably aware of that, even if it's only through cursory understanding of like biblical or Abrahamic religion history, because the slaves, like in Egypt, kind of a big deal to all the Abrahamic religions, like kind of a major plot point. So I don't know if I need this going over, but whatever. Let's go.
Babylonian slavery, for example. On one surface of the tablet, there's a notation.
Yeah, well, I believe it should be Babylon. Babylonian is the way to describe something from Babylon. Look at that cuneiform tablet. I love me some cuneiform. Let's go. Let's go fucking Epic of Gilgamesh.
Showing that at least 213 people were designated by the sign combination Sal-Kur, which means female and male slave, respectively. Young slaves, and specifically infants, were considered the most valuable. Poor parents often sold their own children into slavery. The historian Amanda Potany writes,
by the way, white people did this shit too all the time. In the industrial era in Britain, parents would sell their children into sex slavery. This is something that actually happened. Like, was not actually that uncommon when people were poor as shit during industrialization. Like, what would I say? Victorian? Baby farming. Here we go. This, by the way, this is the white civilization that Matt loves talking about. By the way, this is what they were doing around this time, around the time of slavery being abolished, and he wants to be like, well, white people obviously would never let this kind of savagery happen. It's like, oh, buddy, see, this is this kind of shit that happens when you actually do, like, listen to history and don't just nitpick. You remember shit. Historical practice of accepting custody of an infant or child in exchange for payment in late Victoria Britain, and less commonly Australia, New Zealand, and the US. Infant was young. This usually included wet nursing. Some baby farmers adopted children for lump sum payments, while others cared for infants for periodic payments. Single mothers were then forced to work in prison-like workhouses. In Victorian Britain, and less commonly, baby farming was blah, blah, blah. Social stigma were usually the impetus for mothers to put her children out to nurse with a baby farmer. God, what a fucking horrid term. Jesus. Here we go. Spurred by a series of articles that appeared in the British Medical Journal in 1867, the Parliament began to regulate baby farming with 1872. Children Act. No infant could be kept in a home that was so unfit and overcrowded as to endanger its health, and no infant could be kept by an unfit nurse who threatened by neglect or abuse its proper care. The Salvation Army and child trafficking in the Victorian era. For good in London. Here we go. The law, as it stood in the early 1880s, said that a girl of 13 was legally competent to consent to her own seduction. Girls under the age of 8 were not allowed to give evidence against those who had abused them, as it was thought that they were too young to understand the oath. Josephine Butler, a campaigner for women's rights, wrote a letter to Florence Booth, the wife of Salvation Army's Chief of Staff Bromwell Booth, concerning the sale of young girls into prostitution. We have this letter and other correspondences relating to the case, including letters from blah, 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 blah. Practice of trafficking girls to be used for immoral purposes, both in Britain and overseas, came to the attention of the Salvation Army. Bromwell Booth had walked the streets of London, seeing for himself the desperate situations many of the girls found themselves in. What? Editor of the Pall Mall Gazette. Here we go. Stead admired the Salvation Army, was horrified to think that young girls were being bought and sold. He investigated the Salvation Army's claims and published his findings in the Pall Mall Gazette from 6 to 10. July 1885. The articles appeared under the title, quote, The Maiden Tribute of Modern Babylon, instead received much support. There's actually a additional thing here. Here we go. Stead was said to have been heavily influenced by his mother, an early crusader for the proper treatment of all women, including prostitutes. Sadly, after helping women and children into lifeboats and giving away his life jacket, Stead was among the victims of the sinking Titanic. Jesus Christ, dude. child labor. Yeah, love that white history, dude. Anyway, I can't keep getting caught up.
In her book, Weavers, Scribes, and Kings, quote, a woman named Ku'e made what must have been a heartbreaking decision. She would sell her daughter. We've encountered this phenomenon before in the Ur III period, when a family had to sell a child into slavery because that was the only way that the child would be able to be fed and to live, and that the parents could survive. The price of the baby was 30 shekels. 1,000 years later, Ur-Nammu, the leader of the Sumerian dynasty of Ur in southern Mesopotamia, issued a legal code with different penalties depending on whether you were legally classified as free or a slave.
Or Mamu, I've come to bargain.
More famous ancient reference to slavery comes from the Code of Hammurabi, which established slaves as property, set rules for interactions between slaves and their owners, included penalties for harboring fugitive slaves, and had class-based punishments.
Is he going to talk about the Bible, slavery in the Bible? I genuinely wonder if he's going to talk about slavery and Bible.
For crimes based on whether the perpetrator was free or slave. Slavery was so common in ancient Greece that most classical scholars agree that Plato simply assumed that there would be non-Greek slaves in the ideal city in the Republic. In Aristotle's Politics, he openly declared, quote, some men are by nature free.
No, his point isn't that it's a good thing. His point is that slavery was normal for all of history. Again, to absolve the responsibility of the people who benefited of it. Like that's the entire point of what he's doing right now. There's nothing he is presenting here that is presented without an ulterior motive in any way.
And others slaves, and that for these latter, slavery is both expedient and right. Indeed, in ancient Athens, slaves comprised more than 35% of the population. Athenian slaves were private property and could be bought and sold. Slaves who worked domestic jobs or skilled crafts had a decent shot at acquiring freedom, but there were also slaves who were sent to the mines. They were leg ironed, routinely starved, savagely beaten, seldom saw daylight, and were worked to death with a typical life expectancy of about 4 years.
And this is the same way slaves in America were treated. Is he gonna fucking do like the Aunt Jemima shit? Like, well, actually, some slaves were treated well and seen as members of the family, which is a bullshit. That is whitewashing the history of how people were actually treated. The idea of like, oh, well, some of them were just members of the family. Fuck off. No, they fucking weren't. Could they come and go as they pleased? Not a member of the family. Did they have their own rights and agency? Not a member of the family. God, I fucking hate that shit so much. I bet we're getting there, though.
Athens, by the way, was the best place to be a slave in the ancient world. In Sparta, slaves known as helots outnumbered citizens 7-1. And one thing that made them unusual is that they were public, not private property. But because they vastly outnumbered citizens, Sparta used brutal secret police to intimidate the slaves and gave the secret police power to execute slaves who seemed strong or rebellious. Sparta was a total apartheid state and banned helots from using the same roads as Spartan citizens. Every year, Sparta's leaders would declare war on the slaves. Killing them was not considered homicide. In the late stages of the Roman Republic, there were an estimated 2 to 3 million slaves, including roughly a third of the population of Rome. Roman slaves were chattel.
Why do I feel like these pictures are AI? I feel that way too. And I've kind of been looking to see like inconsistencies because, well, at the beginning there was like a motion comic thing they did that definitely looked like AI, but like so much of these things, these don't look right. These don't look how things are actually folded.
The full property of their owners. Some worked in agricultural chain gangs. The punishment for runaways was often crucifixion. After a slave rebellion in 71 BC, the Roman general Marcus Licinius Crassus crucified 6,000 slaves on the road from Capua to Rome, a dead slave mounted to a cross every 100 feet or so. The word slavery itself provides some insight into just how ubiquitous slavery has been throughout history. Slave comes directly from the ethnic term Slav, because the people who lived in Central and Eastern Europe, Slavic peoples, were so frequently captured and sold into slavery from the 8th to 11th centuries. Slavery was widespread outside of Europe too, of course, according to the anthropologist Pierre van den Berg.
Here's the other thing that really gets me about Matt Walsh is that the anthropologist suddenly, okay, so now check out the big brains on Pierre, because this one, now we can trust academia when this one paragraph can help me reaffirm the point I'm making, but everything else, if it disproves me, then they're just big dumb propagandists what want to make white people look bad. Okay, dude.
War captives and slaves were systematically humiliated and often tortured to death in some North American Indian societies. Among some South American groups of the Amazon rainforest, slaves were well-fed, but only in preparation for a cannibalistic feast preceded by a mock battle in which the slave would be clubbed to death. Often slavery was a simple function of power dynamics. As countries rose and fell, they'd shift from enslavers to the enslaved. Consider the case of the Irish in the early 5th century. As the power of Rome declined, Irish marauders frequently raided the British coast for loot and slaves. Thousands of men, women, and children were taken. In one raid on the village of Bonavem-Tabernier, near modern-day Wales, Irish raiders kidnapped a 16-year-old boy named Succat. Succat spent 6 years as a slave at a sheep farm in Northern Ireland. He later escaped, returned home, became a priest, and came back to the land of his captivity as a missionary. And we know him today as St. Patrick, patron saint of Ireland. By 795 AD, the tides had turned, and now Vikings were enslaving the Irish, along with many other northern Europeans. Viking slaves were seen as cattle, or as advanced domestic animals, who typically lived in the darkest end of the longhouse with the other domestic animals. After Oliver Cromwell conquered Ireland in the mid-17th century, the situation reversed, and the Irish were at the mercy of their former captives. The new English regime forced the relocation of roughly 80,000 Irish men, women, and children to sugar colonies in the Caribbean, where they were held in bondage and forced to work in the fields. Not easy to do with an Irish complexion, by the way.
So okay, here's where we're getting to the white slavery thing.
Most of us have no idea what phytonutrients actually are, but thankfully, our
Fuck
sponsor,
off, dude.
Nature, understands the importance of them. Phytonutrients are naturally occurring plant nutrients in whole foods. Actually, phytonutrients powders it in a different system because in my diet, some ancestors who are slaves today. It's a statistical reality that every living white person has ancestors who were enslaved. But a great deal of white slavery was not done by fellow Europeans. This is the town of Baltimore in County Cork, Ireland. The tranquility of its rocky shoreline was shattered on the night of June 20th, 1631. That evening at precisely 2 o'clock in the morning, Islamic pirates led by a commander named Morat the Younger arrived banging war drums and screaming in Arabic. They arrived on 2 large raiding vessels flying crescent moon flags, one 300-ton flagship equipped with 200 men and 24 pieces of ordnance, including 12 cannons on each side, and a smaller, more maneuverable 100-ton ship with 6 iron guns on each side. It came as a shock to the Irish villagers, who were mostly fishermen. According to a book called The Stolen Village, quote,
So, again, what he's doing now is we are going out of our way to, because we have to villainize Muslims somehow. Yeah, also, Dragon Cat Overlord, really great point. White is arbitrary, and for a long time, the Irish weren't white. Like, they literally were not considered white. Same with Italians for a very long time. The idea that, again, he wants to position it as both, it's this bizarre superposition where conquering is a completely normal thing and is the way of history when white people are doing it. When other people do it, it's just unintelligible savagery and uniquely evil. But when white people do it, well, obviously we're more civilized, and so it's somehow better. Instead of just understanding that this is the natural state of history, is savageries upon savageries. Doesn't matter really who's perpetuating that. They're not really justifiable just because you are white, dude.
These untraveled fisher folk would ever have seen anything like the Turkish warriors with their flashing scimitars, their swirling, flowing robes with distinctive cowls, the torchlight glistening on the sweat of bare arms, which they contemptuously left unprotected by armor. Storm them, my brave ones, some of the Janissaries would have been yelling, while others responded with shouts of Allah, Allah. These pirates were Janissaries, and they were raised from a young age to become fearsome monk-like fighters for the Ottoman Empire. Their story offers a good look into the proliferation of slavery. The forced levy of Christians to become Janissaries is called the Devshir Meh system, and it involved the kidnapping of hundreds of thousands of Christian boys over the 300 years that it was in place. After they were kidnapped, they were forcibly converted to Islam. They were extraordinarily disciplined and well-equipped. They carried muskets and pistols.
I'm dying to know how he's going to tie this into white people shouldn't feel... Like, we're talking about now hundreds of years, I believe, before. He was saying the 1600s or so. So hundreds of years before the 1800s, when he was talking about the tribes, that fought against the French liberating and all that shit. The fact that white people were taken into slavery is A, not disputed by anybody. B, what does this have to do with the transatlantic slave trade in America? Are you going to say that the Ottomans are like secret Masons? Or like, where are you going with this, dude?
Carried in a red scarf tied around their waist, as well as their signature double-curved blades. The Janissaries had spent weeks sailing to Baltimore from Algiers, 1,200 miles away, preparing...
Again, sorry, I just paused. I know I keep pausing it, but it is actually kind of funny to try and make it sound like, oh, most people don't know this, that white people were taken into slavery, after he went on this long tirade that very well established slavery's been going around forever. Lady, knock it off, dude. Sorry, give me 1 second. Here you go. Jerk.
Silently for precisely this moment. And when that moment arrived, the Janissaries were prepared. The villagers were not. Outnumbered 10 to 1, the citizens of Baltimore never stood a chance. Neither did the British Navy, which was responsible for patrolling the coast and protecting villages like Baltimore from attack. The British knew through good intelligence gathering in Algiers that the Janissaries were planning an attack, but expected it to happen at a much larger and wealthier town called Kinsale.
This is, like, genuinely so fucking boring. Like, I know we've been having fun and we've been having a good historical conversation as opposed to the way this is framed, but what this very clearly is Matt Walsh has his own personal issues with his teachers and academia, because he will never ever measure up and doesn't care to actually learn anything that doesn't reinforce his racist worldview. But they have to expand from what is an incredibly thin premise. That premise being Matt Walsh wants people to know white people were also slaves and wants to make it seem like actually black people didn't have it that bad off. And then you have to expand that into 40 minutes and call it a documentary. There's just not enough here without having to expand it to such a ridiculous degree. And Matt Walsh's void of charisma is not equipped to making it interesting or engaging in any way. So we're just getting these fucking factoids in his bearded monotone. Like, this sucks.
50 miles away. Through a capture.
Oh, sorry. Let me read that really quick. If X Alvarez, thank you for 2 months. I want to write an essay about the new My Chemical Romance show and themes of nostalgia, poisoning, and entertainment as a tool of fascism in the storyline and lore, but I don't even know where to start my research. Any tip? Love from Mexico, Chingalamigro. I'm not familiar with the new My Chemical Romance show, but as far as, so what I do when I start writing an essay, or if I have an idea for a topic I want to pursue, what I do is I write down the broad points I want to make. I start there, right? Start with, okay, here. So what you would do if that's what you're talking about, just looking at your super chat. Nostalgia poisoning would be its own little thing. Entertainment is a tool of fascism in the storyline and lore. And then you want to break those down topic by topic. And the thing I would encourage people to do is to let my ADHD comes across in my videos. I understand that. And that's because I kind of let myself go on tangents. And I think that can lead to a lot of really interesting perspectives and ways you can tie stuff back in. So I would start by taking what you just said there and create a small outline and then go and extrapolate what you want from that. The other thing I would say is that it's always useful to have corollary media that you can talk to. So if you have ideas of films, books, movies especially, and I would go ahead, if it's a subject that really interests you, go read a book or two. Like I'm sure there's no shortage of books about how, you know, the Nazis used media. The Nazis had a very big film project that they used for propaganda. So there's stuff there that I think that you could definitely look into, especially even outside of Nazism and fascist Italy and stuff like that. So I would say start there. Find some books. The reason I would say find books is not to just like cherry pick quotes. Like, no, really read the books, because that will, and it's helped me a lot when I write a thing and I read through a book. I'm like, oh damn, I didn't think about that. I didn't, like, a large part of the Floating Rocks piece was inspired by me reading through Freud's book on dreams, because it brought like new perspectives and ideas I hadn't even really considered. And so that's kind of the insight I would give, I suppose. Archangel, thank you for $5. Called it lack of Spaniards blocking Gibraltar Straits allowed Ireland to get raided by peak strength Ottomans having dumbass conquistadors.
Carly Monroe, thank you. And It's Pandora's Jar, thank you for subscribing with Prime. And Dixie Wrecked, thank you for subscribing as well.
And likely tortured fishermen, the Janissaries learned that the British fleet had left Baltimore unguarded, and they planned to move into the interior of the country to collect more Irish slaves. But Irish ingenuity claimed the day. Resourceful villagers gathered nearby, collected firearms and rum, and started making as much noise as possible. This convinced the pirates that an English army was marching on them, and they retreated from Baltimore, limiting themselves to around 100 slaves. The raid on Baltimore is unique because of where it happened, but such raids into Europe were fairly common. In 1627, for example, corsairs took 5 ships in a raid on remote Heimaey Island in Iceland. With total ferocity, they killed and maimed, they raped the women and girls, dismembered infants, desecrated churches, and slaughtered a priest at prayer. They burned and looted everything in sight, and, quote, settled down to a long, unhurried orgy of rape, mutilation, and murder, which seems to have been motivated by nothing more than sadistic sport. One account tells of the corsairs cutting people in half and callously snapping the necks of infants. Anyone unable to keep up with their pace.
Again, he wants to make it sound as though this was unique violence and brutality targeted at white people, but it wasn't. Like, he's kind of undermining himself here because they've already established that this is the way the world has been for so fucking long. Like, Oh yeah, Ivex Alvarez. I hope that comes together. I'd be interested in seeing it when you're done. Erebus, thanks for $5. What did I miss? I kind of passed out. We've been fact checking this dumbass Matt Walsh thing that there's just not enough fucking content here.
Was cut down. In their madness for blood, these villains then chopped and hacked the bodies into small pieces with the greatest enjoyment and lust for blood, wrote one eyewitness. In that particular raid on Iceland, the corsairs kidnapped half the island's population. They murdered 1 in 12 villagers, including several priests. All in all, they returned to Algiers with roughly 400 slaves taken from the coast of Iceland. And along the way, they would seize church bells and attach them to the masts of their ships as trophies. They destroyed crucifixes and mocked Christians by destroying the Eucharist at every opportunity. According to the book, The Forgotten Slave Trade, historian Simon Webb described this shocking contemporaneous account. Quote, they began to set fire to the houses. There was a woman there who could not walk, whom they had captured easily. Her they threw on the fire, along with her 2-year-old baby. When she and the poor child screamed and called to God for help, the wicked Turks bellowed with laughter. They struck both child and mother with the sharp points of their spears, forcing them into the fire, and even stabbed fiercely at the poor, burning bodies. In just 7 days, the historian Des Ecken writes, the typical medium-sized corsair ship usually seized 5 vessels, enslaved nearly 100 Englishmen, and stole roughly 60,000 pounds. Victims who weren't killed, in many cases, became galley slaves. Since the Roman era, galley slaves were considered the most effective way to keep the galleys moving since they required coordinated rowing. If anyone took a break, they'd make the ship much less efficient. Webb notes that after a naval battle in 1571 between the Ottoman Empire and the Holy League, which included Spain and Venice, it became evident just how many Christians had been forced to row boats for the Ottomans and what horrific conditions these galley slaves had to endure. Following the battle, the Holy League discovered that more than 12,000 European Christians had been forced to row the galleys for the Ottomans. They were shackled 24 hours a day. They were not afforded the opportunity to lie down to sleep.
Like again, this is this fucking oppression Olympics bullshit where it's like, yeah, you might think, but this doesn't somehow absolve white people of their culpability. It's not like the same people who were just taken slaves by the Ottomans got a fucking free pass, like a coupon to go be slave owners on plantations. Like, these things, from what he said, don't seem to have literally any correlation to everything else that he's been talking about. Johnson Silvertongue, thank you for $5. Hit a fucking blanket for Black History Month. I would light up, but I don't have any money for it.
Not that there was any room to do so in any event. Webb writes that, quote, a typical galley might have 25 oars on each side and perhaps 3 to 5 rowers for each oar. The slaves were shackled in place and were therefore physically unable to move from their designated positions. It was said in the 16th century that a galley crewed by slaves could be smelled from as far away as a mile. This was unlikely to be an exaggeration. Imagine, if you will, hundreds of men confined in a narrow space and compelled by nature to open their bladders and bowels where they were seated, day in and day out, for years at a time. There was no provision for washing. The only prospect of escape.
Wow, that's crazy. That's almost exactly like the conditions in every other slave trade, in the transatlantic one too. This is not limited to Christians. And again, as we've seen, being Christian, because he wants to make this thing about white Christians being completely, torn apart and torn asunder, and Christians are uniquely targeted and all that shit. He wants to make it seem like Christians are under assault here, but being Christian didn't prevent, as we saw, indigenous Americans from being slaughtered and murdered in mass. Being Christian, converting to Christianity, didn't stop
black slaves from being abused and raped and tortured and mutilated and murdered. Being Christian didn't stop lynchings in post-war South. Like these things are so incredibly incongruous because he doesn't maintain any standard outside of white people good. That's it. Hollywood Coat. Matt Walsh did a video on slavery and released it during Black History Month. Yeah. Almost certainly because it's Black History Month.
For the Ottoman galley slaves was if ships of a Christian nation defeated the Ottomans. A more dreadful fate is difficult to imagine.
Yeah, no, exactly. Dog on a hot tin roof, this kind of slavery was normal back then. Everyone did it. But also black people did it worse. And it wasn't even black people, they're Muslims. Which isn't to say that black people, like people from sub-Saharan Africa, can't be Muslims or vice versa. But those are not the same people, generally speaking, who were then sold into slavery. Like, these are not the same groups that they're talking about. This is no different than when people go like, white heritage, and then they tie like Britain and Rome into it. It is like, you gotta fucking pick one, dude. Because those people hated each other for hundreds and thousands of years.
But not all slaves were forced to row the galleys. After returning to Algiers, some slaves, men, women, and children, were put up for the auction. Children as young as 12 years old were sold as concubines. In a normal auction, children younger than 7 could...
And again, he wants to make this seem like it is unique to a non-white world when we just read about industrial era Britain and literal things called baby farms and people who sold their children into sex slavery being fairly regular. Like it
could sell for over 100 pounds, roughly double the asking price for it attract.
Oh yeah, no, misanthropic. Both Rome and the Ottoman Empire and the Islamic Empire through different time periods were ridiculously, and this is, again, it's because this is the way of history. Like we ebb and flow through periods of diversity and diversity of thought and sharing knowledge, and then dipshits like Matt come along and fuck it up for everybody and say, oh, those people can't be here, and these people actually made it worse, and these people did this. Like, Christ, man. Alvarez, I just finished the FD signifier video on Tyler Perry. I've been meaning to, I want to sit down and watch that because it's like, FD signifier is a creator that like when they put out a new video, I just want to like lock in and pay attention to it. It's Pandora's Jar. I give you so much credit because honestly, the only reason I can even tolerate this fucking waste of Oxygen's voice is because it's on your stream. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Woman. Between 1500 and 1800 AD, the Ottomans and their North African corsairs, also called Barbary pirates, likely enslaved roughly 1.5 million people from Christian Europe. Unlike the transatlantic slave trade, which was driven by pure profit, the Barbary raids on Europe were motivated by bloodlust and hatred. One historian described it as revenge, almost a jihad for the expulsion of Muslims from Spain.
Ooh, I know they fucking like did a happy dance when they found that quote. They get to put the word jihad in here while talking about Muslims?
In 1492, for the centuries of crusading violence that had preceded them, and for the ongoing religious struggle between Christians and Muslims. In the first half of the 17th century, Barbary slavers were sailing through the English Channel and into the Thames estuary, plundering local shipping and coastal towns, such that, as the minutes of Parliament put it, the fishermen are afraid to put to sea, and we're forced to keep continual watch on all our coasts. By 1640, at least 3,000 British nationals were enslaved in Algiers alone. In just the 7-year stretch from 1609 to 1616, 466 English ships were, quote, boarded and the crews taken to North Africa as slaves. In April 1625, 3 ships from Cornwall and 1 sailing from Dartmouth in Devon were captured by corsairs and the crews taken. In August 1625, a raiding party landed at Mounts Bay in Cornwall. The villagers saw the ships at anchor and fled for safety to a local church, but this was not enough to save them. The slavers dragged 60 people out of the church, loaded them onto their rowing boats, and took them on board the waiting ships. They all ended up in the slave markets of North Africa. On the 12th of that month, the mayor of Plymouth wrote to the Privy Council in London. He pleaded for assistance from the Navy because in 10 days...
Is he going to make the argument that the white people, like, that people in Africa were actually white being sold into slavery? Because some of them may have been that. Like,
27 ships have been taken.
Where are you going
all of
with
them on
this?
Board. Over 200 of them have been made slaves. As bad as it was to be in British waters, it was worse in southern Europe. Muslim raids on the northern shore of the Mediterranean were almost annual events of terror and pillage. In 1544, in the Bay of Naples, Algerians took 6,000 captives. 6,000 more Italians were taken during the sack of Vieste in Calabria. In 1566, they took 4,000 slaves in Granada, Spain, in a single raid. They described it as reigning Christians in Algiers.
See, the problem I take with this is that none of this information is being presented in any way that's interesting. It's just a grievance tally. That's what this is. Like, he is not talking about these socio-political developments. He's not talking about the Ottoman Empire as a cultural force. He's not talking about the interplay between the transatlantic slave trade and all of this stuff. There's no analysis here. It is just a tally of this many people were taken from here, and this many white people were taken from here, and this many white people are taken from here. It is just so they can go, and anytime people go like, well, no, actually slavery is bad, they're like, did you know that actually a bunch of white people were taken from here? And list off these, like I said earlier, these fucking Snapple facts, completely devoid of the context around them, because Matt isn't interested in like explaining or talking or diving into the actual history and the context surrounding these things. He's interested in the most convenient factoids and cherry picking them to present as a complete narrative. It's so fucking frustrating.
The list goes on. In 1617, 1,200 men in Madeira. In 1636, another 700 in Calabria, Italy. Then 1,000 more in 1639 and 4,000 more in 1644. In 1683, the French military attempted to free some of the slaves being held in Algiers. The Algerians didn't take kindly to it. Quote, infuriated at their helplessness in the face of such an attack, the Algerians decided to vent their anger upon those Frenchmen who were at their mercy, including Jean Lavache. Algiers had, at the time, the most powerful cannon in the whole of the Mediterranean. It weighed 12 tons. The 23-foot-long gun had a range of 3 miles. The unfortunate French consul was pushed...
I want to fucking see that thing. La Consulaire. Barbary artillery piece famously defended Algiers harbor, looted by the French during the invasion of Algiers. Taking his trophy to Brest, where it is still... Brest. So, I'm sorry. I think it was just listening to Matt Walsh for so long, my brain just like reverted to being in high school. Who said Brest? That's so fucking dumb. 23-foot-long smooth-bore muzzle loading gun. Oh my god, Kat. What, dude? She's fucking yelling at me again. Well, that's not it. Is it they done stood it upright? What the fuck? That's dumb. I want to see like a painting of this thing being used or some shit. That sounds dope as hell. There is that. There we go. Bigger than any gun the Venetian arsenal had ever produced. 23 feet long. Whew. That's fucking crazy. Archangel, thank you for 5. Why weren't the conquistadors halting these Ottoman raids, Matt? Because they were greedy cowards punching the Incas and Aztec down. Conquistador. All right, we're gonna hit play again. I'm gonna go while he lists off his factoids. I'm gonna go get Miss some more food.
Partly into the barrel, the cannon then being discharged with a load of shrapnel, blowing him to pieces. The Algerians found 22 other Frenchmen and tied them to the muzzles of other guns and killed them the same way. When it comes to protecting yourself and your family, it's better to be prepared. That's why I'm a member of Ammo Squared. Ammo Squared lets you build an ammo reserve of your calibers steadily, month by month, without drama or excuses. Your options are endless. They have 75 caliber variations from over 85 ammunition manufacturers. There's also no need to have extra storage space laying around your house. They handle all the storage for you, so you can get what you need when you need. I found it super convenient and sensible, and it's great to know my selected supply is me.
Fucking sucks.
Now, for the most part, these slaves, unless they were ransomed or executed inside a cannon, spent the rest of their lives in North Africa and the Ottoman Empire, which incidentally...
That's the kind of shit that is like historically fascinating. You fucking you murder somebody with a cannon? You like, of all the horrible ways somebody could die back in the day, getting stuffed into a cannon? That goes fucking hard, dude. Like, if you are giving me, hey, do you want to be drawn and quartered? Do you want to be flayed alive? Do you want a blood eagle? Like, hey, if you gotta go out in a fucked up way,
Shoot me out of a fucking cannon, dog. That's so funny. That's the most interesting thing he's talked about so far. Nahab, you think for $5 going to make a prediction. Walsh is going to say that colonization of Africa was done to liberate the white slaves. I hope. Oh, God, I hope. I hope.
Is one of those colonial empires that no one on the left seems to mind, assuming they're even, which in most part, these slaves, unless they were ransomed or executed inside a cannon, spent the rest of their lives in North Africa and the Ottoman Empire, which incidentally is one of those colonial empires that no one on the left seems to mind, assuming they're even aware of it.
So nobody on the left gives a fuck about the impact of the Ottoman Empire on America because it didn't have the same impact as the transatlantic slave trade. When you ask people, well, nobody on the left seems to care about the white slaves that were taken over in Europe to the Ottoman Empire. Yeah, dude. Because it didn't cement an institution of subjugation, racism, and torment here that is institutionalized to this day. What the fuck are you talking about? Ugh. Yeah, no one on the left seems to mind the Ottoman Empire. Duh.
The most shocking slave trades did not involve Europeans at all. It involved an Arab-run slave trade operation in East Africa, roughly around the same time as the Middle Passage was bringing slaves from places like Dahomey to Brazil. But unlike slaves arriving in the New World, Arabs frequently castrated male slaves to prevent them from breeding. The castration process was, in some cases, so brutal that 80 to 90% died during the operation. It wasn't just castration leading to mass deaths. Conditions were so brutal that 3 out of 4 died before.
So again, none of this is actually talking about, like, slavery in America. This is all justification by presenting other examples of slavery. But none of what he's saying or doing absolves slavery.
Even getting a market. The East African slave trade included legendary traders like the black ivory merchant Hamed bin Mohammed al-Murjbi, also known as Tipu Tip, who organized the removal of between 50,000 to 100,000 slaves from the Congo to move ivory to markets on the coast. Al-Murjbi earned his nickname Tipu Tip from the sounds his men's guns made during their raiding parties into the Congo. When he finally brought his slaves to the African coast with their ivory, they were then auctioned off to the highest bidder. So many slaves moved through East Africa that Zanzibar became the biggest slave market in the world. By some estimates, as many as 17 million East Africans were sold into slavery over 1,300 years, dwarfing the transatlantic slave trade. Many of them worked spice fields and plantations in East Africa, and the practice wasn't abolished until 1909.
So again, it's just like, can you believe how many you think it's bad, but it's like all of his talking points come down to being like, well, if you made it to America, you were lucky because these guys had it real rough. No, Matt, it was all fucking bad. You can just say it's all bad. You can just say it's all bad. You can just say it's all bad. It's actually very easy to just say, yes, all of this was evil. None of it was uniquely so. It all contributed to mass crimes against humanity before we even came up with the idea that people should be judged based on that metric. Like, these are unconscionable things that built and contributed to the modern world. And he's so fucking uncomfortable with dealing with that fact because it means that America was part of that. It's like, yeah, every line of history to get to where we are now sucked shit in one way or another, dude. Being American does not suddenly absolve you from history's culpability in these horrendous acts. Like, it is Matt's problem that he takes it so fucking personally, that identifying that, yes, America was built on institutions like slavery, racism, subjugating other people, and that he takes that shit personally, that's his own idiocy. Because most normal people can understand and parse these facts and hold the ideas in their head that America was built on this subjugation, on mass rape and murder. But also, that's not my fault as a white person. Matt is simply unable to parse that. He is so been indoctrinated. He has so absorbed the idea of American exceptionalism to his core that any criticism of America he reflexively labels as leftist propaganda. But what he is saying through all of this shit gives up the entire game. He is trying to justify these crimes, these horrendous acts of dehumanization by saying, look, they were doing it too. In the process, he can't help but illuminate that, yeah, everything sucked everywhere for a lot of people for a long time. And America was not unique in stopping that. America was not unique in taking part of that. And that's really all people want when they want a recognition. When people want a recognition of America's role in this, that is all people are pointing out. Like, let's go, chat. Let's keep it going. Meredith, I've been thinking for $5. Terrible joke for you, DD. When does a joke become a dad joke? When it leaves for cigarettes and never comes back? Thank you very much.
Once again, because of colonizers, this time from Britain. But the reality is that the East African slave trade, which exceeded the West African slave trade in its duration, barbarity, and quantity of slaves, has received relatively little attention from academics and journalists. That's because it's not a useful tool for a demoralization campaign against white Americans.
Demoralization campaign is not a useful tool for a demoralization. No, it's because it's not relevant in a conversation. Like, in a conversation about, again, how institutionally, at a very basic level, America was founded on racism. That's one concept. It is not useful to have a conversation exploring that where you're constantly going, what about over there? What about what happened over there? It's like, okay, so if my grandma had wheels, would she be a bike? What the fuck does that matter? It's not germane to the conversation at hand, dude. What are you talking about?
Americans, by the way, whose ancestors were enslaved as well.
Okay.
The morning of
the real history of slavery. We have 14 minutes left, and we're just getting to slavery in America. Come on, dude. Let's go.
June 14th, 1786, Captain James Moore's family woke up on what seemed to be a normal day in Southwest Virginia. But as they left the family's cabin to tend to their farm animals, the fearful war whoop was heard, and a raiding party of Ohio Valley Shawnee Indians rode down a ridgeline.
You see, because it's not the innocent white people what were just out tending their land that they had stolen from people and subjugated and murdered and raped and pillaged and killed for. No, these just poor innocent white people who came over here for the new life and did nothing wrong ever at all about anybody. And it was actually the indigenous people that were to blame. Okay, let's get into it, dude.
Attacked them. Captain Moore was shot 7 times before being tomahawked and scalped. The Indians then murdered 3 of his children, leaving only his family members who were locked inside the cabin. Much like the Barbary pirates, the Indians broke into the house, shot the dogs, plundered and burned the home, killed the livestock, and took Moore's wife and surviving children captive. The raiding party stole horses and embarked on a journey.
Do you remember when we talked about it again? I'm glad even though it was because of an interstitial where he was advertising his next episode of this dog shit, I'm glad we talked about how Americans brutalized and mass murdered indigenous people. You remember the captain who murdered a bunch of women and children? It's like, this is not unique. America was not somehow sanctified or absolved from this.
To Detroit, which was then an open-air market for humans captured by Indians. To give you a sense of the savagery of the Indians, when one of the surviving sons, John, fell behind on the journey, Indians split his head open with a tomahawk and then told John's mother what happened with her son's bloody scalp hanging in his waistband. They reached Detroit in December, where in a drunken frolic, one of the surviving daughters, Mary Moore, was sold into slavery for a few gallons of rum to a man named Stogwell, who had been an active Tory during the war and had removed to Canada after it closed for fear of losing his life if he remained in the United States. 3 years later, she was rescued by her brother and returned to the United States. Stories like Mary Moore's were common in the early frontier period in America, and often the stories became nationwide bestsellers. The vast majority of white slaves in the United States were owned by fellow whites. Somewhere between 60 and 70% of white immigrants to the American colonies arrived in bondage, often involuntarily. An estimated 350,000 arrived between 1620 and 1776, in numbers that likely far exceeded the number of black slaves who arrived in the 1600s.
No, we already talked about this, dude.
Mortality rates on the journey to the colonies often exceeded 20%. Many of them were legally classified as indentured servants under British law. Indentured servitude was, in theory, a contract entered between a poor person and a sponsor, in which the sponsor pays for the poor person's transit across the Atlantic in exchange for a set period of bondage. That, however, is the textbook definition. Reality was much harsher. In the early colonial period, there were not substantial differences between indentured servants and black slaves. And many were subjected to conditions of such brutality, duration, and heritability that historians increasingly regard slave as the more accurate term. There's no question that indentured servitude was slavery. Some indenture contracts literally use the term slave, and ads issued for runaway servants asked for them to be returned to their masters. Some of them were held in bondage for life. Many of them were sent here.
I like how he showed that ad with the text being too small to actually read. That's a nice touch.
At the outbreak of the revolution in 1776, more than 50,000 convicts were sent to the colonies as slave laborers. There were all sorts of sources of white slavery. They were the convicts, the urban poor, political prisoners, thieves, prostitutes, vagrants, prisoners of war, anyone designated undesirable by the British government. In the winter of 1650, 150 ragged Scottish prisoners of war arrived at Massachusetts Bay Colony, where they were sold as indentured laborers for 20 to 30 pounds each. And in colonial America, white and black slaves often bonded, according to NPR, which admits America's first slaves were white.
According to some African-American historians, there was no sign or little sign of racial tension between the English servants, which we reckon were slaves, and the African servants, also called servants. They were treated in much the same way for many decades.
Yeah, Matt. Because remember we were talking about how even white people weren't seen as proper white people? Irish and Italians? None of this is surprising to me. This also doesn't somehow... They think he's going to try and make this about is that actually white people were the real victims of slave trade. The problem is that socioeconomically, in terms of political and upwards mobilization, a lot of those white families recovered because they could reintegrate. They could have kids that weren't owned by their slave owners, as we were talking about earlier. After a couple generations, they just became like every other white person, whereas black people were systemically held down, were systemically oppressed for hundreds of years. There's a very different outcome here, which is why people don't really focus on it. There's no historians that are denying this happened, Matt. No credible ones, certainly. But it is not the dub that you fucking think it is. Because if anything, it proves the point that slavery affected black people in this country more than white people. Because the white people were able to mobilize their way out of it because of the color of their skin. Because as demographics shifted and as opinions around those demographics shifted, more and more people said, you're Irish, you're white. You're Italian, you're white. Black people, though, oh no. Like, come the fuck on, dude.
They complained together, they ran away together, they rebelled together.
George Washington himself had white slaves.
Crazy.
Of your War of Independence, the Revolutionary War, there were ads in the Virginia Gazette for runaways, and I think that week there were something like 11 for white.
You see, I wonder how much he's actually going to go into. Again, anything that accurately makes the white people look bad, probably not going to talk about.
Runaways and 3 for black runaways, and 2 of the 11 white runaways were being advertised by George Washington.
In early Virginia and Maryland, indentured servants, mostly English, Irish, and Scottish, did the same jobs that enslaved Africans would do in the 19th century, mostly tobacco farming. Conditions were so bad that 40 to 50% died before completing their terms. A 1671 report from Virginia Governor William Berkeley noted that the number of white slaves arriving vastly outnumbered black. Quote, "We suppose there come in of servants about 1,500, of which most are English, few Scotch, fewer Irish, and not above 2 or 3 ships of Negroes in 7 years." He then went on to note that in the early years of the colony, 80% of servants did not survive the first year. But it wasn't just the slaves that were multiracial. It was the slaveholders too. At slavery's peak in 1860, thousands of slaves were owned by Choctaws, Cherokees, Creeks, and Chickasaw Indians. As Alan Taylor writes in the book America.
We also just talked about that. These were the people that, as Matt would call it, and as they called it, they were part of the 5 civilized nations. Those were some of the ones literally listed where they took part in the white culture. The reason that these people held slaves and plantations is because they assimilated. They did the thing Matt wanted them to do. The thing Matt pushes for conquered peoples to do. And now they get to be just fucking like pawns in his weird rhetorical game.
American colonies, the Iroquois, were particularly brutal in this regard. In colonial America, the Iroquois would often subject captives, the ones they did not enslave, to ritualistic slaughter and cannibalism in which captives would be tied to the stake, stabbed, then prodded with hot pokers. Quote, "After the victim died, the women butchered his remains, cast them into cooking kettles, and served the stew to the entire village, so that all could be bound together in absorbing the captive's power." At the outbreak of the Civil War, one of South Carolina's wealthiest citizens was a planter and slaveholder named William Ellison. Census records show that at the outset of the Civil War, he owned 63 slaves, making him one of the biggest slave owners in the region. During the Civil War, he and his sons made substantial donations to the Confederate government, but What makes Allison remarkable is that he was a black man. In fact, he was a freed slave whose former master had given him the business skills he needed to become a successful cotton gin manufacturer. He was such a prominent member of South Carolina society that the Charleston Mercury newspaper noted.
Wow, damn! They solved. Did you know they solved racism because there was a black dude who paid for the Confederacy? That's crazy. Again, as though there being a couple examples completely absolves the rest of it. As though the point of a system is not to reinforce itself, which it is. And that systems will continually use edge cases like that to reinforce itself. Such is the liberal order.
That he was a large slaveholder and is much respected throughout the district for his integrity and general good character. When the American journalist and social critic Frederick Law Olmsted visited Mississippi in the early 1860s, he described meeting a black man who told him there were, quote, many free Negroes all about this region. Some were very rich. He pointed out to me 3 plantations within 20 miles owned by colored men. They bought black folks, he said, and had servants of their own. They were very bad masters, very hard and cruel. If he had got to be sold, he would like best to have an American master by him. The French, black Creole masters were very severe, and they whipped their N-words most to death. They whipped the flesh off. In total, an estimate.
So, again, much like the white masters that they learned all of this shit from. So what, dude? Like, tell me, please tell me. I want him so bad. I hope he presents his version of history as just like black people owning all the white people. Is that what he thinks is? Please tell me. Please go there, buddy. Please go there.
3,000 blacks owned roughly 20,000 slaves in 1860. In some cases, black slaveholders purchased relatives and spouses philanthropically, rescuing them from other slaveholders. But according to the black historian Carter Godwin Woodson, they often simply bought and sold slaves like white traders. He even described one case in which, quote, a Negro shoemaker in Charleston, South Carolina purchased his wife for $700, but on finding her hard to please, he sold her a few months thereafter for $750. The 1860 census offers some context that's left out of the history textbooks in this country. That year, there were 3,953,760 slaves and 487,970 total free colored population in the slave states in 1860. The reality is that a very small percentage of freed blacks and American Indians owned slaves, but the same is true for white Americans. In the 1860 census, at the very height of slavery, there were 393,900.
So that makes slavery okay? That he has such a fucking weird chip on his shoulder about this shit. Oh yeah, he does hit the hard B. That's funny. Hit the B hard.
75 slave owners in the U.S. out of a total population of over 31 million. That translates to about 1.2% of the population. The vast majority of American whites never owned any slaves. That's a critical point when in the context of modern calls for reparations. As a rule, black slaves in the American South had a life expectancy of 40 years and an annual mortality rate of 3 to 5%. Their odds of getting married, having children, attaining freedom were dramatically higher than slaves in the Caribbean, Brazil, East Africa, or, God forbid, Dahomey. Slaves in the Caribbean lived in barracks. In the South, they had cabins. There's no doubt that being a slave was...
He is literally doing... Yeah, no, they were lucky to be here. They were lucky to be raped, defiled, mutilated, murdered. No, yeah, he is, Nehemiah, he is using a... Do you know how much a slave cost back then? That's fucking crazy, dude.
A bad life, but if you were to be enslaved, it was better to be enslaved in the United States. The clearest metric on this is that the U.S. slaves' population kept growing after slave imports were banned in 1808. Unlike other parts of the Americas where deaths exceeded births, the U.S. ended up with nearly 4 million slaves in 1860, despite only 400,000 arrivals.
Whoa, buddy, Matt. I thought there was a really small slave population. That's been a major part that he keeps coming back to, is like, well, only this many were brought over. And he keeps presenting it as though it was a small amount. But now that he can talk about the ballooning slave population and be like, look at how good they had it. Now you're bringing up that there were 400 million. Wow, okay. 4 million. Interesting.
One reason for the better conditions could be incentives. With the import ban, slave owners' best source of slaves was high birth rates. Buying more was really expensive. The typical price for an able-bodied male field hand in New Orleans in 1860 was about $2,000. And if you track inflation based on the price of gold, that'd be over $100,000 today.
He is literally I can't fucking... My dude literally went, do you know how expensive this shit was?
That's fucking crazy. Tell me. He's gonna use they treated like part of the family. He's gonna do that. He's gonna do it. I know. I feel it.
For this reason, there are well-documented cases of slaveholders preferring to use less valuable, lower-class whites for dangerous tasks. Our sponsor, Grand Canyon University, is an affordable.
Fuck off.
GCU is learners who are reading your business and institutional scholarships. Grand. 1800, there was not a single country on earth that had abolished slavery by law. Not one. By 1900, Britain, France, the United States, Denmark, the Netherlands, Spain, Portugal had all outlawed it. Every single abolition took place in societies under European control or heavy European pressure.
And by the way, Matt, somebody who absolutely, admittedly, to this day, agrees that other races, people from other cultures, are inferior to whites, would not, I cannot underline this enough, would not have been an abolitionist at all.
In a perfect Orwellian twist of irony, it turns out white men are the heroes of the slavery story. It was the Royal Navy's West Africa Squadron that freed hundreds of thousands of Africans.
White men are the So the thing about abolition is that, yeah, there were a lot of white people. And there were also a shit ton of black people, famously, who were abolitionists. People like Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman. Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? White people were obviously, the good guys here. Like, his entire worldview, all of his arguments hinge on white people being the real victims, but also the real selfless heroes, without ever talking about the shit they perpetuated, how they benefited from this system. It is all about, well, actually, the black people were the ones who started this, and the black people were the ones who did this. And okay, if history was taught the way Matt Walsh wants it taught, black people sold black people into slavery. Black people benefited from it somehow. And then white people bought the slaves. We're not going to talk about that. But white people were the ones who saved them because they were just so good of heart and so good and Christian. Like, I can't fucking. White people were the reason the institution proliferated as far as it did. Oh my God, dude.
Slaves, all done at the expense of the British taxpayer. It was the nearly 400,000 Union soldiers who died in the American Civil War, and the entirely white Congress and white legislatures that passed the 13th Amendment ending slavery.
Yep, people like Frederick Douglass, the abolitionist movement, the Underground Railroad, people like John Brown, who were wildly unpopular for a long time, had nothing to do with it. It was all just white people out of the goodness of their hearts. Are you out of your fucking mind?
If the legacy of slavery is a permanent, unpayable debt that justifies racial redistribution in perpetuity, then literally every ethnic group on the planet owes every other one. The descendants of the Kingdom of Dahomey, which sold millions.
First off, nobody says that. He's trying to draw this down into a real focused point towards the end. The problem is, he's making an assertion that nobody believes. Nobody believes. Here's the thing about reparations. Insofar as these systems still do affect us, which they do, nobody is going back and looking at the transatlantic slave trade and saying, well, you still owe me 40 acres and a mule or some bullshit. People are looking at the recent history in this country, the last 100 years. Because, Matt, history doesn't exist in a contextless vacuum. There are things that people still put up with today that are because of Jim Crow, that are because of the Southern strategy. Things that can be traced back generationally to this shit. That is why it's important to talk about it. The shit that the white people who were actually put into slavery, they didn't have to fucking deal with through the late early 1900s. Providing all of these false equivalencies as though you can factoid your way out of this social oppression that has been happening for so long. It just shows what a disingenuous little fucking worm he is. God, No, and Max's Animates, keep in mind, Walsh thinks paying reparations literally giving black people on the street at 20. Yeah. No, he is so, like, paranoid about the reparations thing. This is like a real boomerism I've never seen. Well, I've seen plenty of. I don't know why I said never seen. Why I've seen plenty of this idea that, like, I don't know, but some white people think that black people want the fucking clothes off their back. Like, that's not what we're talking about. When you talk about reparations, it would be redistribution of resources to help areas, help communities that have been systemically brought down and oppressed over time. When you're talking about shit like reparations in a modern sense, you are talking about stuff like investing in the infrastructure of neighborhoods that were unilaterally affected for black people more than white people during things like the war on drugs, during things like the crack epidemic. Like, it isn't that complicated, but he tries to make it seem so much more complicated than it is because he cannot grasp the totality of it as a whole.
Millions of their fellow Africans would owe reparations to the descendants of their victims. The Arab world would owe...
Fighting Hobbit, thank you for 25 bits. Putting aside Matt's smug hypothetical, yes, slavery was abominable, affecting many people's cultures, and we should strive to erase all vestiges of it from contemporaneous society. See capitalism above. Yeah.
West Africa and Europe. The Ottomans would owe the Balkans. The Irish would owe the English, and the English would owe the Irish. The list is endless because...
Yeah. The English would owe the Irish. Well, you don't say, boyo.
Slavery is the norm, not America's unique shame. We're only one civilization.
Red districting, segregation, black codes, discrimination. Like, these are things that are the societal grandchildren, the societal offspring of all this shit that Matt wants to go back to and say, well, look, white people had it worse. Okay, well, they didn't in the 100 years after. They didn't go through all of that shit. They didn't have their communities targeted consistently, constantly by police, by politicians, by redistricting, by red zoning, like all of that shit.
Decided the guilt outweighed the profit and bled itself dry to end it. That's the real story they don't teach. What do Snow White, Cinderella, and smallpox blankets have in common? They're all fairy tales.
Okay. We literally have documented evidence. Like, we literally have notes and shit from, because again, this isn't ancient history. Some of this shit is still fairly modern in the grand span of time. Like, we have references. We have reasons why we know this shit. But I guess that will wait for fucking next time. Holy fuck, man. What a nightmare human being. What an absolute piece of shit. You fish-lipped fucking sociopath, man. Do I think Matt Walsh should be a fan of Rhodesia or apartheid South Africa? I think he's at least a canny enough operator to understand that advocating for Rhodesia firmly puts him, like, publicly with Nazis. I am sure he would fucking have some. I'm sure he would have some kind of argument for Rhodesia and apartheid South Africa, but I think he's smart enough to try and at least distance himself enough.
For decades, you've been told that you live on...
Oh, fuck off. Cyrus, thank you very much for $4.99. I want to see the people from Atunche Films checkmate Lincoln Knights debate Matt. And then, yeah, that is about it. Jesus Christ, man. Woof. All right, let's go. Let's, do we have Smash JT? The Discord situation. I want to go dig into Destiny has pushed the smallpox blankets was a fairy tale shit. Not surprising. Not surprising. Like again, do we think that, like, they just all died off for nothing? Like, no. Oh, God. Does he do live? A 130K subscribers is fucking crazy, dude. Smashcast, huh? 6 more links. There was Nux's video. Wait, Nux. Oh, Nux Otaku had a fucking video. Yeah. Nux Taku. Oh, thank you, Sun Chaser. Thank you for streaming. Also, if you look at Nux Taku's videos, I have never seen somebody more fucking slot-brained. Look at this shit. Every video is just, this thing broke me. This thing broke me. This thing broke me. Like, it's just the most algorithmic bullshit in the fucking world. I would, like, look, I know I'm going to engage in a little bit more slop this year because I need the money. But this shit is rough. If I ever put me out to pasture if I fucking ever get this bad. All right. Where did Nux do the video? Is it live? No, it wasn't live. It is. It's just all the same shit, dude. God, what a charmed life. What a truly charmed life. To be able to just fucking... Just the most slop. Fuck, dude. Nux Taku's response is really, really bad. Is that what he said? No, that wasn't it. Did he already take it? Was it CR Rent? Was it from Nux? Christ, man. Oh my God. That is a fucking... What a crossover, man. Severin, by the way, loved your American MD talking, playing Brave Fencer Musashi or now no slaps. Hell yeah. Thank you. Hey, Juno dear. Nuxanor. Oh, of course, because he has another fucking dumbass name. You aren't angry enough. Where was it? Are we talking 2 days ago? God damn, this is even worse. This dipshit talking about politics with what are very obviously AI photos. How is 2 videos a day until we take over the world? Please subscribe. This dude must be making fucking bank too. God damn. All right, which is the video? Just like, can is there enough to talk about for an hour on these things? Like, are these just streams? Are we gonna, the fucking truth will radicalize you? I'm seeing Tectone. All right, I guess.
This one won't get me in any hot water. Today we are going to talk about how a man's life was ruined by leftism. All right, so for those of you who are unaware, big YouTuber streamer guy, and this individual was recently canceled on the internet. He recently lost a court case and got a protective order given against him by an ex-girlfriend that alleged that he sexually...
I cannot. The way he fucking moves is so goddamn annoying. Like, I can't believe he does that. The same shit. Like, dude, act like a normal fucking human being.
assaulted / raped. There is zero evidence to that, for the record, in case anyone was curious. So this is literally she said that.
So this is just him fucking no, this is literally him fucking sweeping for Tech. And meanwhile you have Tech over here sweeping for Asmongold. Just all the way down. And they all what they fucking run in packs.
The court seems like it believed it and gave him a protected order. Now, for those of you that are unaware,
The court seems to believe it.
Lose an actual criminal case. He, quite literally, did not lose a criminal case. He was not found guilty of rape or of sexual assault or of anything like that. That is not true. And a lot of people are slandering him for that right now. That is a lie.
Oh, I'm sorry, rape tone? Is that who you're talking about? See, here's the thing. Court of public opinion doesn't care, dude. If there's enough evidence found that you're no longer able to hold a firearm, if there's enough evidence found that you have to have a protection order made and it is approved by a judge, there's enough precedent there. That even if it can't be proven, court of public opinion, that's good enough for me.
Lie. Right now, he lost a civil case, to be clear. Now, I'm going to give you some context. We're going to have to talk about it, and I think it's very important. And to be clear, I have been talking to Tectone a lot lately, actually.
Yeah, no shit.
If he did tell me private information or gave me private, personal details that exonerate him, if he did do that, I would not be allowed to show them to you, because that would be violating his protective order. So therefore, Tectone, what were you doing? Don't date a whore, especially when they're half plastic.
Now, I'm going to redact some of this information to make it YouTube safe, but the page numbers are all there, so you can just look it up for yourself. Basically, the allegation was that Pink Chu could not perform because of her recent surgery, so Tectone found other non-consensual means, allegedly.
Much love to this queen. I mean, seriously, I'm sorry that you had to go through all of that. And then
I love when Hassan does this. Meanwhile, he's pro-Hamas rape. He literally, like, dude, you want to see the most terrifying thing of all time? Like, and I'm not even exaggerating.
Please show me Hassan being pro-Hamas rape. Meanwhile, do we need to go watch? We watched the Tectone video a while ago, didn't we? What was the... Do we need to watch that again? The video where Tech has all the fucking insane opinions on like sexual assault?
Not even exaggerating. This is Hassan Piker. This is Hassan Piker, everyone's favorite left.
Is he gonna do the thing? He's gonna play. I bet he's gonna play the "if she's old enough to count, old enough to mount" clip that people keep fucking bringing up, where Hassan was very obvious. Again, out of context is the best way to take these folks.
He's so leftist and pro women. It's unbelievable. Actually, he's unbelievably leftist and pro women. All right, let me show you how pro-women this guy is. It's crazy. Holy shit, I can't find the clip. This is so sad. But anyway, he's pro-rapists. He's pro-Hezbollah rapists. He's pro-Hamas rapists. He's pro-Houthi rapists. He's pro-Chinese rapists. He's pro-rapists. Unless they're American, in general.
probably get traumatized altogether one more time.
So, whoa, hold up. You're going to say that, be like, oh, well, can't find the clip, and then just continue to talk. This fucking guy, man. People believe this shit, by the way. People will watch this and be like, oh, yep, Hassan is obviously a rapist.
I'm in the court process, but at least now you have a moment of respite.
To further elaborate on the context here, Pink Chu testifies that she had been living with Tectone in exchange for sexual favors. Personally, I don't believe this version of the story at all. After reading through the transcript, it is very...
And rape doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people...
No, that's not the same thing at all. You fucking moron dipshit that had to have somebody else fucking send you that, I'm sure. Him saying that if rapes happen on October 7th, it doesn't change his stance on the ongoing genocide is not the same as being pro. It's not the same as him supporting it. God, these people are... Why the fuck am I'm fucking defending Hassan again? Why? It always comes back to this. Somebody just said it in the chat. All roads lead to Hassan. What the fuck, man? All right, this is obviously not the video. I don't think it is, unless he's going to somehow address his shit. Because this just looks like him continually going through the case. I don't want to watch Nux. I can't fucking handle this little Freak.
Hamas raped Jews. Like, oh my god, it's literally.
I cut to halfway through the video. He's still whinging about Hassan, dude.
All political, vindictive, and personal for these people. Not one iota of realism in any of their brains.
The rest is blacked out. Judging by the context clues, I'm guessing that he's saying that Tectone was listed as an emergency contact.
I love how he has the temerity to be like, oh, it's everything is political to these people. Also, Tectone sexually assaulting somebody is leftism's fault. Okay, dude. The fucking truth will. Activist judge ruined a man. Yeah, okay. So 11 days ago, he just doesn't even have. God, what a fucking. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Like, how is this legal? Like, how is this? Look at this fucking AI image of AOC. And this is the motherfucker who wants to say, oh, yeah, Hassan hates women so much. Are you fucking kidding me? How to send? I can't spend any more time here. I don't have it in me. I'm sorry, chat. I wanted to find his dumb response. I don't care enough to go through it all. Like, look at this shit. Genuinely. Just put him in a fucking volcano, I swear to God, man. Nuxtaku, Asmongold's most powerful roach. That's fucking funny. Yeah, I don't care anymore. When somebody puts out another video summing up the situation, I'll watch it, but I don't care enough to spend so much time on this shit. I'm not gonna watch the Jacob Geller video because we're getting kind of close to wrapping up ish. I did want to talk about the Smash JT shit. Representing how badly did excuse me, Ron Coleman, who is Smash JT's arcade. Wanted pallet goods, thank you very much for 50 biddies. We don't have time for that today, but you know what? I'm actually I'll save that really quick, that Waffle House link, so we can watch it on another time. I have a couple videos saved here and there for to come back to at a later time. Oh god. Ugh. Waffle House. Waffle House. There you go. All right, so we have motion hearing while trying to represent Jeff Tarzia in his defense against Alyssa Mercante. Turns out not great. Bit of background. This hearing is specifically about jurisdictional discovery. Basically, the case is in a posture where the court is trying to determine if New York has jurisdiction over Tarzia to hear this matter. Tarzia is not a resident. Mercante has to show Tarzia has a certain level of contact with New York NYS that he could reasonably expect to be sued there. The inside baseball of the tests for that aren't really important. What you need to know is that right now Mercante is able to conduct discovery on Tarzia for the purpose of getting evidence about what contracts he has with New York in order to make an argument for jurisdiction. So this isn't a full evidentiary discovery. It's a limited purpose discovery related to jurisdiction. So with that out of the way, how about we go for Ron and Smash? Spoiler, it did not go well. Let me actually look up, because I know there's other things where he's been whinging. Oh, we might actually, I know people don't give a fuck about it, but I might watch the video from the Smash JT Live. Is there? That's probably where the other shit is. One month ago, damn. Okay, I guess streaming on that channel Mondays, Saturdays. So is it? Opinion. Oh, he has his own. Woof. Smash JT. He has a dog. Like, why does it looks so fucking bad, dude? Why does it look so bad? I'm getting really fucking tired. I'm sorry. I keep. This changes everything. Gabe keeps winning. This is fucking rough. Oh, man. He's not.
Disclose TV.
Ah! Fuck. Christ. Sorry, everybody. What the fuck? I don't. Yeah, I'm not. I don't care. Can you get a. What can I get some matcha teas? Do you have like a shitty t shirt? Oh, that's. Fuck, man. I wonder where he's getting his shit, because this looks terrible, but could you imagine seeing somebody walking around wearing this proudly? Like that is the most generous representation I've ever seen. It still looks like all of his art. Okay, chat. We're going to talk, I want to talk, because this is real, like, poor hours. Growing up, I'm willing to bet many people bought pre-owned games at GameStop. And I mean the cheap pre-owned games. I'm talking games that were like $4.99 and under, right? Buy two, get one. I'm getting games from 7 years ago that I've never played. And they're all going to be in, at GameStop, they're all going to be in those cheap GameStop boxes that they made with the fucked up, like, the like, hyper-stylized art. You remember? Let me see if I can fucking find it. This is the one. Y'all remember it. Y'all know it. It's a classic. Terribly ugly. Horrendously bad. Or this is a redraw. Yeah, because this kid was in the front. This is not the same. Not what I wanted. Give me the good shit. Give me the good. Give me the classic. That's what it was. Yeah, here it was. This was even fucking worse. It was horrendous. For whatever reason, this iconic image, iconic derogatory, is what Smash JT has seemingly taken his influence from. I still have some of those boxes. Oh, excuse me. There's something about, because I've been buying, so as I've been playing more PS2 games, I don't do it very often, but like if I'm around like a pawn shop or something, I'll go and I'll look at their PS2 games. And there's something like, I consider it an extra value if I can get one of the Hollywood video cases, like the pre-owned, like if it has a pre-owned sticker on it. That's so good for me. I don't know why. I fucking love it. Yeah, I want to watch him whinge and cry about shit. So apparently, all right, let's go back to his lawsuit. Blah, 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 blah. So for starters, Remy uses they, them pronouns and the salutation MX, just so no one is left wondering what that is doing there. This hearing was conducted via Zoom, and the court reporter did their best to get spellings right for people, but inevitably there's some errors in here. Let me try. I can go to, see if I can find. We can watch some of from Airbagged. We can look at some of the clips because he's been keeping a good tab on that. Hollywood video game cases are so good. They're so fucking clean. Like, there's something about them that's so... Like, it was so... I don't know, iconic in a weird way. Like, oh, with the action up in the corner and everything, and like a pre-owned MVP. Oh. Oh. Yeah, it's the good stuff. Oh, yes, right there. This can be Hollywood video pre-owned cases. Look at that. Oh, look at that. With the blue for PlayStation, the green for Xbox. Oh. Oh, yeah. That's good shit. No one, but no one younger than millennials will know what that smelled like, and you're missing out. You don't know. Oh, that fucking, the Hollywood video smell, man. Like that, the smell of new DVDs and prepackaged popcorn. Oh. Old carpet. Just we really, sorry, the fucking, the member berries are getting me. The member berries are getting me. I'm sorry. I made a whole video about how nostalgia is all this manufactured bullshit, but you talk about Hollywood video and I turn into one of these fucking like white marble statue Avatar return type people. Like, we must go back. This is what they took from us. And it's just it's just like a checkout rack full of gummy worms and fucking DVDs nobody's watched in 5 years. Oh. That's so good. I have dreams about I just recurring to me now, or I don't know if it was ever recurring, but in the last couple months I had a dream about visiting a Hollywood. The one that was as my kid. I visited as a child. Oh. CR Rent, think I found out what happened. Nux took down the response. Their response video is his response. Do you have if you have one of those links, I'll watch it. I'll watch it. Blockbuster had its own smell too, but our Blockbuster was significantly older than Hollywood. That might be the smell. Ryle Kitten House. Hutch gets demolished by Pisco's lawyer. All right. This seems like pretty good content. We'll see. Is it this one?
Why does he sound so panicked? Do I have this on like 2x? Bro, you can hear the panic in his voice. He is like actually panicked as fuck. This guy is like the biggest rat on planet Earth. The actual biggest rat on planet Earth, okay? Nuts. It's nuts, man.
You've literally got his little cartoon character.
Ever, and they've never had any evidence of me grooming anyone ever. All right, so it's
Okay,
a lot
here
of,
we go, here
a
we
lot
go,
of
here we go.
implications that get thrown out. So this is the most viral clip of the video that I found, with the most serious allegation that I saw. So let's watch this clip. I'll play the clip and I'll give you my commentary.
Okay.
The NSFW channel wasn't there from the start. We can trace its creation to this exchange from October 15th, 2018, where we can see this user who from
2018.
They're saying that I engaged sex with a 15-year-old in 2018. 2018.
I don't know if I can react to this, because this is like, I don't like reacting to a reaction of a video. Like, I'm reacting to him reacting to Nux's reaction to a video. It's too much for me. It's too much for me. Like, this seems like a video I would watch, but I feel like it's too much dissolution. You know, it's too much diluting the essence. I'm gonna go back to the Smash JT thing really quick. Remy uses they them pronouns. This hearing was conducted via Zoom, and the court reporter did their best to get spellings right, but inevitably there's some errors. So right off the bat, the first page of the transcript, we see Ron chose to produce the requested Twitter DMs from Smash in an unusual format. And by unusual, I mean, what the fuck is this nonsense? So, Your Honor, we sent a follow-up. There's been no more production and no more communication from defendant's side, but I think highlighted in one of the letters was the fact that we didn't get direct messages in a standard format. Instead, we got an hour of video of defendants scrolling through a list. His mind. It's incredible. Wow. Oh, no. CR Rant, you're totally fine. You're totally fine. I asked for it. You're good. I just, like, I didn't realize until I started, like, oh, right, this is not just, I mean, I realized, but I didn't, it's like, that's too much. It is too much. If somebody can find a cut of Nux doing the actual video, I'll just watch that. Bruce DMs, God, that's fucking crazy. The general rule is you produce material in its native format. Excel files is Excel files. Like, every time I've seen tweets or social media posts represented in a lawsuit or in a court transcript or a document, it will either be a direct quotation or more often than not just like a PNG or a JPEG of the file. That's crazy. All right, I need to go get a tissue really quick. I'll be right back. Oh. Followed up Mr. Coleman, who's going to get back to us, but he did not, although defendant himself posted a tweet about it, so we know. God, dude. Imagine failing at tweeting about a legal proceeding you're supposed to be doing, not doing it, but tweeting about it. So you have you cannot at least claim that you didn't hear. That's fucking crazy. All right, I have to turn heat on. All right, woof. Hey, Juno. A woof. A woof.
Going radio silent is short of actually saying fuck you the worst thing to do in that situation. Bang up job, Ron. So what does Ron have to say about this at the hearing? Mr. Coleman, I was anticipating that the court would help us work our way through this. What is it about? First off, studying and having gone through multiple chud-ass lawyers has really disillusioned me to the well-held understanding that it's really tough to be a lawyer, because this shit seems easy as fuck. If these motherfuckers can get jobs doing it, and if they can come into a meeting like this and be like, yeah, we actually thought, Judge, you would help us do it. I'm wearing a jacket. Yeah, I'm wearing a jacket. Why? Oh. Apparently, Ron's plan was to just stop discovery until he could ask the court for help. As the court helpfully explains, that's not how this works. The court, I didn't mean that things should stop. What my point was that I wanted to have this discussion to know how much time was needed for setting an arbitrary date. But the production is meant to be ongoing. I didn't mean for anything to stop as a result of that. Oh, man. This is polite judge speak for you aren't doing your job, counsel, and I don't like it. I'll tell you, my overall sense is that defendant is not meeting their obligations and not doing enough to figure out how to, number one, whether there are responsive documents, number two, if there are, how to produce them in the appropriate manner in a format that's usable, and three, that the objections are not compliant with the rules in that they don't specify whether there are responsive documents that are not being produced, whether they're narrowing the request, they're just too vague. That's not a good way to start. All right, here we go. Smash has 100% been consulting a chatbot about the jurisdictional merits of Alyssa's case. I guess Ron at least does have to worry about an AI replacing him. Favorite Giallo and Gothic horror? I actually just rewatched Argento's Inferno, and that's one I quite like. I could really put on most like Argento movies. You know, it's kind of an out there answer. I would say Rob Zombie's Lords of Salem is kind of a dark horse for my Giallo pick. I know a lot of people would probably be like, oh, but like to me, that is kind of that is his version of a Fulci, or very much more an Argento, I think. And I would say that is maybe the Rob Zombie's best movie, as somebody who really loves House of a Thousand Corpses. All right. Here we go again, chat. Leave me alone. Somebody asked me. It was a question. I was answering a question. All right. Litigated case involving a computer. They did Bupkis Judge. Letter. Actually, I'm sorry. The formal response here is no formal response. They did not respond to this request. We sent 2 formal letters saying they didn't respond to this request, and they never responded, even though we raised that. I like Black Sunday. I like Black Sunday. What's the one I fucking hate? I did not like The Gate. Blueberry. I feel like I'm Blueberry M. I feel like I'm being trapped when somebody with a username Blueberries ask me if I like blueberries. I feel like this is an entrapment situation. But I love blueberries. Blueberries are one of my favorite fruits. When they're in season, I buy them like crazy, and I'm so looking forward to being able to buy more blueberries come the spring, because that combined with me getting out and running again. I've been running a little bit. We just hit a cold snap here. But God, I miss exercising.
Not that I don't exercise, but I just miss my runs. It's so good for like centering myself. Oh, and yes, I love blueberries, and also Lady loves blueberries too, because those are one of the two like human foods I give her for a snack. Not much, very, very little. But she knows, oh my gosh, she loves blueberries. It's so fucking cute too, because the way I give her bloob is, well, the way I give her any treats is she has to take nice. And so she knows that that means that she has to take it. And this is, you know, she's like a 35-pound pit bull mix. Like, so she has muscle and stuff. And so it's so cute to like watch her, because she knows she won't get it if she goes up. And so she just, the most slow, methodical reaction from this dog is she just goes. And it's so funny because sometimes she goes so slow in grabbing it that she doesn't actually, like, she thinks that she's getting it, but she doesn't. All right. Tarzia's crowdfunding. So number 10, financial records relating to defendant's Give, Send, Go fundraiser. My understanding is that some documents have been produced, but email addresses of the donors were withheld without notification of plaintiffs. Do I have the issue? Ron withheld the email addresses of Smash JT's donors. Court is asking why, to explain why they need those and how it relates to jurisdictional discovery. Fair question. Remy has a coherent response. Well, I mean, I would say it has to do with discovery because of, like, depending on how much of they're there. Create and Give, Send, Go, blah, blah, blah. Need an option if you're going to any kind of political fundraiser, etc. If here, defendant did not check that option. He checked that don't require state of residence or zip code. So none of the data is associated with any state. One of the issues we're digging into is kind of, where does his support come from? Where's his audience? Where is his income coming from? $1 million question about jurisdiction is where the internet is everywhere. Yeah, okay. All right, I'm getting tired of this already. Have a good one, Coda Anthony. My Chihuahua mix does that too. Oh, baby. Tenny baby. All right, we will finish this up. Let's go to some of Smash JT's greatest hits, courtesy of Airbagged.
Money needed for
because Smash, somebody we haven't talked about much. Because here's the thing. I consider Smash JT, honestly, almost to be too much of a loser to talk about much. However, I think in these hard and trying times, it is nice to get some vicarious thrill, some form of catharsis of the downfall of people who deserve it and bring it upon themselves.
Lawsuit, I genuinely don't know how we're going to proceed with it unless we start digging into my personal kids' college fund savings.
Which you should do. Like, go for it, dude. He is so obsessed with winning this lawsuit, with defying the odds and all this shit.
Savings, which is not even that much. But I'm like, at this point, are we really going past $100,000 for someone saying you said mean words to me, and now affecting my kids going to school for this?
You could just pay what you fucking owe. The guy that went hard for the Amico, I think he did. That sounds like him. Smash JT lawsuit updates. Haters must be reeling. His confidence crumbles instantly. Minutes later, he discusses the genitalia of opposing counsel. Here's the crazy part. So, opposing counsel, Alyssa's lawyer, I believe, is non-binary, so they used the MX pronoun. And this is one of the big anti-woke people. And I need to underline that none of these fucking idiots understand what they're even mad about when they complain about shit like pronouns, because he apparently thinks the honorific mix is meant to signify that somebody is Mexican. So I just need to watch that myself.
Procedural chess match that's burning time. Procedural chess match that's burning time and money instead of proving anything on its own merits. And that really is the most PC way I can say what I'm feeling about this case right now. But it is, to me, I feel like it's a massive waste of the court's time. And I think they know that too. But they're trying to make it something valuable so that they can use this in the future, in my humble opinion. And then I followed up saying, boy, this really shoots a lot of holes in those theories that Smash is cooked.
It super doesn't.
Procedural chess match.
My dude, you were just talking.
Swear to God.
You were just talking about dipping into your kid's college fund, so that you can. Which, by the way, I've been talking behind the scenes with a couple other people who know a little bit more about this than me. Oh my God! Holy shit! Good on Queen Coke Francis for doing 71K on that. I need to get on. I need to be better at makeup. I need to get on. I should ask her for some tips, actually. Smash JT, Alyssa Mercante. He has made dozens upon dozens of videos. This is why. If you're wondering, why would somebody sue over this? It's because he has made so much literal money. By the way, these are all Smash JT. These are all Smash JT talking about Alyssa. It just keeps fucking going. Yeah, and this is after deleting some of them. It just keeps going. It just keeps fucking going. Like, it's unbelievable, this guy. Ooh, I actually like that. See, that's like a cute, cunty, quick makeup look. I like that a lot. It's so fucking funny how much, like, he has to use so many different pictures of Alyssa, but Alyssa's just such a naturally pretty person that it doesn't make any fucking difference for them. Oh no, I guess that's how I feel when I see other people use thumbnails of me, is like, oh, that's the worst one. I feel like there's so many worse images of me you could find, but that's the worst you could find. Big Jerry, how does someone so vile and repulsive like Smash somehow have a wife and kids? I don't think his wife and kids know. I would be so real. It sounds like, from what and the most fascinating thing to me, the thing that I'm low-key obsessed with finding out, I do not think Smash JT's family knows about, or at least understands the extent to which he is obsessed with this shit online.
These lawyers, they play dirty. One of them's a dude that tells everyone he's a girl, goes by Mexican pronouns.
Okay, first off, and this is again, when people talk about pronouns and wokeness, they have no fucking idea what they don't even bother to learn the most basic level of, this dude says he's a girl. No, they don't. They use non-binary pronouns. They use they them pronouns. That's not gender specific. You fucking moron. But Mexican pronouns? That's so fucking funny, honestly. That's so fucking funny. Oh, man. Well, yeah, Brutus Mags. Well, not Brutus. Sorry. Pink Dawn. I've met people like Smash JT in real life who have families. Ain't no way they're living happy lives. I think there's also this, and I speak from experience as somebody who, used to be at one point was aiming to be a family person. There's a lot of people who get out of high school and they go right into what they think is the trajectory through life. And that is, everybody sees that you're supposed to, have kids, find somebody to marry, buy a house, do the whole thing. But I think so many people get wrapped up in what they should do rather than what they want to do. And what leads to people being miserable and living that miserable life is that, you reach your 30s or 40s and you have multiple kids. Not that, and I'm not saying that people don't love the kids that they have. Of course, you love your kid. That is a part of you. I absolutely understand that. But I think you reach a point in your life where you're like, fuck, I can't go back. I had so many other things I wanted to do and I never got to do them because I did what I was told I was supposed to do rather than what I actually wanted to do. And that's, I don't know. I have a little bit of sympathy for that. I think that, it's good when people talk about these, people are the having declining birth rates and less people are having kids. It's like, I mean, we are overpopulated as it is. And that's not to say that like, oh, it's good, more people. I don't want, when I say that, I don't mean that in a like accelerationist people need to die kind of way. I mean like for the current track of our resources, which by the way, we could share the resources equitably enough to feed and house everybody. We don't, right? That's the state the world is in. And so it is, in some ways, I think it is cruel to continue just bringing insane amounts of kids into the world at scale. And while the world is trending that way, yeah, people I think should pursue their passion, should pursue art, should pursue happiness for themselves. And then I don't mean that in a selfish way because like that's what I'm doing. I pursue happiness for myself, but that doesn't mean I'm a selfish person. I think there's this incredibly Christianized or evangelical notion that trying to be happy with your life, with your position in life, somehow means that you're doing it to the detriment of everybody else. And that's not the case at all. You can be happy with your life. You can pursue the happiness and productivity you want without, and maybe it just comes from, capitalism, where people understand in some, abstracted way that the way capital works is that you can really only climb that ladder through subjugating others. And so I think a lot of people internalize that as being like, oh, well, if you're doing this, if you're selfish and you're casting everybody aside. It's like, no, you can do both. You can care about other people and also yourself. Like it's, in fact, that kind of turns out better for everybody because then you aren't a miserable fuck. You don't hate everybody and also yourself. You're not angry at the world. And you're able to be the happiest version of yourself and be more productive in society. This is what it fucking frustrates me when people talk about how, Matt Walsh, of course, came out being like any father who becomes a trans person or comes out as trans is, they're destroying their family. They're, deserve to be put in jail and like all this crazy shit. And it's like, you just don't want people living their happiest life. You want everybody living your happiest life, which, dude, if I had to live fucking Matt Walsh's happiest life, God, what a fucking nightmare that would be.
He's a dude. You're not fucking Mexican, bro. I don't know why you have the MX after your name.
It's one of the things that's deeply funny about Smash JT is in a lot of streams, this 40-something-year-old man has an actual, like a Cappy Mario hat on, like from Mario Odyssey.
If I like
Oh, and the other thing that I find deeply funny, because so much of this has happened in my periphery, right? Like I follow a lot of these people, I talk to some of them, not Smash JT, the other people like documenting this. And so I see it pop across my feed every now and again. It's just like this curious, I'll kind of just look over the garden wall and see what's going on. Huh.
There's Smash JT asking, like, he constantly tags Elon Musk and Trump by username. He constantly tags them in his fucking videos. Don't ban him. Don't ban Jake Sanderson. Whoever's in, I think my mods are probably too quick on the draw. Did they do it already? Did you kill him already? Over in YouTube. Oh, and it just keeps doing it. Okay. I unhit him. Thank you, Brutus. Jake Sanderson, do you have anything more constructive to contribute? Or are you just saying I'll never be a woman? Something, by the way, Jake, I've never said, I've never claimed, I've never used she, her pronouns. I've never said, hey, refer to me by this. I don't call myself a girl. I don't call myself a woman. I never have. Buckaroo. Do you have anything else you would like to contribute to the conversation? Or... Geoduck Geoscience, I like that. Oh, hi, Vesper. Looks like a bot. Yeah, I'm betting. Unless he's taking a moment to write something more intelligent right now. He has what, 30 seconds left? I always get confused how these people have nothing else better going on. I think they literally just like, I don't know. I think about that all the time. Like, I've never thought to myself, hey, you know what? I'm going to go harass somebody for no reason who I don't know on the internet and probably get banned from a chat quickly. You are a man. You are not they, them. That doesn't exist. Do you have an actual Brutus Magnuson? Like fucking Clockwork. Do you have like an actual thing to contribute? Or is it just anything else? Like, do you want to have a conversation? Or is it just rustling in my jimmies? Because you're not doing a great job at either of them, if I'm being honest. You're not. I will tell you, Jake. You're not helping my yawns. It's probably my scathing indictment. Well, no, because it honestly, it just seems like, because I don't know, I get this shit all the time on like social media. It just seems like they think genuinely that transphobia is something that no trans person is used to. That, like, they think that a prominent trans YouTuber who constantly like, I'm not like a fashion YouTuber, right? I'm not like a music YouTuber, or I only focus on games. I'm a politics YouTuber. My main bread and butter, God, it has been a long stream. My main bread and butter is tackling assholes like this, confronting them face to face, literally in some cases. I have interviewed people like this, talked to them face to face. And it's just, it never ceases to amaze me how they think I'm going to, like, I guess he's probably gone. Oh my God. Oh. All right. Doubles down on returning the favor should he lose to Alyssa Mercante and still thinks Elon will get involved. Oh shit, Nehemia, sorry. Thank you for $5. They're putting chemicals in the water that turn the freaking queers gay. There's your nightly Alex Jones voice. Come on now. Violet left. Why? Why are you stuck at work and you closed 3.5 hours ago? What the fuck?
Which is why it's always so funny too when people are like, "Bro, she's got you dead to rights. You're cooked. Your career is over." I'm like, first off, if I lose this, there's holy shit. Like, what went wrong? This case, I even said this before. If I like straight up just if this gets accepted in and then I lose on all counts and I'm guilty of whatever she's charging. And
have I heard the audio that Hassan always plays of Alex Jones saying liberal, liberal, liberal? I need to put together. So apparently Hassan got a soundboard. I still need to get it out and program it, but I do have a stream deck that I could use as a soundboard. Chat. I want a soundboard so bad. I didn't know Hassan was using that. I've seen it going around. That's a new clip. I've seen it going viral on Twitter. Liberal, 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 liberal. Forced government euthanasia. So fucking good. I secured a bag from my big spender. Juno stocks are up. Let's go, Juno stocks. Let's go, Juno stocks.
Oh, whatever she's asking or whatever the judge grants, this case would be huge news. That would be insane. Like, I'm talking like huge news, like Elon Musk would get involved.
It's beautiful. Damn, yeah, I love the clip of him saying Jew. Jew, 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 Jew. It's so fucking like, yeah, I'm sorry, it's a classic fucking clip. Jew, 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 Jew. I'm sorry. Oh. I should do a I don't know what the fa thing is. I should get out and program. That's on my list, is to program the soundboard properly. No, yeah, like the idea that like, dude, you are 130K YouTuber who is obsessed with one person. Do you think Elon Musk is going to give a fuck? No. Like, unless Smash JT, unless you are hiding a womb that Elon can use to incubate another kid, he isn't gonna fucking come into your DMs, dog. Hassan just keeps spamming fa. What do you mean? Like fa? Oh, hey. You just have another account. Okay. That doesn't exist. You're a man. You're not they, them. That doesn't exist. You're a man, not they, them. That doesn't exist. Are you trying to, like, hypnotize me? Is that what you're doing? Like, you're just... It's like, if buddy, if I don't exist, what do I need to turn into that one hot Latino lady who just like talks over you to the camera. Just be like, wake up. Wake up. Non-binary does exist. Wake up now. You're being contacted for a special mission. Time to wake up. Like, I need a reverse sissy hypno. Oh. Zatilla the Pen, thank you for following. The gender hypnosis. That's someone with a fetish for screaming fuck. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Yeah, just like have the I love her fucking videos so much because like I'll just sit there and scroll through them and like the way that she'll just do dances and just be like nice is so I don't know. There's something about it that's really fucking good for me. I'm just gonna start doing that. Next time we have blotters, I'm just gonna be like, nice. Good job. Therian Willow White Fox. Kind of telling me more about yourself, buddy. Hey, buddy, if non-binary people aren't real, how am I here? Oh no. You're gonna cause me an existential conflict. Oh. Now pretending to be a Therian. That's the one I think he might actually be. I don't know. I think he just switched to his main, bringing out the heavy guns. IDK, thank you for following. Thank you.
I would bet on that. If that happened, I would bet on that, because that would be such an insane injustice that.
All right, talking about the orbology chick, the hot Latina who like talks into the camera. If non-binary people aren't real, then what's making me hard, huh, Ghost? Juno, dear, what other non-binary people are you looking at right now? There we go. Lunar Fae 1111. Do you seriously, like, and I mean this genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, do you have nothing better to do on a Friday night? It's Friday, dog. Go out, go talk to somebody at a bar. Go out, go have a drink, treat yourself. What the fuck are you doing? Just like all of my moods? Yeah, that sounds about right. Valerie, the lovely Italian. That's so fucking funny. Kiki girls are like, am I a good girl? Kiki guys are like, am I a good boy? Kiki MBs are like, am I a good person? Damn. Real shit. Damn.
I'd like to think people would have a major issue with it.
All right. Victim to masquerading
Fuck
hero.
these people. They've done. I have no pity for these people. Nor do I, by the way. Like, fuck these people. They've done nothing but make my life horrible and try to run my life into the ground, ruin me. Fuck them.
This dude who has like a couple hundred videos on Alyssa Mercante is talking about other people trying to ruin lives. Like, I'm just genuinely, no. Jake, Therian, whatever your name is, get help. Genuinely, like, seriously, dude, get help. Like, this is, yeah, pump spread. This is your 6th account. You're on your 6th account to spam the exact same copy pasta. Like, nobody is offended. You're not triggering anybody. I'm not going to go cry myself to sleep. You know what I'm going to do after this, buddy? After this, I'm probably going to go get a sandwich. And then I'm going to wait for my hot, also non-binary partner to get home. And I'm probably going to make out. That's probably where my night's going. We might play some video games together. Probably going to do a cuddle. And then, yeah, I think I'll go to bed. And as soon as this is turned off, I'm never thinking about you ever again, Jake. Ever. I'm sorry, that's it. You are choosing to spend your time in a way that can only be called absolutely futile. You are not hurting anybody. You're not dropping any truth. You're not being a brave free speech warrior by hiding anonymously behind several sock accounts. You're just kind of making everybody else laugh at you right now. Most of the people in here are just kind of going, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? So Get help. A cuddle. Careful, it might lead to hand holding. That's what I'm hoping. All right. Happy to report I found something. Sadly, it was Nux. All right. Thank you very much, Bland Anarchy, for helping out. Real one over here. All right. We will finish up with some of this.
My rapist haters.
So, that's slander. All right, I assume he's talking about Tectone here. That's slander. Tectone was not.
Oh, he's slander. Who gives, like, bitch made? What is that? That's slander. It's like, nah. If you hear the story about what Tectone did, the shit that he's done before, it's not really slander. Mr. Penis is 13. Woof. You're still doing this, huh? You didn't hear the whole. I gave you a whole good speech about how I'm gonna go get busy with my partner after this, and there's nothing you can do about it, and how I'm not gonna think about you at all. Like, come on, man. Translator, hey, thank you very much.
Not found guilty for rape. He was not found guilty for sexual assault. He got a protection order on him from an ex-girlfriend.
That's not a good thing. That just doesn't mean that he was entirely innocent. It means that there is enough there to charge him with a protection order at the very least.
Okay, that is quite literally slander. Open and shut, direct slander.
Then Tectone should have no problem proving that he's not a racist or rapist. Sorry, I know he's a racist too. Isn't it only slander if you don't believe what you're saying and only saying it to smear the person? I think it needs to also not have any kind of like grounds that you believe it might be true. So yes, what you are saying, but I'm to back that up. You have to also not have a reason to think it might be true.
He also had some really deep thoughts. The more you are aware of what's going on in the world.
Slander is spoken and print its libel.
The more that you are aware of these people that are lying, the more that these people will try to discredit the people telling the truth. I mean, I want you to look at Nux Top.
Fucking Rape Tone and Nuxaku. I mean, Ethan Klein's former account was literally called Pedo Troll.
That's true. Pedo Troll was Ethan Klein's old account. It was a trolling account, and it was in terrible taste, and I think it was horrible. But that's crazy.
It's crazy that suddenly this guy thinks being a pedo is horrible and is in bad taste. That's wild.
See?
Reddit. I don't know what it is.
But
man.
again, that doesn't make him a pedophile just because he was trolling on Reddit. Even though it was disgusting, don't get me wrong, it was gross. But yeah.
Aku, for an example.
Sex Pestiny, another one of their allies.
So yeah, so Destiny is currently in court for like allegedly recording women without their consent. So I'm gonna talk on that one.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, nor fucking should you, dude.
Crazy.
Get ready.
I genuinely don't know what the fuck it is. Don't Dr. Disrespect. Doesn't Asmongold always watch this guy? Yeah.
Not really.
He does.
Not really. Yeah, anyway, so, hell yeah, dude. Asmongold's great. Appreciate it. But, yeah, no, the reality is, this is Hassan basically saying that that entire group of people, Tectone, Asmongold, me, Dr. Disrespect, I don't know why he's involved.
You don't know why Dr. Disrespect would be in the conversation with people like you and Tectone, buddy. Just not even just a little bit. Okay. All right.
And I don't remember if you mentioned, and Destiny, he called us all rapists and pedophiles. Like, he'll just directly slander people.
You just changed your profile. He must be making new profiles now. Dog. Seriously. Get help. Dude. Go get a fucking sandwich. Take your meds.
Go fucking honk off into your anime girl body pillow. Whatever you got to do to center yourself. All right? This is you have precious, valuable, limited time upon this earth, and this is what you're using it for? You would be better served literally ramming your head into a wall repeatedly. Like, that would have more of a tangible impact on the world around you than doing this.
It's the craziest shit of all time. Bro's just going to show up and slander people on his stream in front of tens of thousands of people in the most unbelievable way.
He's such a fucking little bad faith weasel. He's such a fucking bad faith weasel worm bitch. God. I hate Nux.
This is truly horrible. Now, the reason why this came up is because recently someone made a hit piece on me.
I love how any amount of, like, it doesn't matter what it is. This is something I've learned. You cannot make any kind of criticism of somebody without it being labeled a hit piece. That's it. It doesn't matter how genuine or how accurate it is. It's a hit piece. Very frustrating.
And it was an hour and a half long, so I didn't watch it, I'll be honest, but I did.
I didn't watch it, I'll be honest. So you can't do an actual reaction to it then. You didn't watch it. I didn't watch it. Leet Ale, thank you for 16 months. Johnny Viral, you're putting in work tonight. Everybody can we get goats in chat for Johnny Viral real quick?
See some of the clips that were floating around, and from what I saw, it was some of the most disingenuous shit I think ever. And I've gotten so many people that I've talked to that also watched, either clips of it or some of it, and also said it was like the biggest stretches and disingenuous shit of.
He's tripping over his words a little bit there. I can't help but notice. He's kind of tripping over his words. You'll feel a little hot under the collar there, Nux.
All time. All right. Now, I've covered and discussed most of this in the past a million times. I've made videos. I made videos back in the day making fun of weird hentai and shit that came out of Japan.
No, my dude. You don't get to play that fucking card. You don't get to be like, it was wacky Japan. It was just so weird and wacky. And the shit you're showing is pedophile rape porn. You fucking freak. Making fun. Get the fuck out of here.
Japan. And I do regret it, as I've also talked about many times. All right. I do regret making content like that. Because I quite literally have evolved, I've grown. I'm pretty much anti-porn in general now. My entire stance on all that changed years ago.
Oh, I can tell by the fact that you have fucking pictures of AI-generated AOC with G-cup tits. Come on, man.
However, I never endorsed any of the weird shit that I would comment on. I would make fun of it, all right? It was never an endorsement at all. And these people are all liars and disingenuous. Now, the new angle that people are taking is...
Angle. I love how any criticism is also an angle. Oh, they couldn't get me on this. They couldn't get me on being a weird pedophile-enabling lolly freak, so, the new angle they're getting is that I was grooming people in a Discord. Well, I'm sure he's going to say, like, oh, I obviously didn't groom anybody. But he, at the very least, stood by while other people got groomed. That's the best he's going to be able to say. And I'm so curious. Oh, yeah, he's a Christian now. Yeah.
Is that I was grooming people in a Discord.
All right, give me 1 second.
A lie. I've never groomed anyone ever, and they've never had any evidence of me grooming anyone ever. All right, so it's a lot of implications that get thrown out. So this is the most viral clip of the video that I found, with the most serious allegation that I saw. So let's watch this clip. I'll play the clip and I'll give you my commentary.
The NSFW channel wasn't there from the start. We can trace its creation to this exchange from October 15th, 2018, where we can see this user who from
2018, let's put it in perspective, 8 years ago.
now on will be called Red, repeatedly asking Nux to create it. If we look at the time and date of these messages, the
So, for the record, this Discord server was made in 2018. It was a Patreon-only Discord server. All right, it was not a public Discord server. It was Patreon only. All right, anyway, for donors. Oh, and by the way, I have a Patreon linked in the description. You can support my work. That'll be really great. Thank you very much. Appreciated. All right, but anyway, so
you can support my work. You can support my work legitimizing pedophilia to children on the internet. What a fucking scumfuck. Oh.
Yeah, continue.
The W channel was made 2 minutes later.
There is a note here saying absolutely nothing from minors, by the way. No personal nudes, no content of minors, content depicting the minors, content made by minors, none of that shit. All right, just to be clear.
Okay. Now, did you actually uphold that? Did you actually make sure that the people who were joining weren't minors? Did you actually prevent anything from being shared in there that wouldn't be safe for minors? Nor Alpha Beta 4, thank you for 20 smackaroonies. Hope you have a good weekend. I hope you have a wonderful weekend too. Are lambs satanic at all? Obviously less than goats. Hey, goats aren't satanic. Goats are sweet little babies. I've been keeping a Patton Oswalt as Sans. Oh, it's terrible for me. That's terrible for me. I've been keeping a list of high quality, good goat stuff, goat pictures, not goat pictures, goat videos on Insta. Whenever I am like slightly sad, I go look at goats, and it like immediately makes me happy. Like right now, fucking hate Nux Taku. Oh, I'm so mad. Oh, I'm so mad about Nux Taku. Oh, I'm so mad about Nux Taku. Oh, sorry. Oh, I guess that can be shown on. There we go. Goat. What'd I tell you? What'd I tell you? Sweet little baby. Let him in!
Yeah? Who's winning this one, buddy?
Bonk. Oh, he looks so sad.
No. No. It's safe to say I'm losing this battle.
They're so
an American flag.
Oh, damn. God, I love, if you don't know Stepan Sejic, who is a phenomenal fucking artist. It's so funny that this cat, maybe one of the most talented artists working in comics right now, can be like, just saw the new Absolute Poison Ivy yesterday, so I had to do a quick painting, and it's a fucking masterpiece like everything else he does. That's so good. Dank ritual. Great.
God forbid.
All right. Ha! There we go. More babies. More baby. Goat. Goat. Babies. See, this is like my... There we go. See? More goat. Chat, I wasn't kidding about my goat algorithm. I wasn't kidding. My algorithm? Queer people and goats. That's all I got. Instagram does me right. It's so, like... Look at those pretty blue eyes. Oh my goodness. Oh, so good. Well, it's a lot of Magic the Gathering too.
Okay, part 2 of
I need to sit.
Look at him!
Hello, little ones. Hey, that's my chair. That's my chair. Scoot your boot. Watch this. Come here. Come here. Who wants this? You gotta. Oh, here we go. No, we're figuring it
Oh,
out.
look at him.
There we go.
Look at those little tails going.
That's impressive. It's like synchronized tail wagging.
Look at him.
I need to sit.
Do I know about Damascus goats? Yes. Also very good sweet babies. They just look slightly different. There's nothing wrong with the Damascus goat. Huxbucks, if you adopt a goat, adopt at least two because they're herd animals and get stressed otherwise. It's probably a while out until I'm able to actually get a goat, but I do eventually. Like, hey, lady, what the fuck? Lady, knock it off. What the? Something just beeped. What? What the hell, dog? Oh. Yeah, it's probably a little ways out until I'm able to get goats because I would want to. It's gonna be a while. But like when eventually, Lady and Miss are getting a little bit older, and it sucks, but they won't always be around. And I think when those are when my babies aren't with me anymore, I think maybe that'll be the time I move on to goats. I do want a yard for the goats. Like that's the other thing is I really want. I don't even want to live in a place with a yard though. I just kind of want to. Maybe if it was next to like a nice park or something, because they're animals that I don't want to just. I want to be able to train them, but I want them to be able to have adequate outside time. And like Lady right now, I can walk her around a lot. Like there's a small dog park near me. There's a slightly larger one. I can take her on my hiking trails. One picture of a white domestic goat where the ears look like Sailor Moon tails. Penthouse rooftop party for the goats. Aww. Huxbuck, some HOAs and regional laws do demand a set amount of yard space. So there's, and I'd have to look up what the requirements are because I know there are like pet goat limitations in the city limits here, but I'm not going to be living here by the time I get a goat. Thank you, Tyrone Allen. This one's for Johnny Viral. I know you can have smaller goats. You can have inside city limits. Like goats are incredibly intelligent animals too. They're so cute. They're so smart. And they're so mischievous. I love goat. Goats are so funny. They're so good for me. Oh, so cute. Perfect idiot creatures. Love them.
Also this, Red raised their Patreon pledge, and Nux gave them a thumbs up.
All right.
For a brief moment, let me take you to August of 20...
This is the guy that made the video. If you want to watch the full video, you should go watch it, by the way, if you want. If you want to watch an hour and a half of this guy...
So, you have... I need to... Before he casts his aspersions, I must remind you. He has not watched the video. He just talked about it. So that means he's probably seen it. I'm willing to bet he's... Did I give up on the documentary or finish it? What documentary? Oh no, the Matt Walsh one. We finished it. We watched all that bullshit. I'll probably put out a highlight of that. That's fucking rough. Transfer to make me want to get a goat. They're so fucking cute. I love goats. I'm not like I just proved it. My algorithm gives me goats all the time. Oh. Yeah, they're genuinely like pretty smart animal, comparative to like dogs at least. Lady, knock it off, dude. You're doing too much, baby girl. You're doing too much.
Too much. Stinky babies. There's a babies. They're babies. They're babies.
Calling me a pedophile with zero evidence that I'm a pedophile. You can watch this video.
You are a pedophile, dude. You, dog, look. Nobody spends that much time looking at lolly hentai and sharing it if they're not. I'm sorry, nobody does. Nobody does.
So that would be great. Go do that. All right, I'm not trying to hide that.
Also, here's that's me saying that shit. That's me saying that shit. Nicandros did not say that at all. Nux is just, I guess, guessing. If he hasn't seen the video, he wouldn't know that Nicandros was very careful to, in fact, not say that. Much to think about.
Or anything, just to be clear. All right, we're not putting it under the rug at all. Absolutely. If you want to go watch it, go watch it. I will not be spending 4 hours reacting.
As not sweeping it under the rug at all. I'm not going to react to it. Only gonna tell you what he said, even though I haven't watched it and I don't know what's actually in it. It's not what he actually said. Okay. Nathan, you stop it. A goat at a petting zoo once headbutted me. You should be honored. They wanted to play with you.
To an 1.5 hour long video calling me a pedophile again and again and again for things I've already addressed.
2024. Nuxtaku is finally being pressed about his past content, and he was actually...
So to be clear, this is also incorrect. This is not when I was being pressed for my past content. This was literally a video that I made talking about my 10 years on YouTube because it was like my 10-year YouTube anniversary. All right, this was not like a response to drama video, as far as I remember. Maybe I'm mistaken and I'm thinking of the wrong video, but that's what I thought.
pushed into making a response.
The biggest shock to me to this day entering the broader commentary sphere was the dangers lurking around every corner in regards to children. Children are not safe on the internet. I only became chronically online.
God, you can tell how much he is just a fuck. I can't imagine being so, like, I don't know, subservient to another creator that you start adopting their mannerisms. Because he has absolutely done that with Asmongold. Like, absolutely. And we know that Nux is a fucking whinging tailcoat writer because of the way that he would, like, basically beg people like PewDiePie and who else? PewDiePie, Matt Pat. There are a couple of Game Grumps or whoever in there.
After high school, but I couldn't imagine what it would do to me if I was in some YouTuber's Discord server at the age of 12 or 14. Yeah, so
he's not only is he not really addressing anything, Chillface, what he's doing is taking one clip that he found on social media. So not even looking at the video itself, because he claims he didn't watch it, doesn't want to.
As you could see, I addressed many times that I regretted the fact that I would make lewd content and shit back in the day. To be honest, I've mentioned that multiple times.
Markiplier,
literally called it out in the past. But anywho, moving on. And this video was it was like a 10-year anniversary. This was not like some apology, whatever. Anywho, and also valid statement. I was right.
You couldn't imagine. You don't need to.
All right.
Red joined the server on September 7th. On day one, they openly declared themselves to be 14 years old.
I didn't know about this.
They would later claim to be 15 multiple times, but as they
I didn't know about this.
openly stated, they were lying about their age. Red was
so they were lying about their age.
born in 2000.
Yeah. So, look, man, I don't know how a minor even got into this Discord server because, as I'm sure he mentioned this in the longer video, I'm not trying to say that he tried to slander me on purpose over here, but
he
this
loves
was
that fucking slander shit. Like, somebody saying bad shit about you is not just slander. Words have meanings beyond that, dog.
Patreon server. For those of you that are unaware, Patreon servers are inherently 18 plus because if you want to become a patron, if you want to join a creator's membership as a patron or provide membership as a creator, you must be at least 18 years old or have permission from a parent or guardian. All right. Quite literally, that obviously didn't happen. This was inherently an 18 plus Discord server. So if someone lied or stole their mom's credit card or their mom let their kid join a Discord server from a guy that was making more, adult.
This is the thing. I think I've seen multiple people try and defend him by saying that actually it's the parents' fault. Yeah, no, the parents are to blame here for me allowing a child to be groomed in my Discord. You fucking freak. Wait, like, take a little bit of accountability. Take a little bit of accountability. You whinging hack.
Focused content on my YouTube channel, that is the parents' fault. Okay? Just to be clear. Again, I'm really sorry if any bad thing happened to any person in any of my servers.
Oh, okay, that's... You know what? It's totally fine. It's all is forgiven, buddy. It's totally fine. You should watch the rest of that video, though. Because you were fucking there as it was happening. And Nick Andros shows it. I think that's probably why he won't watch the full thing. Because it shows what a absolute creep he fucking is.
Obviously, that's disgusting and horrible. However, it was an 18+ server. That's one. And two, also important to mention, this not safe for work tab that ended up, this channel, this not safe for work channel, which again, I regret. I don't think I should have ever done that. That was definitely a mistake on my part. I'm not trying to say it wasn't, but 2018, 8 years ago, I guess didn't think about it clearly enough. This server was removed, this channel with the not safe for work thing was removed really quickly after it was made. I think, if I remember correctly. And even more importantly, this also had an age verification. You needed to click that you were 18+ to join this channel in the server. All right. So
what is that? What is that? That one? God, he's talking. Did I take the? No, it's playback speed is normal. He's just really he's completely dropped the voice that he does. B, he's really he has a panicked affect about him. Interesting. C, just clicking. Come on, man. We all know. Now, hey, you got to make sure you're 18 to enter this website. Did that work? Has that ever worked? Has it ever worked? It didn't work on me. Like, I'm not saying it's anybody's fault necessarily, but you cannot be like, aha, but a child would never say they were 18. By the way, yeah, Omaskas, it was offered as 16+. You are correct. It wasn't 18, it was 16. So, buddy.
Anywho, the point that I'm trying to make is, yeah, I fucked up by having a not safe for work server. I definitely regret that. But, yeah, all right, calling me a pedophile for this is insane.
Again, he hasn't watched the video where Nick Andros did not call him a pedophile. Did not. I will. You've seen way too much lolly shit and uncritically advertised it to not be one. You fucking little weird freak goblin motherfucker. Nick Andros has a little bit more compunction. Nick Andros, a little bit more refined in his approach. I am not.
Levels of slander. Another thing important to note, a lot of people, because it's an 18+ situation, if you have a Patreon,
Truly
a lot of people
cultured.
actually put not uncensored shit on their Patreon. All right, this is Trash Taste, popular anime podcast. All right, on their Trash Taste show, get the uncensored version of episode 25, the hentai episode, and future uncensored episodes for $5 a month. All right, and it's like,
okay.
Yeah, because, Patreon is...
Is that your podcast? What the fuck is he bringing other people's podcasts for? Also, dog, a podcast is different than what was in your Discord, which was deep web gore snuff shit that one burnout loser was grooming a 15-year-old into dropping out of school over. Whataboutism is such a tempting weapon for them to use.
An uncensored situation where you have to be 18 to donate shit. All right. Also important to note, unfortunately, and I regret this because I told you many times I regretted making this kind of content. I've said this myself a long time ago. Everyone did these videos. All right.
Because PewDiePie did it. No, like the idea of everyone did this videos and then going to PewDiePie as though that makes it better, when in reality it shows that not only do you have shit taste just like PewDiePie,
but that you're a fucking follower and you have no independent thought of your own. Like, he just gloms on to what he sees other people wanting to do. God.
PewDiePie, biggest YouTuber on the platform at the time, was making Boku no Pico reaction. Boku no Pico is hentai that I never reacted to, even though basically everyone else did. This, unironically, was a huge meme that everyone was doing. This is an animation of adults raping little boys. Quite literally. And it became a huge meme, and a lot of massive YouTube channels ended up reacting to it and talking.
Why is it, again, we got, just like with Matt Walsh, it's the, yeah, but they were doing this over here, so that means that nothing I did was bad. It's like, that doesn't, no, buddy. That doesn't make it suddenly okay. What the fuck? Tales of Atonement, thank you for rating with the party of one. I appreciate it so much. I hope you had a wonderful stream. It's been a long fucking time, but I don't think that description is accurate. I know nothing. Boku no Pico. OVA. How can you just show that? Christ, man. All right, well, we're not gonna... Essentially porn of underage boys. It's porn of underage children in an anime. It's bad. Yeah, okay. I figured Wikipedia would help me. Like, Wikipedia, why would you do me like that? Clown Royal, thank you for 45 bits.
About it. And I, who definitely did criticize a lot of the shit that came out of Japan, unfortunately, it's worse than that, Nux. Yeah.
Was it, were you criticizing stuff coming out of Japan when you were laughing about and showing off and making other people uncomfortable, showing drawn images of children being raped by monkeys and going, haha, isn't that funny? Is that really? Really? Buddy, you're going to stick with that? Okay. All right, sure. I stopped paying attention until I heard them say the name in Google search voice. I am sorry. I'm so glad I was. It wasn't anything that bad, but it's like, I don't fucking want to see that shit. Even if it's just the cover art, I don't fucking want to see that shit.
I know, it's worse. It's a really disgusting thing. But unfortunately, it was really common. Now,
Oh, okay. I know why he's talking about trash takes. That makes sense. Because Hassan. Unfucking believable, dude. There really is like a Hassan like fixation for these people.
I find it ironic that people like Hassan, all right? Hassan is going to show up and he's going to call me a pedophile and call Tectone a rapist and call everyone everything. Now, Hassan is calling me a pedophile for things he's done, all right? Like, this dude went on podcasts where they promote this kind of thing, all right? People...
Dude, you were the one making podcasts where they promote that kind of thing. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't get to play the card of like, well, we were just laughing at a wacky Japan, and then when they do the same thing, you go, yeah, obviously they're not making fun of it. Like, motherfucker, you were making top 10 lists where, what was it, 6, 7 out of 10 of them had underage children? Huh? Is Hassan really that big? He's fucking, I mean, like, yeah, he's one of the most watched YouTuber on Twitch or whatever the fuck. But he's also the only big, not the only big leftist YouTuber, but the only one to reach their level of market penetration. So he's the only one that they can really focus on. It's all they ever talk about? Yeah. It's the only target. Like, Hassan doesn't back down, and that pisses them off so fucking much. Rezer Renji, I'm sorry. I didn't.
On this podcast.
I am in hell. Stop it, hairless grizzly. No, I didn't say the meme number. I didn't say the funny meme number.
Are pro-lolly directly. Pro-lolly. Openly pro-lolly.
Government threatens to ban anime lollies from the world.
I, however, have really not ever been pro-lolly, to be honest. I really haven't. And if you go to my old content, you will note that I got canceled for being not pro-lolly enough. Not even kidding. All right.
You can, again, Nux, you can go find footage of you saying you don't have problems with lolly. That lolly is fine. If you watched, you know what? You don't even have to go find your own footage. Nick Andros found it for you, compiled it into a nice little hour-and-a-half video. You should check it out. No, he sounds incredibly pressed. I've never seen, like, I understand he's not showing on screen. He literally sounds like somebody is backing him into a corner right now. Like, he literally sounds like somebody is, like, he's the whinging little, like a loser henchie in a like action movie who's like, no, boss, I didn't mean to, boss. Oh, hey, like that's is like, I've never been pro lolly, boss. I would never.
Right? Like, they have figurines of sexualized anime children on their broadcast.
I can judge.
What the fuck?
Ladies and gentlemen, that I shout out Eromanga Sensei just for Gaunt. Everybody, round of applause.
Well done, Joe.
Who are these motherfuckers? I don't care. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking freaks out there. What? Who cares? Like, can you not just answer for your own crimes, you little piece of shit? Clinical Role. Hi, Clinical Role. That's a great name. Hi. Nux Taku Egg Boy. Man, I miss when henchies had some fucking backbone.
Miss when the goons were real goons. I know what I mean. Come on. Ooh.
Joey, well done. I'm proud of you. Joey.
Are we going to prison?
Even though I saw about 10 Eromanga Sensei figures along the way.
Why is there so many?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's popular enough, I guess. It's actually not too bad, to be honest with you. I'm not exactly a fan of Eromanga Sensei, but this.
Yeah, so Eromanga Sensei, for those of you that are unaware, it's a story about, I think she's like an 11-year-old girl that moved in with her stepbrother after her parents died or something, and they worked together to create child hentai or something. It's pretty awful. It's a pretty bad anime, I'm not gonna lie. So anyway,
like, I don't that's all they have is to be like, well, yeah, I didn't do this, but look at these guys over, like, just jingling fucking keys, dude. Address your shit, man. God. What a fucking freak. The Hunt for Me Cunt. Thank you for following. Colorful Zebra, thank you for following. Clown Royal, thank you for 45 biddies.
Anywho, I find it hilarious when Hassan Piker is going to show up and slander people. The full context for when Hassan Piker paid for services for multiple prostitutes.
Oh, that was him. That was it? That was the end of him addressing. He didn't even finish the fucking clip. Wow. He had to have turned off comments. Nope. He had comments. Well, I bet they definitely don't have. They always eat their own. They're doing fucking cringe anime quotes. Listen to leftists call normal Americans fascist. Dog, if you think this fucking freak is a normal American, I don't know what the fucking tell you. What the fuck I tell you? Yeah, he made it all about Hassan, which is okay.
Yeah, he threw Trash Taste under the bus. Was like, that's it. These guys do it. It was like I've had people commenting on, because I've been waging not one person. There are other people out there who have been in the trenches with me. Trenches, fucking Twitter trenches. Where I've been arguing against people like Nuxtaku, the lolly crowd, the you can't separate fiction from reality dipshits. And one of the things that people have come back to, or that why I shouldn't criticize people like Nuxtaku, is that the same people who call Nux a pedophile would turn on me if I ever disagreed with them, because I've had Morrigan from Darkstalkers. I have a Morrigan statue. And I say, no, because Morrigan's a fucking adult. And they'll be like, well, what about Lilith from that game? No, because Lilith is also, and this is important, an adult. Like, she might have youthful features. She's still an adult. Like, that's not the same as the shit Nux is into, dog. Yeah, not surprising. He clipped Trash Taste pretty dishonestly. They have videos where they do anime merch shopping challenges where they get weird prompts forcing to buy certain things with their budgets. Oh, he completely misrepresented it. Oh, that's crazy. Wow. Even they get creeped out by some of the stuff. Hey, I would fucking get it. I would get it. Like, fucking, I get uncomfortable looking at. It's why I'm not like super into anime or shit anymore. I was more into anime when I was a teenager, but like growing up and like looking at, you know, anime figures and stuff is just like, why are there's a lot of young looking characters with a lot of exposed cleavage. This makes me very uncomfortable to see in public. It's the shit. Oh, I'm trying not to start an incident over it. But I am like 2 days away from legitimately going into the fucking I was talking about it the other day, where there's this car that's parked on a street I walk on. And I think the person works, I think I know what restaurant they work at. But they have the lenticular, like, stickers, anime girl stickers, where you look at, as you're looking, it's like, okay, here's an anime lady. And then as you look at it from another angle, it's an anime lady, but it has her tits out. And these stickers are on the side of a car, and they're not tiny. They're sizable stickers. And one of them is a fucking child. It's fucking insane. People are too bold, too comfortable. Like it legit, like it kind of ruins my fucking day to see it, honestly. Like, and it's there now. I think it must be a new person that that place hired or something, because it's there every time I walk by now. And I'm like, there's no way it's like the owner of the store. It has to be like that's some back of house shit. That's some, like, if you are in the big 2-6 running with anime tits out lolly stickers on your car, that's line cook shit. That's dish pit behavior right there. If ever I've seen it. $50, it's a new dishwasher. Yeah. Where do you get flower stickers for your car? I mean, you could probably just look up flower stickers. Would reporting it to the cops do anything? Like, maybe. Honestly, because it's like it has to be indecent exposure or something, right? Like to have it, because I get it. If it's, well, I don't get it, but you know, if it is something that is, if it's in a workplace, you know, like you'll go into a garage or something, or you'll see usually in TV and movies the stereotype of an old garage with old dudes, or a tattoo store, and they have pinups and girls with their tits out and stuff. And it's whatever, but it is at least it's understood that corporate carrots, I'm a line cook. I'm not saying all line cooks are bad. I'm saying that everybody has had bad line cook experiences, right? Like, I've had line cooks I've chilled with. I've had line cooks who I've made good friends with. I've also had line cooks that scare the fuck out of me. Like, there's a wide variety. I haven't been back of house in years. Hey, I say this as somebody formerly back of house. As somebody formerly back of house. If it's a child, isn't that possession of CSAM? Technically, unfortunately, no. Because our fucking, I get so mad about our laws. It depends on the jurisdiction. But if, to me, the problem I would see is more that it is in public, where, like, it is, for context, it's across from one of the biggest hotels in the city. It is, the car is always parked in front of 2 family restaurants. Like, a restaurant, by the way, one of them I used to work at, like, a decade ago. It used to be a different restaurant. But it's a area that has a intense amount of foot traffic and also is close enough to, like, the main downtown area. It's not like a red light district. You know, it's not like a rough part of town. It's not like, you know, a tattoo store or a place where there's a reasonable expectation that everybody who's there is an adult and most people won't care. It's just on the fucking street. For any parents, any family to be walking by, and it's like, it's depraved. God, fucking, I hate that shit. Like, and I say that as somebody, I don't even have kids. I don't even have kids. I met salespeople who are worse. Salespeople are a different breed. Well, okay, if you're talking about, like, salespeople, like retail salespeople, yeah. I fucking top 2 or 3 Darkstalkers games, please. Chaos Tower, the one on PSP, which is, I mean, the one on PSP is, it's a remake of 3, but it just has, like, one of the most complete versions. But then aside from that, honestly, probably the first. Like, I really love the first one. Is so simple. It's coming off of, like, years of iterating on, well, a couple years of iterating on Street Fighter 2, so it wasn't quite, they weren't quite in, like, the Third Strike era yet. It's still very much in the Street Fighter mold, but it's so expressive, it's so colorful, it's, oh yeah, love that first one. Seen a car recently with a full side livery of Shinobu from Demon Slayer nude in Ahagao face. I see, like, if it was that level, if I see somebody driving that car, I'm fucking oh yeah, Darkstalkers Chronicles on Dreamcast is a good one. I was selling cell phone. See, retail, that kind of retail. If you were getting a commission, if you are like, no, I know what you're saying. Some of those people are fucking not well, not right. There's something about that I feel appeals to, like, a grind set mentality, right? Where people will lock in and be like, yeah, no, I'm listening to Joe Rogan. And it's like, dude, you're working at a Macy's and we're about to shut down in 6 months. I still am tired. I don't know much about Darkstalkers, so I'm only thinking about those Darksiders games. I mean, hey, you know what both Darkstalkers and Darksiders have in common? They both have hot ladies I want to step on me. By the way, we are 50
50 followers away from hitting 10K on Twitch. If you have not followed, if you have not done the thing yet, please come follow me over on Twitch. We can get to 10K. And we're going to go look at we've got Riverboat Jack, Actual Jake, Bob Vids, Connor. Well, Connor, it's Fortnite Friday. Connor doesn't need my support. You hear me? You hear me, Connor Eats Pants? It's fucking war. Or we could go say hi to, you know what? We're going to go say hi because Tony is always in the chat here. So go over, say hi to Tony over at Poly Circus. Go give him a like, go give him a follow. We love supporting our LGBTQ content creators. Good friend of mine along with Bailey. And I hope y'all have a great, wonderful, wonderful rest of your night. Go say hi to them. Go make sure you send them all my love and appreciation.